3 days in to our Switzerland ECS, we've had some thrills and spills so far. We saw the defending champions on day one go winless. A little bit of a shock as Alton pipped them in a high-scoring contest first up. But they're back today wanting some points. Vettigen, though, they're undefeated. We'll see them first up. We'll see plenty more action coming your way from Switzerland because 5 T10 matches about to start here. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the European Cricket Series Switzerland, and it starts right now. Good morning to you, good morning, wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome to another huge day in European cricket as this European Cricket Series rolls on into day 4. It's been so nice to be back in Switzerland. It's the first cricket we've actually shown here since 2020, so that's over 3 years ago now. And the world's changed a lot. I tell you what, the cricket has changed a bit here in Switzerland over that time. In fact, the scoring rate here is out of sight. We are at the same ground, but we are seeing even more action every single day, and it's going to be no stop in sight here. 5 matches about to start. We've got matches number 16 to 20 for you today, and we've got the defending champions back first up. They find themselves down towards the bottom of the ladder, which is a little bit unusual, but it is the Zurich Nomads who will be getting us going this morning. They're taking on Vettigen, undefeated at the moment. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. Tyrone Peters is in today for Rob. He's got the 2 captains. Let's see who wins it. So it is Perry Jorgensen of Vettigen that's won the toss, and he's elected to bowl first, so sending in the Nomads here in match 16. I've got to say that Vettigen, they really impressed me. They had 2 wins and a no result as they had a washout with Pakhtun Zalmi on Tuesday night, but I really loved the work of Mohammad Akhtar. Wasn't he a revelation? He just looks tailor-made for the format, loves to swing the bat, he's got a really good eye. Let's see if he can do it, though, against a slightly more experienced Zurich Nomads lineup. Now, speaking of the Nomads, they are defending champions for a reason, and they did win the title back in 2020. And a bit of an upset, I suppose, in the final. They defeated Alton back then. That hadn't lost a game to that point, but they look stacked. And when they will bat first, their batting lineup, top 4, looking really, really good. You've got Fahim Nazir and Hassan Ahmed at the top, 2 national players, 2 standout players from the recent Valletta Cup T20 Internationals in multi. You've got Katil Zabiullah in at 3. You've got the captain Nazir in at 4 as well. So for me, it's going to be really tough for Vettigen to penetrate those top 4, and even if you do, there's still batting to come. So I'm expecting a lot of entertainment and probably a high-scoring contest here in the first match of the day. Well, good news, as you can probably see, I'm in the sun, and that is wonderful at this time of the day. The weather did clear up towards the end of the day yesterday, and when the sun's out, this ground here at the Grundemus Stadium, it is pretty as a picture. We're expecting a maximum temperature of 22 degrees and currently about 15 to get it started. So really nice conditions. I think it'll stay this way. The breeze slightly behind the batters. So from this end, I think we might see a few balls go on the grandstand. Maybe we'll even get one over, just like Sanger did the other day. Let's get ready, though, for the first ball. And I've got to say, I'm really enjoying my time with this man. It's Andrew Leonard who will take you to the first ball. Match 16 on the way, Lenny. I can tell you that it is Vettigen, and they've won the toss, and they're going to bowl. It's over to you. Let's get ready for a great day 4.
Well, where does he get it from, Mr. Maximo? Energy to fill the band, and great to see him looking. Well, I'm going to have to find another adjective. Resplendent is my go-to one for Mr. Maximo. But purple, maybe maybe perfect in purple today, Mr. Vinny Sandu. Always good to have him in and around. What would we do without him on the European Cricket Network? I'm not sure. There is the view. It's a windy morning, I have to say. It looks beautiful, but there's a fresh cut to that air. At least it's the first of the 3 days that I've been here thus far. We have had no rain in the air, and I don't think there's any forecast for any rain today. This should be the most set fair of the days thus far. So we're in for 5 good games of action, and really looking forward to all of it again with you here on the European Cricket Network. We have got 11 teams battling out for the top 5 spots. And we will guide you through yesterday's matches, games 11 to 15. Really entertaining action right from the off with Kanik Shah, who for me was the pick of the bowlers on the day. He picked up 8 wickets, would you believe, for the Zurich Lions. But in the first game, they went down to yet another defeat. That was none from 3 for the Lions. They never really got into the contest, as Asad Mahmood and particularly Farid Ahmed, who scored at a strike rate of 300, dragged their power up to 130. We called it a slightly ugly 130 because of the way they got there, but it proved more than enough. Then on to game 2. This was the 10:45 a.m. clash, and the Paris CC, having picked up the win in the morning game, they couldn't back it up in the mid-morning match as the Crickets picked up their first win of the tournament. Firdaus Rahimi and particularly Khalid Niazi with the all-round performance. 29 off 14, strike rate over 200, and also 2 for 14 with his little leg breaks, which I think have a huge amount of potential. And the Crickets not only took the win, but they took it with plenty of time to spare. 14 deliveries left in good notice. On then to the after lunch game. This was the 12:45 a.m. clash where St. Gallen CC were sensational. They didn't pick up just the one win yesterday, they picked up 2. 125 they scored. Sher Mohammed, the star of the show, with a strike rate of 300. But Kanik Shah, look at him, 8 wickets yesterday. He's now the leading wicket taker in this European Cricket Series for Switzerland. And despite Ashwin Prakash's best efforts with 45 off 28, they never really got into the chase. Only thing we didn't have yesterday was a real thriller, a final ball finish. I think that's coming for us today. This, well, it was a trouncing, wasn't it? St. Gallen posted an extraordinary 184 for 4. They really looked like they were set to join the 200 club. I think there's only 8 members of that thus far in the history of the European Cricket Network. So as soon as we started talking about 200 and individual centuries, Kagiani and Sher Mohammed, well, they fell pretty quickly back to back. Niazi again bowled well, but St. Gallen, they smashed their way to the highest net run rate of the 11 teams thus far and a perfect record, 2 from 2. And then a really entertaining game, probably the closest match of the day. Just 8 runs separated these two sides. And the Zurich Crickets, they were always behind in the chase, but just right towards the end, their captain Nicholas Henderson hit a couple of maximos to bring it back towards parity. And at the end, it was actually 12 off 3, which did look achievable, but they came up short. That was yesterday. What about today? Well, firstly, you're very welcome along to today's coverage. Here's the fantasy dashboard. Who are you picking today? Well, I tell you, by the player values, there's only one selection for me. It's got to be Mohamed Akhtar. He was actually the tournament's leading run scorer going into yesterday. He's got 132 runs at an average of 66, but the strike rate 275. Maybe he could be one to go with, but the Nomads, they have plenty of power at the top, particularly they're 2 very experienced opening batters. The supercomputer reckons we're in for a cracker. I'm not so sure about those expected scores. We've been much higher than that because of how good the batting surface has been here. And I see the ground staff have been working again overnight and this morning to make the playing surface look even better. But the Nomads expected to score 88 and Vetigan 85. Let's hope we have a game that close, but I suspect we're more like the numbers beneath. The average runs 4. Maybe not 139 or 174, but maybe a 120 v 120. That's what I'd be anticipating in and around. Vetigan, remember, unbeaten, 2 from 2, mainly on the back of Mohamed Akhtar's sensational hitting. We've got these 2 left-handers up at the top for the Zurich Nomads. Fahim Nazir and Hassan Ahmed, 2 of the most experienced and devastating ball strikers here in Switzerland. There is Hassan Ahmed. But you you are very welcome along to today's coverage. I'm just loading up the YouTube chat, so if you want to say a very good morning or a guten morgen, do jump into the chat. Say hello. Andrew Leonard here with you. And, oh, we've already had good mornings. Good morning, Rob Thompson. Lovely to hear from you. I believe snow in the air down in New Zealand. And you make a good point. If anyone goes past St. Gallen's total from yesterday, we're in for an entertaining day. Here we go. To get things underway with the ball, we've got Gushlafan Santhirakasaram with his little right arm medium pace. We've got players of so many different backgrounds and origins. We saw yesterday a couple of players of Afghan origin with the Afghanistan cricket board helmets on. Starts really nice. It's a good tight line coming around the wicket to the left-hander, and he's got a good field set up for that line and that length, just back of a length. So there are 5 jam-packed into the offside circle. See the ball just being dried out. I think that's from a little bit of the overnight rain. Beautiful sunshine to start with, but certainly she woke up in the middle of the night last night and it was raining cats and dogs. But isn't that good? Leave the rain to overnight, keep the sun for us during the day. But a packed offside field, 5 fielders in a really tight ring on the offside, long off out. And also long on out, but that's not going to matter. Bang! There's the impact. Well, we should really have started a roofer count because we have another one onto the grandstand here. And a big, big impact too. Vinny Sandu only told me one thing about these Zurich Nomads. He said, I suspect we'll have a few stuck onto the roof by the 2 left-handers. He doesn't get many things wrong, does he, Mr. Maximo? And that one there, well, maybe the biggest bang we've had. Follows by cleaning him up. Oh, the in-ducking, in-swinging Yorker, using the wind. So clever from Gushlafan. And he strikes back 6 and out. Nazir may have just stuck one on the roof, but from the very next delivery, it's joy for Vettigan as they strike back. This is a very good delivery. Oh, yes, right on the money. Yorks him, and the finger goes up from the umpire too, just to emphasise you're on your way. Get the finger up. Oh, yes, get your stretches in this morning. But what a start. Quite remarkable. Big, big, big 6. I'm talking about probably a 90-metre plus 6 there. And then it just goes onto the roof and cleans him up. So 6 for 1 the score. Well, you talk about 6 and out. I think that was the name of Brett Lee's cricket band. I'm sure Vinny might correct me if I got that wrong, but I think that was his name. I do have a good Brett Lee story. Actually, I've got a ludicrous name-dropping story for Vinny later on. He was winding me up yesterday. He said, oh, you got David Boone's name in? Oh, well, this one's actually ludicrous. I'm sure he's going to give me some stick about it, but it's an entertaining one, so we'll save that for later. Do stay with us. So the new man to the creasing comes Katil Zabula. That one just angles down the leg side. Definitely a little bit of movement, just a bit of wobble for Gushlafan. Have to respect the style as well. The bandana is out, and we've seen all sorts. We saw some high quality moustaches yesterday. And of course, remember the St. Gallen CC captain, Ali Abbas. Well, he's one of the most stylish men going around the European Cricket Network. Not just the moustache, but I think he's rocking a bit of Emporio Armani. And wasn't he a great leader for his team yesterday? 2 games, 2 wins. Doesn't get any better than that for St. Gallen on their home turf. And also, not just wins, but big wins. Their net run rate is in a very good way, which could be crucial. Remember, that's the separator when teams are tied on points. And that is going to be given as a no ball. The bowler none too happy. But maybe it's just clipped the edge of this green turf. Let's see. Oh, I think that one is harsh for me. I'm in the bowlers union because I wasn't much of a batter. Free hit coming. And very cleverly bowled. It's a slower ball, so not too much damage done. Will just be a single. I'd feel pretty aggrieved there if I was Gushalavin. Santhira or Sekaram, because very marginal. The law is here and it's very well implemented. In fact, it needs to be, because we have a slightly narrower artificial pitch than maybe we might be used to. If it pitches off the pitch, which includes those green strips that are holding the surface together. It's played really well, actually. But the law is it's a no ball and a free hit that then follows it. Nice wobble away. Yeah, really good over. And the way in which he responded to that big six, striking back with a perfect Yorker, will give Vettigan plenty of confidence coming into today's clash. Remember, the Nomads, we did not expect to lose 2 from 2. 53 days to go to the Euros of cricket. I'll ask Vinny Sandhu more about that later as well. Those 30 teams being separated into 6 groups of 5, 6 consecutive weeks before the 6 winners join the Netherlands 11 to come back for the championship week. I think as a structure, as a concept, as a format, that works really so well. And let's hope that continues to garner more and more traction going forward. Every corner of the continent, quite literally, represented. I'm just waiting for us to have a bit of a Eurovision moment on the European Cricket Network, because chance and well held. Well, it wasn't a good delivery, but Pacha Sibratullah takes a specky. He has got the Afghan headband on. His hands are stung by that strike down the ground. Not a delivery that the bowler's going to want to remember, as it was a juicy full toss. He may just need to check the height. I think the height's going to be okay. I think should be all right. And that is going to be the second wicket. Really good catch. I think we need to give that one solely to the catcher, as Mabadullah Chakari's first ball was a juicy, plump full toss that could have been hit anywhere, but somehow the wide long off was picked out. And a good catch held going across to his left. Excellent work from Sibratullah in the deep. Loving the Afghan headband too. As in comes Jawad Dinesh. The Nomads in early trouble. Remember, Vettigan won the toss and have stuck them in. They feel like the assistance was going to be early with the wind that's gone around in the overnight rain. It's more like it from Chakari right into the block hole coming around the wicket. We're just talking about the European Cricket Network maybe having their Eurovision moment, because we've seen Australia take part in the Eurovision, haven't we? Who's going to join the band? Will it be Morocco or Tunisia, one of those North African nations? Bit of cricket down there. What about someone like, someone rogue, maybe one of the North American countries? I think there's plenty of parts of the world looking on jealously at what these European cricketing nations are getting to experience with this remarkable project. Vinny will give us the numbers later, but it's definitely over 1,000 games again this year. Might be more like over 1,500. But you look at those international games alone, 6 consecutive weeks, followed by the championship week, hopefully in beautiful weather in south of Spain. And Chakari, interestingly, is going to stay around the wicket to the left-hander. Not an angle you see altogether too often, but he's landed that one nicely. Vettigan looking very good. Remember, unbeaten. We've got 4 unbeaten sides at the moment. You might be able to hear a few of those bangs in the background. We still haven't got an answer on that. Definitely something to do with agriculture, I suspect. Or else we're somewhere near one of the Swiss Army areas. There's a lot of action going on. That one's down the leg side, and the keeper has really only got half a hand on it. And that's Mohammad Akhtar, who's been one of the stars of the show with the bat. That strike rate at 275, quite remarkable. Interesting batter to watch as well. He's diminutive, he doesn't look the strongest, but he does hit a big ball That's one of my favourite things about cricket, I have to say. It really doesn't matter what shape, what size, what natural heights or characteristics you're blessed with. You can still play and excel at our wonderful sport. That one right into the block hole again, squeezed out down the ground by Dinesh. The Nomads in early trouble here, not getting anything going, losing Fahim Nazir and Katil Zabiullah. At least Hassan Ahmed is still there, but he's yet to get off the mark remarkably. Again, he comes with that big hitting reputation. He's got a lovely setup. Oh, that's more like it. What a way to get off the mark. And that's a banker. I don't think we've had one out to that bank yet. May well have plugged in the bank. Big, big hit. Not the right length. And somehow the fielder, who's had a very long run to go and get it, he's picked up the banker. You can pass go. And off you go. Maybe collect 200 too. End of the second, it's 20 for 2. That's the state of play thus far. Slightly misleading, I suspect, that points table with the Nomads at the bottom. They will fancy their chances of coming into it, but there are 4 unbeaten sides. Alton, Vedigan, probably the pick of the 2 of them. That's a nice little wobbly one, and oh dear. This is not where you want it to hit you particularly. It's not even 9 AM here yet. Oh! Right in to the sorest possible area. That's what happens when you clear the front leg. You do leave certain areas exposed if you miss it. That wind is wreaking havoc. Look at how gusty it is. It's really aiding Gushalavan's in-swingers. Just bringing them back in very nicely. I've got a game of lucky likeys. It's one I love. Maybe I'll ask you guys in the chat. We're going to see a no ball signaled. Now, what is this for? Has he clipped the stumps here? I think he has. Yeah, that's the the Stephen Finn law, as they call it. I just noticed the bails on the ground after the delivery, and the umpire eagle-eyed. So the bowler is not, even if it's by accident, which it clearly was, he's not allowed to clip those stumps at the non-striker's end. At first it was a dead ball, but Stephen Finn kept doing it. It was his knee. He kept clipping them. They had to change it. It's a no ball, so it's a free hit. And the free hit not made any contact with. So I've got a game of lucky likeys, the doppelganger game, or I'm talking cricketing styles here. Who do you think I'm thinking of for Gushalavan? A current medium fast bowler in international cricket. He was a world test champion as well. The man I'm thinking of. Just look at his bowling action here. I think there's a definite similarity. Just there. Oh no. Well, he's worn another one. Dinesh having to readjust here. Maybe not as bad as the last one, but again, right into the regions. Oh, now he's down. Dinesh is having to take a moment or two. Oh dear. It's not Dinesh's morning. And we're going to see a no ball signal because the bails have been hit again. Here we go. You're going to see at the non-strikers end. Look there. It's his hand. And that's why the ball has gone down the leg side. So a second costly no ball would have been a wide anyway. And what's this? Is this the free hit bat being run out for Ahmed? Doesn't like that bat. So out comes another one. And he's just getting given reinforcements. So in comes a new piece of armoury. Is this the 6-hitting bat? Well, you can have one to test it because it's a free hit. Can't be out from this delivery unless he's run out, of course. So any idea which bowler I'm talking about? Who does he look a bit like? Just there. Massive. A Maximo on the second roofer. of the morning. Crash, bang, wallop up on the roof. Yeah, nice little slow wobbly one, and God, that would have been 6 on any ground in the world, I have to say. Yeah, so for me, the man I'm thinking of with Gush11, Tim Southey. I reckon there's just a shade in that gather as he comes to bowl. I really do enjoy that game of Lucky Likeys. Oh my God, well, we've had 3 in the over, and somehow 3 of them have gone right into the vicinity of where you don't want to be hit. Something about Gush11, or Tim Southey Light as I'm going to call him, that makes him manage to part the batter's legs and make them miss it. So Dinesh and Ahmed will be happy to see him off with just 1 delivery left. And that is powered all. Well, he's an awesome ball striker, this man, Hassan Ahmed. He's going to get 4, and the dugouts are being banged by the Nomads. They're growing in confidence now. And one of these 2 fiery left-handed openers getting going. Hassan Ahmed leading the charge. It's the largest over the innings as we get to the end of the power play. 15 runs have come from it. It's 35 for 2. Now you are indeed welcome along. As always, here's a look at the beautiful Kaiban Park in the background, which is the main St. Gallen FC stadium. 18,000 seats or something in that vicinity. We actually walk right by it each morning. Certainly puts a pep in my step to see such a great sporting facility. One of the things I enjoyed yesterday, though, 2 days ago, it was the Swiss National Day, so basically everything was closed. But it's not just a football stadium, that facility. It's a massive shopping complex, a series of offices as well. Very much see it's the prototype for the modern stadia that isn't just used 1 day a week for football fans. It has all sorts going on, but also here at the reserve team ground where we are, as Manakavaskar comes into the attack and is shuffled away for a couple by Dinesh. Dinesh might be best served by just getting Ahmed onto strike here. But yesterday we saw many of the St. Gallen FC players and staff come into this facility here. This is the reserve team pitch, but out behind our back from our commentary position, and as you are looking from this angle now, you hit one over the roof, you can actually get one all the way onto what are not just a couple of training fields, it's about 14 or 16 pitches, artificials, real turf, all kinds of synthetics. Such an impressive sporting facility. As this one is going to be 6. It's a Maximo over the offside, and well, just as well that man got his bike out of the way, been enjoying a bit of the morning action, and Dinesh gets in the act now. That's one of the areas that's really impressed me. If you haven't played cricket before, hitting inside out, which in essence means having to go against the force of your body. So your natural instinct as a batter, particularly a young cricketer, will be probably to hit to the leg side. Your dominant hand tends to be your bottom hand, your right hand in the case of Dinesh here. So you'll try to hit it like he did there, towards the leg side more naturally. But the way in which he's opened up, like many of the batters have, the offside to get it inside out, that's the way we describe it in cricket. Over extra cover, and not just for 4 but all the way for 6, has been quite impressive. Very top levels of the game up at international test cricket. It's always a shot in test cricket, tends to be along the ground. In ODIs they'll often go over extra cover. Usually one of the most beautiful shots. It's the windiest we've seen it now, and the wind is piling across this ground, making it difficult for the bowlers and batters in a funny way. The bowlers on their approach, and then once the ball is delivered, there's definitely more movement through the air. Very gusty indeed. I hope these aren't winds of change. What we're going to be in for a nice day's weather, but oh, one of the fielders has lost his hat. And we're going to have a dead ball signal because he's had the hat blow about 20 yards. He was at deep square leg and the hat's ended up at square leg. He's now going to end up fielding there somehow. And the bowler's lost his run up. The stumps have blown over. Oh dear. Very, very windy. The cube looks like it's having a rattle. Here go the stumps. You ready for this? Down they go. And at first the batter wasn't happy that the bowler had pulled out, but just as well he did. Would have been interesting if the ball was delivered at exactly that moment. I'm sure our umpiring team would have got it right and called dead ball, but well, there go the bails at the non-striker's end. There's leaves blowing around. The man at square leg is physically holding on to his hat right now. Like a mini tornado whipping across. Yeah. And that is windy, to say the least. Just when we thought we'd seen it all thus far. Here in the European Cricket Series Switzerland on day 4, they start to mix it up. And the wind is wreaking havoc. I think we're going to have to go without the bails for a little bit. I don't think that's the worst call from the umpires. So we do always have the facility to check upstairs whether it's made contact, but for the moment, no bails. As this one's hit straight to extra cover. Well fielded. The projected score is at the bottom of your screen there. What do you think that the Zurich Nomads can get to as we get to the end of the 4th? They're 45 for 2. If they keep going at the rate they're on, make something in the region of 112, 113. But it's been steady progress, no more than that through this power play. And remember, I believe the average net run rate so far, excuse me, the average run rate full stop across the series here has been in and around 13 at this venue, so it shows how good it is for batting. Outfield has had a nice trim, and here comes one of the cult heroes thus far of the European Cricket Series return to Switzerland, Neeraj Kumar Thangavadivel, who has been doing a bit of everything. Lovely to hear all your comments in the chat. This one's helped around the corner, going to be a boundary. Ahmed is looking very, very good, and in fact maybe the only thing he hasn't done so well is get the strike too often. He looks a quality player, doesn't he? And that one is just helped around the corner. Will be a boundary. Powered to long on, he's there, but it goes to his right and all the way for 6, correctly signalled by one of the blue crew. It's a Maximo. Not out of the middle by any stretch, and just muscled, wasn't it? And gets enough of it to get 6. Drag this time. Will be Pacha Sibratullah, who took that excellent catch early in the piece. This one squirts away. And it's going to be 4. I didn't think he got enough of this. Jawad Dinesh, again, it's that slightly unorthodox style, but look at the way he opens up that front leg to access the offside. He'll get a boundary. Great to hear from you all in the chat. Very good morning to Mohammed Narajul Islam, Ahmed Arif, Robel, Sajid. Goes again through that extra cover region. Now they put a man out there. Let us know where you're watching on from. I'll give you a shout out and hope you're enjoying the action. It's the morning game, the first of 5. We've got 5 every day throughout this. This one, oh yes. Well, he looks $1 million, doesn't he? Hassan Ahmed, he's got all that pedigree, all that class. And this one, I'll be honest, from Thank of a Devil, is right into the slot. Slog swept, not quite a roofer, but pretty close to it. And that will be a Maximo to close out the 5th over. We're halfway through this first innings, and the Nomads getting right on track. 67 they've soared to, despite the blustery conditions. And for Vedigan, remember, the unbeaten Vedigan side, they are going to have to find a way back into this contest. Can Manakavaskar provide that? All right into the block hole. Now, I'm not so sure about that. That's given as a wide. This has gone in between the batter and the leg stump. I don't know how that can be given as a wide. Clearly, I know it's missed the leg stump, but it's gone in between the batter, and Manakavaskar couldn't believe it. Just going to get it checked. It was initially signalled as a wide. Hopefully that might have been rescinded by the pleas from Manakavaskar. I think it has been, so good decision. We get there eventually, as always. And that's a long way outside. Given as a no ball. We're just going to have this checked now. Did this pitch pass the stumps? Oh, I think it did. And again, we've had an amended decision. This one is now changed and given as a wide. So, bit of an all-action umpiring start to the 6th over. Remember, they are early starts, 8:45. Get some coffee for those umpires after the first innings, as that's very, very well bowled. I don't think this is out. I think this is a very good decision. It was full. It was a Yorker length. They're appealing for, I think, caught behind, but I think it's come underneath the bat. We might see it well from this angle. Could be an inside edge. Yeah, very difficult to give that one out. There was a noise. Difficult one to call. Not out the decision. Ahmed survives. A little bit of a helicopter shot coming out from Ahmed. Got a bit of a lucky too for Hassan Ahmed. Not the exact same, but what international left-handed opening batter does he remind you of? Give us your answers in the chat. Plenty, in fact, thousands viewing on right now on YouTube Live. I hope you're enjoying the action wherever you're watching from. Also welcome along if you're watching on Fancode in India. Also some on the Facebook Live feed with the emerging cricket team too. Down the track, and that seems to be a favourite area of Dinesh's. But Manakavaskar has done a really good job here. So come on, have a look here at Hassan Ahmed. What left-handed international is indeed an opener. A bit of a doppelganger effect here, not just in terms of the batting style too. I reckon he looks a little bit like him. He's probably a bit taller than the guy I'm thinking of. Who do you think? Do you have any guesses in the chat? Let me know. Who does Hassan Ahmed remind you of on the international circuit? That goes all the way. Well, that's really good improvisation. It was the attempted Yorker turned into a low full toss, and Manakavaskar can't get out of his second over, his final one. Probably not quite where he intended it, but he gets enough. And it runs all the way for a Maximo to close out the 6th. It's 77 for 2. Nice to hear from our Arijit Roy. He says this is Vedigan's game. They have solid hard hitters in the team. Akhtar, Naresh, Selva, Pernapam. Anything less than 160 would be less for them. Well, 160 would be the record chase of the week. But remember, there is a bit of track record. There is a bit of previous for the Nomads. They posted over 150 and it wasn't enough in the opening fixture of the series I was on a plane, I wasn't here yet. That was a thriller to get things going on the return to Switzerland. Pernapan Yogathiran to come in to ball his leg breaks. He starts, oh dear. It's one down the leg side. The umpire looks like he's going to indicate this is a wide, so 2 free runs to the total. Is there anything on this? Let's get a look. No, good decision. Never easy, is it, for the umpires, I tell you, particularly with the wind, the way it's blowing about. You really have to commend them. It's going to come a really interesting direction here. Right arm leg spin. In fact, it might be right arm finger spin. Through and around. You see this with left armers sometimes. There's good fielding on the rope. We'll keep that to 2. He's been everywhere, hasn't he, Pacha Sibratullah? And definitely clean this stop. Nothing wrong with that at all. Jay, he's going to come right arm through and around the wicket. So that means he comes in between where the umpire is viewing. Something you used to see left armers do a lot. Now he goes to the leg break, and oh, it nearly works. Skews off the outside edge. Ahmed gets a single. So come on, I need your guesses. Who do you reckon Hassan Ahmed reminds you of as an international cricketer? And Robel, you were spot on. The ECN umpires are the best. They do a brilliant job in all sorts of conditions. Last calls for a guess on Hassan Ahmed's doppelganger. Big swing and a miss, a little bit of bounce. Just a reminder, we don't have any bails at the moment, just for now, at the batter's end. And the reason for that, very blustery. Long off in place, takes an excellent catch and roars with delight. Oh, right in front of the Nomads. Well, you talk about a war cry. That is a war cry of serious intensity. Pacha Sibratullah. Well, I want to focus first on how good a catch this is. It is right in front of the Nomads dugout, and look at the roar. It was before he'd almost caught it. Pumped up. There's a reason he's got the war headband on. Look at me, flex those guns. A sensational catch. Brings about the 3rd wicket. Definitely in the contention for the catch of the week thus far. I suspect that is going to be the end of Jawad Danesh. You could never really get anything going. 19 off at 19. The wicket goes to Yogathiran, but it belongs to Sibratullah. The score now, 82 for 3. Wonderful piece of fielding. It would have been 6 if not. It's all happening down in front of the Nomads dugout here. This is helped around the corner. There might be a word or two being exchanged. Friendly words, of course, between the Nomads and Vettigan. And not just one, but 2 of the blue crew are down. Just making sure everything's okay. Last ball was signalled a wide. That's going to be 50. Oh, what a way to get there. And now the Nomads roar back. And they're roaring in the direction of one man and one man only. It's Pacha Sibratullah. Well, what a red-hot action start to the morning. Again, a maximum that would have been 6 on any ground in the world. And that's a way to get the blood flowing for the morning. Hassan Ahmed, he's got there from just 18 deliveries. 2 4s, 6 6s. And 50, and now his teammates are realising it too. I think their initial roar was just to tell Sibratullah, we can roar and cheer our team on too. Nicely bowled, that's very well flighted. Brave bowling from Yogathiran. Single to close out the 7th over. Zurich Nomads 90 for 3. So I love this graphic, and our thanks to thanks again to Ravi for making this up. So this compares the run rates between 2020, the first time here to Switzerland, and now the return in 2023 each day. So you can see every single day we've had so far in 2023, a higher average run rate than 2020. Now, yesterday was the lowest of the 3 days thus far. My baptism of fire, my welcome, my first day in the commentary box was the record day. No ball going to be signalled because the bails are up, so it's a 7-up. 7 runs to the total. Well, we've seen the Stephen Finlaw come into play now on more than one occasion. No ball because the bails have been clipped. And it's Sibratullah who's copying an earful from the Nomads bench. And Ahmed, oh, I don't want to say it, but there's plenty of time for him to turn this 58-run score into many more. Here comes the free hit. Goes a long way into the air. Remember, this will not be out, even if he catches it. The Nomads are cheering like it's a dropped catch. It's not a dropped catch because it wouldn't have been out anyway. He might have been better actually going back and allowing it to bounce, trying to stop the second or affecting the run out. But the 100's up in the 8th over. And the Nomads are looking very good indeed. Sibratullah off this short run up. Just bowling some little medium pacers, helped away into the leg side. Going to be 4 more. The runs are coming ever so fluently, particularly for this man, Hassan Ahmed. And I'll put you out of your misery. I'll give you the lucky likey, the doppelganger that I was thinking of. I reckon he reminds me a little bit of Tamim Iqbal, the Bangladeshi opener. Just a few flourishes in the follow-throughs of the strokes that the left-hander's playing. And this, well, it's all too easy right now. 3 legal deliveries, 19 runs have come off it. We've had the 7 followed by the 2. Then it was 4, now it's 6. All definite shades of Tamim Iqbal there. Controlled, measured, hitting. And this game, well, it's threatening to boil over. The Nomads bench is being sent into delirium by their left-handed opener, Hassan Ahmed. 150 plus all of a sudden, very much on the cards, particularly if Ahmed's still there. And whisper it, only whisper it. 30 more to get to our first century of this European Cricket Series, Switzerland. And the way he's going, he could get there in style. Well, that's brutal. Brutal aggression. And isn't there an irony? It was Sibratullah who celebrated so vociferously right in front of the Nomads dugout, who's bowled 4 legal deliveries. And it's gone for 25. And again, the Blue Crew are just having to keep a lid on things down by the Nomads bench. What an action-packed start to the day, day 4. Let's help round the corner. I think if he left that alone, it would have been a wide, but instead he'll get 4 more. The runs coming. At a canter, 29 off the over already. And I just wonder, will Hassan Ahmed maybe be tempted to take the single? He has soared to 80. That's correct, 80 off 25 deliveries. Strike rate 329 Maximos in there. You can add another one. Oh, new balls, please. It's another banker. It's a banker on the full. In fact, it's a rotor. Oh, how's that got up there? Ali Abbas is chasing after it. What a strike. Sensational. 35 runs from the over. And the Nomads, well, extraordinary hitting of the highest quality. They're 126 for 3. Well, well, well. And right now, all the action's actually out at long on. Sibratullah's had to go back to long on, or long off as it is now, his fielding position for the right-hander. Nazir hasn't even faced a ball yet. You've one job here, Azim Nazir. Get a single. Get the big man on strike. Well, he's not going to do that. He's going to hit a Maximo. That'll do as well. Remember, keep an eye on the clock too. It's all happening. Carnage. Chaos. It's the European Cricket Network. 6 is raining around the ground. There's the centuries. Look at how many of them we've had. This is just in 2023. Back live with you now. Gone. 6 and out for Azim Nazir. I just wonder, is it the better call looking to get the single? I know he's trying to hit a maximum, but the way in which Hassan Ahmed is striking the ball, you just suspect they'd be better off with him on strike. Can they get him on strike is the quest. Qasim Chowdhury, the new man to the crease. He's in down at number 6. And he will surely get the single that Zurich Nomads won. Here we go, 14 away. Well, we've had a little bit of everything thus far in just 3 days and a morning of action at the European Cricket Series return to Switzerland. Are we going to see the first 3-figure knock? Hassan Ahmed is 14 shy. Plenty of time to get there. 9 deliveries left. Well, that's only going one place. That's going out of the ground. I don't even know where that's gone. New balls, please, is the call. It was a gigantic Maximo. Oh, he hits the ball a long, long way. Look at that flourish. Hassi is the name on the back. That's not his full name. It's Hassan Ahmed. He's 8 short. 27 deliveries is all he's faced. Gets enough of it. 6 more. And surely now Ahmed, well, 2 away from what will be the first century of the series. "17 centuries we've had so far this year. Surely Hassan Ahmed nailed on to be number 16. Somewhere number 18. I'm getting carried away now. Quite remarkable ball striking. 28 deliveries faced. Here we go. Bowls him. Oh no! 98 and out. Oh, he wanted to get there with another Maximo. And even young Ed Theron doesn't know what to do. Oh, we were so close to century number 18. It was a beautifully flighted leg break, and it's actually beaten him on the inside edge. Just lost his shape, and even though the bails aren't on, we don't need them on to know that that's cannoned into middle stump. But very well batted. I'm going to stand and applaud as well here. Quite sensational. 29 deliveries, 98 runs, 12 sixes, 4 fours, a strike rate. Count it up, 337.93. Oh, 2 and 2. As the full straight delivery from around the wicket gives Vettingen some respite. Just trying to work out who's out. I think it's Qasim Chowdhury, isn't it? Sorry, all been happening. Was the end of the 9th over, the first ball of the 10th. We were on century watch and nothing else, but Chowdhury is cleaned up for 1. And in comes the new man. It's going to be Amjad Ahmed with another one of those magical numbers that are added to by the masking tape. In down at number 8. There's our graphics. Back they come. I think they went on strike for a ball because they wanted to see the century too. And 2 right. Poor old Hassan Ahmed. Hasn't he treated us to a spectacle this morning? 98 off 29. This, I think, will be a no ball. It's given by the square leg umpire. I think rightly so. For me, this was over waist high. His first delivery. Yeah. Spot on the money. Good call. So free hit incoming. Plenty of them in and amongst the carnage. We did get those overs bowled in time. I think they had about maybe 25-30 seconds to spare. So if you were just wanting a calm, collected, cool start to the day, That's not how it works here on the European Cricket Network. Action from ball one, and another piece of action. An interesting umpiring decision. He adjusts the cap and then extends the finger. He has a big chunky edge. I just liked the umpiring decision here. Just as a feel of the hat. Oh, yeah, yeah. Oh, out. Thank you very much. It was, of course, a free hit, so can't be given out. The umpire just checking his hat. Dot ball. I think I'm in need of a morning coffee as well. Yeah, just confirming that was a free hit. So indeed it would have technically have been out, but instead it was a dot ball. And the umpire rightly just checking his hat, nothing else. He bowled really well here, Chikari. He's been by far the pick of the attack. Let's hope that those bails can be put back on for the second innings. I think that wind has relented enough. We'll leave that up to the umpires, but I'm sure the blue crew will have a word and see if we can get those bails back on. Always adds to the spectacle, doesn't it, of a bowl to see the bails go crashing off. As this one's right in line with the stumps, they'll run a quick single. And as we get to the final delivery of the first innings, well, I've got to give credit to a few of you in the chat. You predicted it, you called it in. You said 150 was on the cards. A couple of people were saying 160 at one point. They won't get there, barring something miraculous. That's good pace, good aggression, and that is, particularly in the context of this innings, a quite sensational spell of bowling. I know that Hassan Ahmed is going to get the headlines, but great credit to Mabadullah Chikari. 2 for 14 in an innings where almost every other bowler has gone at an economy rate of 15 plus. And the Nomads, they are going to have to settle for what they have. 149. It will be around 150 that Vetigan will need to keep their unbeaten record thus far. Great thing about the European Cricket Series, this is just the first of 10 innings that we're going to get to enjoy. That was the start of things. Gushlavan, he cleaned up Fahim Nazir, and then spectacular catch. Zabiullah held by Sibratullah in the deep. Really, all you're going to see here are highlights now of Hassan Ahmed. 12 sixes he hits all around the ground. He started with the roofer. That cyclist nearly got himself into trouble too. And even his mishits were going the distance. Definite shades of Tamim Iqbal for me. One of Bangladeshi's finest exports. And look at that moment. Look at the passion on show. The problem for Sibratullah, despite that excellent catch, as he roared with delight, was it seemed to fire up Hassan Ahmed and the Nomads bench. And then we just saw some ludicrous hitting. Ball striking of the very highest quality. Damage done up in the grandstand. Azim Nazir, he came and went quickly. 6 and out, just 2 balls for him. That was the moment on 98. I wonder if he could have it again. Would he just nudge a couple of singles and take the 100? And even the keeper had to applaud what has been the innings of the tournament so far. 98 off 29 deliveries, but credit to, particularly to Mabadullah Chikari for the way he dragged things back. It's the highest individual score of the week, and not too bad a team total either. 98 off 29. I'm going to read the strike rate to you one more time. 337.93. You strike at anything over 200, you're going well. Over 300, well, you're a rock star. And that's what Hassan Ahmed is. The best individual score made here at the European Cricket Series in Switzerland. It's driven the Zurich Nomads to a total of 149 for 6. What about the bowlers? Well, a very clear standout despite the 3 wickets for Paranapam Yogathiran, who was expensive going for 33 from his 2 overs. For me, Mabadullah Chikari with his left arm around the wicket. Very good use of the angles. Very good at hitting the block hole as well. He finishes the 2 for 14. The pick of the bowlers. Pacha Sibratullah, look away now. 1 over. Oh, none for 35. So that's going to round it up for the first innings and our coverage of what has been maybe the most entertaining innings thus far. We so nearly, ever so nearly, at Centurion number 18 of the year. Instead, Hassan Ahmed will have to be content with an ever so graceful 98. We'll be back with you with all the action in less than 10 minutes time. We will start in 11 minutes from now. It's going to be 150 for Vetigan to keep up their unbeaten record. We'll see you then. So a warm welcome back after the innings break. You might have just seen in the background there Vinny Sandhu sprinting off. I think he might have been getting ready for the next game. We don't have those bails on just yet. The umpires are saying it is too windy for the moment, as we are nearly all set for the chase. 150 flat it's going to be to win. That is the requirement for Vettigan to stay unbeaten. And if they're going to get there, you would have to suspect Mohammad Akhtar is going to have to do a lot of the heavy lifting. And he is opening the batting alongside the iconic Naresh Kumar. Thankavadivil, really good entertainer, good ball striker as well. And an interesting field, this one, maybe one that you'll see a bit more frequently in T10 cricket than others. The 10 over game. Here comes Nazir to open the bowling. Oh, starts with a big full toss. I think we're going to have a no ball to start with here. And Akhtar wants to get back on strike. It's slipped out. Accidental from Nazir, but clearly you'll see here from square on. Oh yes, a big no ball. He's actually done pretty well to play that away, as it is going to be the free hit signalled. And it's going to be 6. The slower ball picked. Oh, it smashes in right to the angle of the grandstand, and almost evasive action needed. It was a lovely floated slower ball, and look at that, what a ball follow from the camera team. The first delivery, well, in essence, it goes for 9. No ball 2, followed by the Maximo. Oh, nice shape away, given us a wide. Nazir none too pleased with that. But yeah, I was just trying to tell you about the field before this all action starts. We have got what I would describe as a very wide slip, a short third, a point fielder, a cover point, an extra cover, and a long off. It means there's only 3 on the leg side, so there's plenty of space for Akhtar to work with. On the leg side, he will get a single. Remember, they need about 15 runs per over in this 10 over contest. They needed exactly 15 runs, didn't they? So every over they get more than that, it will make their equation a bit easier. If they have a really bad over, it makes that equation ever harder. 139 to win off 58. That required run rate will continue. As Thankavadivil, oh, cult icon roof status from the big man. What a way to start a Maximo. There was a gigantic bang in the distance. We don't know, is it maybe an artillery site or something that we have near us here in St. Gallen? And then moments later, Thankavadivil made another crash bang wallop. That's one of the biggest impacts we've had on the roof. Ball number, what, 35 up there maybe on day 4. He tries to repeat the dose, but loses his bottom hand off the bat, as Fahim Nazir looks none too pleased with his start. Understandably, he's gone for 17. Initially from just 3 legal deliveries. This time he gets a dot. Oh yes, Thankavadivil with the banker. We've had a roofer, and now a banker on the full. Amazing, on day 1 and 2, I don't think we had any bankers. And then on day 3, they just started to spark into action. They're the ones that travel all the way up onto that lovely grass bank that would be behind the one of the 2 goals that are usually in place here at this St. Gallen FC reserve team ground. An almighty strike off the back foot this time. Oh, he is good to watch, but has he held out this time? Yes, he has. What a first over. 23 runs and a wicket come from it. It's an action-packed start to the chase, but Thankavadivil after 2 Maximos, has given it away. Not out of the middle this time. Probably towards the bottom right corner of that bat. And as a consequence, he has to go. Gets a punch of the gloves on the way off. We've 79 matches since the Golden Ball. That streak, I'm sure it's going to be broken here in Switzerland, but the question is, in which game? I suspect it's going to be this week. Maybe not today, maybe tomorrow. I'm going tomorrow. Tomorrow's the day. We haven't had that many close finishes yet, actually. But it's such entertaining action. As Amjad Rahmani is the one who took the catch. Here comes Thivagaran Savaganyayam to the crease. Acquired run rate about 14 after that flying start. 23 run opening over. Slip definitely more properly into place, as it's going to be Ikram Allah to open up, and Akhtar, because he was so deep in the crease and on the back foot, he sends back a non-striker. Doesn't want that single. Big shot into the offside. Could this be a chance? Long off comes in and takes the catch. Oh, jubilant scenes of celebration. And it's the big man who may have just got the cartwheel out as well. Hassan Ahmed, 98 runs. He doesn't look to be in complete control of his body there. Looks like he's got a hurt finger. Cartwheels of celebration in the background. He didn't actually quite catch it. But Mohamed Akhtar, who was, after day 2, the tournament's leading run scorer, he's been dismissed for just 9 in this game. Now swings heavily towards the Zurich Nomads. Remember, Vettingen are unbeaten. Ikram Allah is the man who makes the breakthrough. And it's going to be the captain, Pernapam Yogan Thiran, with those little leg spinning all-rounder role that he plays into the attack. Pretty simple formula, isn't it, from Ikram Allah? Just some medium pace off a couple of steps. But that catch was ever so well judged by the man who is, well, looming large as the banker for the player of the match. Big swing and a miss, an appeal from the keeper. Jawad Dinesh is very animated. Great haircut too, Jawad Dinesh. Look at that. Loves every second jumping into the air with the take. As this one goes down the ground, going to be a Maximo into the grandstand. Balls going everywhere. Well, it really has been an all-action start, hasn't it? We've seen 2 wickets. We've seen Maximos aplenty. As that one goes straight as a die, I think Vinny Sandu himself has to go and help out and get that ball back. It will be checked too because of the impact. It's finally been found. Just making sure it's not damaged. As this is going to be 6 more. Well, 2-fold from Ikram Allah. He may have got the wicket, but with that friendly medium pace, if you get it a little bit wrong, you're going to go the distance. And Jogan Thiran says that his Vettingen side are just going to keep going. They're going to keep swinging. End of the second over, 35 for 2. There are the standings. Vettingen unbeaten. They do have a non-result. Just that one game we had washed out after very heavy rain on Tuesday. But as we get into Thursday, day number 4 of the series here, for the European Cricket Series Switzerland 2023. There's a lot on the line for both sides. The Nomads, we obviously know they're a lot better than they have shown. But none from two. You do want to get winning. You don't want to go none and three. But for Vettigan, they could make it 3-0. As this one's carved away. Oh, that's powerfully struck. And even though the fielder got both hands to it, it's burst through those hands. And Nasratullah Mumazai. Look at the contact here. Such power. It comes right out of the screws. We're seeing some of the additional teams that are going to come into action. I think that could be Winterthur coming down the bank. Amjad Ahmed's first ball, short wide. Second one much tighter in line, that's better. Remember, you can visit the European Cricket website, europeancricket.com, to get all of those previews, stats, and more. I love the way the statistics update immediately so we can tell you who's doing what and where they are in the mix. Highest individual score we saw this morning. And this is going to be 4 more. Edged away, not where he intended, but the power play is still in action, meaning just 2 fielders can be outside the 30-yard circle. Long on and deep mid-wicket in place at the moment. And right now, everything seems to be occurring from every ball. Wickets, runs, the bails are back on the stumps too, which is great to see. That wind has just settled down. It was very blustery in the first innings. Maybe Vettigan are saying we're still in this contest despite losing our 2 openers. Goes through the leg side, not out of the middle, but will get 4. Just 1 bounce. And you can see the problem for the Nomads here. There's no issues with their batting, but their bowling has struggled. Match 1, they posted 152 for 4. From their 10 overs, and Oulton chased it down, listen to this, in 7.4 overs with 14 balls to spare. And the way in which Vettigan have started, they might be looking at hunting down 150 plus again. It's a slightly better length, the harder length to hit away. But the record's starting to tumble here. We saw St. Gallen yesterday post 184, the highest team score of the week. We've then had the highest individual score, that 98. What a knock it was from Hassan Ahmed. He looks a real quality player. Get through for the quick single this time. And despite the direct hit, safely home. So the power play has ended. 3 overs have been bowled. It's 48 for 2. Here's a comparison on the Manhattan chart. Rocketing start followed up by double-digit overs in both. So Vettigan well ahead of where the Zurich Nomads were at the end of the power play. They were 35 for 2. Vettigan 48 for 2. But the key differential, look at those gigantic overs powered by Hassan Ahmed's 98 towards the end of that first innings. Vettigan, they might still be marginally behind. In my book, it could be a 60-40 game from here, I reckon. The Nomads favoured, but Vettigan very much staying alive in the chase. And it's going to be Thanathiran Thanabalasingham to have a bowl with some what look like little left arm tweakers to me. And he again, we're going to see another one through and around. Always love watching left arm spinners operate. It's gone out of the game a little bit, that left arm through and around. Very, very popular in the 70s and 80s, but the majority of left arm spinners now like to just come around the wicket. To the right-handers I'm talking about here, but it's through and around. So he's going in that gap in between the umpire and the stumps. And then he's just slinging in these little darts. All angle, no turn. Oh, that's missed everything, I think. It's gone in between the legs of the batters. Will be given as buys correctly. With the arm going up. Yeah, always difficult for an umpire, so when he's having to tell the bowler to wait, he needs to extend his right arm here. Well, that's the wrong line, isn't it? And the keeper says the same. Now, can Yogathiran get back on strike? He can. He wants to, because he wants the free. Excuse me, it won't be a free hit. It will be a wide. 3 to the total. He does want to get back on strike. Good start from Yogathiran as well, the captain, 12 off 4. So 3 free runs to the total. The 50s come up in this 4th over. Vetigan well ahead of where the Nomads were, but remember that Nomad surging finish. And that's going to miss leg stump. Ends up lodging in that back pad. Look at this. So it hits the thigh pad and it gets stuck. Keeper goes in to have a feel for it too. And the batter ends up taking it out himself. Hit into the deep, but protection out there. Great to be with you today on game day 4 here at the European Cricket Series in Switzerland. Welcome along if you're watching on the YouTube channel, on the European Cricket Network. You're very welcome along. Do let us know where you're watching from in the comments. Andrew Leonard here with you. Another one that's gone between the bat and the pad of the batter, and the keeper can't get anything on it. So this will again be signalled, I suspect, as buys. Indeed it is. That was a bit more bravely flighted. Yeah, the keeper, well, for me, Jawad Dinesh has to do more. He has to understand that the ball isn't turning much. And that does go into the hitting arc, but not out of the park. As Yogathiran can't find any timing. It's been a topsy-turvy over. But lovely to hear from all of you. Very good morning and namaste to Sushil Bandari, who's watching on from Nepal. He says, the Taklu Dai, good morning. And very good morning to you, Sushil. Good morning too to Vaishek and Mohadin Ahmed Rokan, who's watching on from Bangladesh. Azhar Mia, Mohammed Faisal, he's looking forward to the India-West Indies game tonight. Pranav Patel asking me who will win. I don't know. I think it's right in the balance right now, although that over maybe is swung it again towards the Nomads. There's more bangs ring out in the background here. Nice to hear from Mohammed Akram. Look for Ramanan, Mohammed Rahim. And do get in touch. Remember, if you are sending a message, we always like to hear where you're watching from as well. What part of the world are you in? Not just the country, what city are you in? As the return of Ikram Allah back into the attack with these little medium pacers. Just gone a little quiet now, Vetigan. They're still in the contest. They need 94 more runs to win from about 6 overs. This one goes to the offside. Be a single. The boundaries and certainly the maximos for the moment have disappeared. And the problem is when you need 15 and over, even 2 bad overs get you in trouble. Even 1 really bad over can be disastrous. There's the maximo they need. Gets it just really only probably 8 inches over the head of Long On. By no means out of the screws in terms of the very middle of the bat, but he does get enough of it, and a good athletic effort by Fahim Nazir down at Long On, but it wasn't enough. And that's a bit more like it for Vetigan, back in the hunt. Not going to be a boundary this time, as it's very well fielded right on the rope. Zurich Nomads, they know they have to get winning. Lovely to hear from everyone telling us where they're watching from. Keep those comments coming in. That one goes into the leg side. End of the over, I'm going to give you all a shout out. 4 more to the total. Selengi Ayam gets a boundary. He hasn't been quite at his best, has he? But Vettigan, they're just hanging around, just staying in the chase. As the wind is again gusting across this ground. Blue crew are going to have all sorts of work this afternoon, I suspect. Gets us to the halfway stage of the chase. Oh, it's nip and tuck, isn't it? They're not quite to the halfway number of runs, but they've got 8 wickets in hand. And at the end of 5, it's 69 for 2. So that is what we have got to look forward to, the upcoming events. In fact, that one there on Friday the 4th of August starts tomorrow. T20 international cricket for the women. In Romania, Rico is going to be over there before coming to join us here in Switzerland. And then the European Cricket Series continues as we move on to Germany. We go north of Switzerland. And then more T20I action. That's the Netherlands-Ireland in women's T20 internationals. I'm going to watch all of those on the network. Wish I could do them, but I'll be starting that Ireland-India series the day after. Wonder if Vinny Sandu would swap with me. I'll have to ask him that later. Okay, come on, tell us where you're watching from. Messages coming in from all over the world, and thanks for responding. Thanks for keeping me company. Definitely puts a smile on my face when I hear where you're watching from. Not just the country, remember, tell me the city too. We're going to read some of those at the end of this over, I promise you. This goes into the sky. Has he got enough? Oh dear. Well, it was the sun, then it was the potential collision, and somehow it's ended up just dribbling across the rope. It was a definite catching opportunity, but the two men out there got themselves in a muddle. Look, he's trying to block the sun, then he's trying to avoid his colleague, Amjad Rahmani, and the end result is 4 to the total. That was a real drag down, not a good delivery. Won't be a boundary, will be 2 more to the total. Thana Balasingham has just struggled to get his length and his line correct. Yeah, you are so welcome along to the coverage today. Andrew Leonard here guiding you through every ball of this game 1. And then we're going to get Vinny Sandu back with us for game 2, I think. So looking forward to hearing from the great man. I'm getting dozens of messages where you're watching from. Love to hear from you. Again, the line's just wrong. Thana Balasingham has to correct this. He's got to correct it quick. He's got 3 more balls to work with. Just that angle, isn't it? Because he's coming sort of in and out, through and around. That's a better line. The keeper, though, definitely not having his best day, is he, Jawad Dinesh? So should have been a dot ball, but instead it's a bye. Given as a bye, the 2 umpires working in tandem. Square leg, just reminding. Well, now he's got the wrong arm out. Got to have the right arm out. This is a chance and gone. Well, Thana Balasingham got his line right and gets the reward. I don't really think it was Thavagaran Selvangyayam's day. He never got anything going. And that's going to heap pressure onto the lower middle order of Vettigan. The required run rate and the pressure, the scoreboard pressure, it's starting to tell. Simple catch held, a backward point will bring about the 3rd wicket. So Thavagaran's gone for 20. And the score, it's 78 for 3. New man to the crease. Gone. 2 and 2. Again, it's the man who's got that damaged finger who made 98, Hassan Ahmed, who is holding the catches down at long off. I've got a big dandavad to say to someone as well. That's thank you in Nepali. Huge dandavad. Ali Abbas has just brought me a nice warm cup of ginger tea. Oh, that's one of my favourites. Here's the wicket. Straight down the ground, simply held. Well, he's a class act, isn't he, Hassan Ahmed? Doesn't look overly pleased with that finger state, and it's going to be a very first ball dismissal for Qayyum Sharifzai. Never even gave him a shout out. Hadn't even got to the crease yet in my mind, and Niranjan Manakavaskar is going to be the new man to the crease. Okay, time for all these shout outs. At the end of the 6th, the score 78 for 4. Good morning, everyone. Guten Morgen from here in Switzerland, what a beautiful country we're in, but where are you watching from? Nidish Ray, good morning, sir. He says, I am from Nepal. A very big good morning to you. Namaste. Bisharu watching on from the Netherlands. Muthu Kumaran watching on from Malta. Another one from Kathmandu. Bisharu, nice to hear from you. Watching on from Arnhem in the Netherlands. Here comes Ramani. It could be a chance. Instead, it's going to be a Maximo. Jürgen Thiran is keeping his side. The captain of Vettigen, he's keeping them very much in the hunt here. This is a good strike, wasn't it? And very flat. And more than enough to get 6 more to the total. Jyoti Kunwar also watching on from Nepal. Good morning to you. Tiksa. Ramrosa. Ikdam Tiksa, let's hope. I think that means very good, doesn't it? This one cannons into the stomach and gets a roar from the fielders. Vaishak says he's eagerly waiting for the weekend so he can come back to the ground and play some cricket. That sounds like me, mate. Always looking forward to my next game. Robel watching on from Israel. Elsboy watching on from the sofa in Doncaster. Good place to be. Rob Thompson watching on from Tim Saudi country. He obviously enjoyed the comparison earlier. On tour watching from Bangladesh. Robel and Nitesh as well. Raheem. Kai Bay watching on from Sydney in Australia. This one's helped round the corner. No fine leg in place. The outfield not the quickest, but quick enough. It kisses the rope. And it's another boundary. Jürgen Thiran, well, he's almost having to do it single-handedly. And another one who liked the Lucky Like He's competition, Saim Halal, is saying he's from Chittagong, watching from near Tammy Iqbal's home in Bangladesh. Robel watching from Russia. Roban also. As this goes a long way into the air. Is it going to be a chance? No, it's not. It's going to be a Maximo. Well, Jürgen Thiran is very much keeping Vettigen alive in this chase. The equation now changes. 50 off 19. This is a good strike. It was dug into the wicket. He's a powerful batter, isn't he? Powerfully built. That's going to be given as a no ball. It's off the pitch. The free hit incoming, the last thing that Zurich Nomads need. Remember, they've already failed to defend a total of over 150. Well, marginal again, but given as the no ball rather than the wide. Definitely would have been a wide, well outside those guidelines. Here comes the free hit. Inside edge. Is it going to have the pace to get to the rope? Oh, how's that held up inches inside two? In fact, it's only going to be a single that they've run. And Jürgen Thiran moves to 45 off 19. Manakavaskar from his very first delivery, he has one job. He has got to get 2, 4 or 6. They want Jürgen Thiran to have the strike. With just one ball left in the over. So that's all the shout outs. Lovely to hear from you all. Thanks for keeping me company. As it won't be a 2, a 4 or a 6, but it will be a dot. So Jürgen Thiran will keep the strike. And at the end of the 7th over, I think this game, thanks to Vettigen's captain, still hangs in the balance. Which way is it going to go? Hard to say. The score 96 for 4 after 7. That's what we've got to come up. Vettigen taking on Winterthur. Winterthur yet to get a win, but now I've come to support them here in person. My team, oh yes. How can Winterthur do? Are they going to be able to get their first win? Let's hope they can. Vettigen, they could be 3-0 with just that wash. They could be unbeaten if they can take a win, but they'll also have to back it up, playing back-to-back matches. Remember, get those teams picked early on the fantasy gaming. Here comes Nazir. And this is going to be a boundary. It's Jürgen Thiran versus the Nomads right now. He moves to 49. Really good effort from the captain. He's done it almost single-handedly. Nazir has proved very costly, very expensive thus far. Gets the slower ball in and gets away with it. Jürgen Thiran none too happy with himself. He felt he could have hit that away. Impressive player, Jürgen Thiran. All those little leg spinners. And captains nicely too. Only 10 runs in his first 2 innings before today, but what a way to go to 50. Oh, a big, big hit. And this game is very much still alive. Pernapam Yoganthiran is ensuring that's the case. The 100 has been soared by, the 50 coming off 22 deliveries, 3 4s and 4 maximos, including this one. Oh, yes. And poor old Nazir is going the distance right now. Is this an edge? Yes, it is. He's going to walk off. Doesn't even wait for the finger. And the cartwheel comes out from Jawad Danesh. And love that celebration. Nothing much from Nazir, but hugs. Oh, joyful moments. The cartwheel of joyous delight, and then a hug of respect for his opposite number. You have to love European cricket, don't you? Definite edge, a good catch held. And here we go. This is the magic moment of the day so far for me. Take the catch, and then as soon as you take it, you know what you've got to do. Get the acrobatics out. There's the cartwheel. Oh, 8.5, sir, out of 10. Not bad at all. But the big moment is the big wicket as Yoganthiran gets to 50 and gets out from the next delivery. 6 sixes, in fact, it was in that innings of 55 from 23 deliveries. Vedigan with 2 new men at the crease. Oh, it's a tall task from here, but look who it is. It's Pacha Sibratullah. And if he gets this done, if he makes these 44 off 14, well, you won't be able to catch him. I think he's going to sprint straight over to that Nomads dugout and celebrate in their face again. Remember that catch he took? Oh, big swing and a miss. Feet don't go anywhere. Nazir just with 1 ball left, looking to get out of his spell. And right now, they are looking like they are going to defend this total and pick up their first win, and also consign Vetigan to their first defeat of the competition. Really good contest to get the day going. You just suspect with Yoganthiran gone now, it may be a bridge too far. It's up past the danger zone, that required run rate. The point of no return is what Vinny Sandhu calls it, and this graphic will illustrate it further. So 8 overs have been bowled. The target is 150. It means there are 43 to win from the last 12 deliveries. That means that this over, well, at minimum has to go for 20 plus, you'd have to think. Sibratullah, can he find some maximos? No, not yet really. Not holding his shape well enough. Might consider an overthrow. They won't take it on. So it's a very tall task from here. Even boundary 4s aren't of much use right now. Short, wide, swing and a miss. And that's inside the guideline. This game, well, it's moving inexorably in the direction of the Nomads. They are looking bankers now, surely, to close out this victory. 42 off 10. It's going to need something very special. The problem is the 2 batters, 0 and 2, out there in the middle. And another big swing and a miss. And the Nomads know they're on the cusp. Really, just 3 more good deliveries will do it. This goes a long way up. I don't think he's got enough of this, so it should be a chance in the outfield. Oh, it's put down. Suspect it's not going to matter. But Azim Nazir, the captain of all people, has dropped the catch. He looks like he's got a few problems with his fingers as well. Might have been better leaving it to the lock-on fielder who's already held 2. Hassan Ahmed, who was coming around. 40 off 8 now needed. A slight hold up in play, as I think Hassan Ahmed is asking if they can get a sub-fielder on, because Azim Nazir, the captain, has certainly hurt his finger in dropping that catch. So on comes Dargai Nurullah to get a little bit of the action he's going to enjoy. Just the 8 deliveries out there. Nice for him to get some action. On comes the sub-fielder. He'll stay in place at long off. Well, that's a bit more like it. I think this is going to be good enough to go the distance. It's hitting... Well, the breeze is kind of gusting around. I don't know whether that's hitting against the wind, actually. Probably makes it all the more impressive, but they need more of those. One won't do. In fact, they're going to need 5 more of them. 7 balls left, 34 to win. A Maximo here would just keep it in the mix. Would make it 28 to win off the final over. Instead, it's a dot ball. They won't be able to run, despite the keeper having to go at the stumping. Really good length. Look at that, the perfect length. That's the block hole. That is nailed as we get to the end of the 9th over. 6 deliveries remain. Vettigan, 116 for 5. So there's the bowling figures. Going to be Rahmani to bowl it. He's the only one with overs left of the 5 bowlers used. So here we go, the final over. And really now, anything, as long as the bowler can keep his foot behind the front line and not bowl any extras, is going to be enough for the Zurich Nomads to pick up their first win. Oh, it did threaten at stages in this chase to be a classic, but ultimately, I think Hassan Ahmed's innings of 98 is going to be more than enough to see the Nomads over the line for their first victory. Got a fielder in a funny position down there, don't we? Almost a long stop. Down behind the keeper, gone more towards a very fine deep third. And that's going to be that, really. Another leg bye given. Too little too late here. And for Vettigan, 32 more runs required. Just 4 deliveries to do it. Mathematically impossible unless we see some extreme extras. So the Nomads, well, we felt coming into the competition they'd be a side to watch. There's half an appeal for a stumping. I think he's safely home. We won't go up to the 3rd umpire. Well, they say who laughs last laughs the loudest. And even though Sibratullah took that catch and roared with delight right in front of the Nomads bench, I just wondered, did that fire them up a touch? Certainly the real fireworks seemed to come from Hassan Ahmed after that moment. And now with the bat, he's not been able to get anything going, really. In fact, he's going to likely finish with 3 off 6 deliveries. Leg bye given. And a slightly tame end. And there's a big swing and a miss from Manakavaskar. Credit to Vettigan. They've been brilliant on their opening day of action. 2 wins and that washout. But they are going to go down to their first defeat here. It'll be a comfortable enough victory too for the Zurich Nomads. You think of anything more than a 20-run victory, even in T20 cricket, has been pretty comprehensive. This is going to be a 29-run victory. With a single to close things out, Manakavaskar and Sibratullah just couldn't get anything going after that sparkling innings from Yogan Thiran. What that means is that the Nomads will be elated to pick up their first victory. Smiles all around. That's what we've got to come at 10:45 Central European time in about 20 minutes from now. The action never stops here. Winterthur looking for their first win just moments after the Zurich Nomads will have picked up their first one. I quite fancy them. But let's take a look at the highlights. The best of the action from the second innings. It was a chase that had an action-packed start. 23 runs and a wicket from the first over. Look at these few big hits from Thangadival. Can't give it a even before he was dismissed in the deep. Well caught, and then some big hits started to come out really from the captain. 9 Maximos in total, 6 of them came from the bat of Pernapam Jogan Thieren, who's a good ball striker, isn't he? But that was the key moment. He was caught at backward point by Mumazai, and after that really nothing else to offer from Vettigan, despite that one boundary into the leg side and a few more blows here and there. It really was all over once Jogan Thieren was caught behind. That was his dismissal. Very good catch and a cartwheel of joy, of delight from the keeper Jawad Dinesh to see the Nomads home by 29 runs. I think they're pretty good value for that victory as well. We have to give them credit. They are going to be a side to watch. I think they're vaulting themselves into playoff contention. Just the 3 batters to get to double figures. Thanga Vadivil, Selvan Yagayam and Jogan Thieren, the standout with the best strike rate of the lot, 55 off 23, claiming a strike rate of 239. Yeah, but that total of 120 for 5 just never felt like threatening the 150 they needed. Credit to Thana Thuran, Thana Balasingham, who bowled really nicely once he found that radar, particularly the second over. He closed out with 2 for 13. 2 wickets, 2 for Fahim Nazir, who was very expensive in his first over, but went for 23. Ikram Ullah, the other wicket taker, and 12 extras in total. So that's going to wrap it up for our coverage from game number 1. Hassan Ahmad, the star of the show, no doubt the player of the match. 98 off 29, the highest individual innings, as he almost single-handedly drives the Nomads to their first victory. For me, Andrew Leonard, don't go anywhere too far. Thanks so much for joining me, keeping me company. We'll have game number 2 of the day coming up in about 20 minutes' time at 10:45 a.m. local time. Match number 17 of the series. We're approaching a third of the way through the group stages. An action-packed, terrific Thursday in store here at the European Cricket Series Switzerland. Do stay with us. We'll see you in about 15 minutes' time.
Here we are with St. Gallen Cricket Club at Mount Sentis, the highest mountain in East Switzerland with a height of 2,500 meters, looking over 4 different countries. What an unusual place to play cricket.
Hello and welcome back. Great to have your company. Game 2 coming up, and it's match number 17. This one will see Winterthur. They're back. They're taking on Vettingen. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. Tyrone Peters has the coin, and he's got the 2 teams.
Winterthur to call.
Heads.
Heads is the call.
We will have a bet.
So Winterthur, they win the toss and they've elected to bat first. I like that move from them. We know they struggled a little bit with the bat on day 1. I think they were probably a little bit over-aggressive. Sometimes they cross the line between aggression and insanity, but that's the way they play. Certainly with the ball, they looked like they could mix it with any of the other teams, but the big question for me, will they get enough runs on the board? We know that Vettingen, they have had some success and they have been able to consistently put up big scores. So 2 teams with different paths so far. We know also in that last game, Vettingen, they struggled to contain the Nomads lineup. Let's go up to the commentary box now. Andrew Leonard is standing by with the news from the toss in match 17. That Winterthur, they've won the toss. They're going to have a hit.
All right, thanks to Vinny Sandu, as always, Mr. Maximo. We're all set now for game number 2's game 17. We are ticking them off, aren't we? We really are. And we have 1 late change. Narajan Manakavaskar, who just struggled towards the end. He is out of the starting 11, and in comes Deepak Jar. We will get that corrected. So every other player is right, apart from that one. There is the bat v ball wall. Vettingen expected to win this, but I've got a sneaking suspicion. My dark horses, my fancy of the tournament. I've become a Winterthur fan, having taken the train through there and just seen how beautiful it was. So many gorgeous things in and around that little sort of, I think it's harsh to call it a suburb of Zurich, but certainly many people would commute from Zurich to Winterthur and vice versa, about 10 minutes out of the city. Amazing infrastructure here in Switzerland. You end up with the scenario of being able to land at an airport, come in, just simply walk straight through, get straight onto a train, having gone down an escalator, and within 50 minutes a direct train to St. Gallen, this beautiful part of Switzerland. Remember, we saw Winterthur win the toss, deciding to bat first. It means that Vettingen will bowl first. As we are all set now for game number 17. It's game number 2 of the day. Welcome along to the European Cricket Network. For today's coverage, Andrew Leonard here with you. I'll be joined in a little bit by Vinny Sandu. Missed his dulcet tones in game 1. We also had the founder come and visit us, Daniel Weston, as that one is getting us off to a rocketing start. Maximo to get things going. And it's all coming up. Winterthur. Chami Karna Godagaj gets that one into the leg side and starts in perfect fashion for Winterthur. Looking quite wonderful. A wonderful Winterthur side in the red. I think they are going to join the Zurich Nomads by picking up their first win today, if that is anything to go by. The non-strikers end, it's the captain, Grant Capito, as Gushal Evans treated by going the distance from the very first delivery. Scamper through for a single. We've seen generally totals in and around 130 being par here. Yesterday it was a bit more like 120. Much better weather we're being treated to. That's a cracking stroke into the offside. Cupido, the captain, he gets off the mark with a boundary as well. Runs are flowing. So you're very welcome along to today's coverage. Do join us in the comments on the YouTube chat as well. Game day number 4 of Switzerland here. This one going to be more runs and a disastrous start for Vettigan, maybe feeling the heat after that defeat this morning. It's always difficult to play back-to-back games. Not quite all the way to the rope, but 4 more runs and very much a rocketing start from the side that lost their opening 2 games. So Cupido, boundaries from his first 2 deliveries. Really good start from him. Short, wide, cutaway. Probably just be a single this time. And for Vettigan, they just need to be careful and make sure that they don't get carried away here. Having gone down to a defeat in the morning, back-to-back defeats, be the last thing that they would want. Into the sky. Now this could be a chance. Extra cover goes back, but he doesn't get anywhere near it. It's the captain too. Pernapam Jogan Thieren could be a run-out chance. Oh no, we're going to have overthrows instead. Oh, what's happened here? It should have been caught. It should have been run out. And oh, the keeper nearly ends up throwing his glove at that one there. It would have been run out by a distance. Look at the reaction from Mohamed Akhtar. I think the end result is going to be 2 to the total as we get to the end of the first over. And no sooner than I needed. I was getting awfully lonely here. I needed some company. So what a time to welcome the main man himself, Mr. Maximo, Vinny Sandu. Good morning, Vinny.
I am here. Yeah, don't fall off your chair there, Lenny. We're ready for game 2. I don't mind saying that. There was a little incident.
How long did that take you to mention?
Between game 1 and game 2. But you have a new and fully functional chair. Don't even been hitting the breakfast buffet a bit hard in the mornings. But to be fair, you said it was about to go.
You're not the only one who said that, Vinny.
Now, I have to just clarify something before we get going. But first, let's have a look at this. 4 runs. Great shot. Cupido's in. And we know that Winterthur kind of struggled with top order bats the other day from memory. I think their 4 opening batter innings garnered 2 runs total. But they've got a couple of ins. Grant Cupido, their captain, coming in. You've got Crispin Webb up there as well. Karana Godagi also looking very good here at the moment. So, yeah, the change in for Manav Visaka was actually in the first game. This one was a different change. And I'll just give you that information to make sure everyone's up to date. But, yeah, Winterthur had Kurashi coming in for Niranjan Karunakaran.
Yeah, good spot. So Manakavaskar is actually playing. Obviously, he's bowling here.
Yeah, he's in.
Good spot, Vinny.
For everyone that's confused, don't be confused anymore, or just be slightly less confused. But I can tell you that's the updated situation as far as the teams go. But we did have a change on the Winterthur side. Anyway, now I've got that little bit of housekeeping out the way. Good morning. Great call in the first game. How about that Hassan Ahmed 98 for the Nomads? And they finally get a win on the board. They lost 2 games in the group stage last time, but then came good in the finals and beat the previously undefeated Alton last time around. Wow, there goes the glove again. Keeper's going to throw. Oh, do you know what? I had a feeling that obviously direct hit was going to be out here, but I still think that if Manika Vasaka had hit the stumps, he had the ball in his hand, it still might have been out, but he missed him the first time. Have a look at this. Again, this is chaos. There goes one glove. Keeper just a nice and quick throw. Look there.
Oh.
See, misses them, and then by the time he gets back,
Yep.
he is in.
I'm with you, Vinny. I think that could have been very tight indeed.
Anyway, this one isn't a chance for a wicket. It is a chance for a ball that's going to get damaged, though, as Cupido goes large. Maximo! As Vinter seem to have found the key personnel they need, including Cupido, who's regularly their vice captain. We saw Harsha Dashan leading the side on Monday. This is one of the things in the European Cricket Series that makes it a bit unique. These guys are amateur players. They're juggling families. They're juggling work commitments and all those other things. Travel is an issue. So you might see a few new faces, but I think you can already see Winter fans, they're liking the fact that Grant's into the lineup. 20 off just 6. So I'm just heading down the leg side.
Yeah, I also think if you look, and I'm sure, Vinny, you might have some statistics or numbers on this, but generally if you're playing back-to-back T10 games, back-to-back 10-over clashes, it can't be easy, particularly if you've lost that first game.
Yeah.
You may end up with a situation where your bodies feel a bit more fatigued and you end up losing 2 very quickly on the bounce.
Yeah, that's true. It's one of those things, it's an advantage, or it can be an advantage or a disadvantage.
Correct.
You have to play back-to-back. Oh, it's well bowled. Oh, look at that. I like the non-striker crept potentially a metre out of his crease, and the keeper was not hesitating to potentially gun him down. Mohamed Akhtar, we know he's a live wire behind the stumps.
Yeah,
Into the
he
second
really
over,
is.
it's 32 without loss. Yeah, but it's this whole momentum versus fatigue debate.
Yep.
It's something, you know, if you're winning, it's good, but also it can work the other way. Anyway, look at the table. It's starting to get a bit jammed up there in the top half, isn't it? But still haven't seen Kosane. Looking forward to that. But yeah, I know that you're a card-carrying Winterthur fan.
I am now officially. I've got to be a Winterthur fan. I came through there on the train, Vinny. I told you.
Yeah, I know.
Beautiful place. Beautiful people.
You're wishing the best. I bet you're happy to see some of their big ins. You're ready to see Grant. You're ready to see Crispin Webb. You're ready to see Randy Duplessis as well.
And remember, of course, not just Randy Duplessis coming in.
Yeah.
But it's not just the one game they're playing today, so they could get on a bit of a winning streak.
Definitely.
The top 5 advance to those playoffs. So 11 teams here. They play 10 games each. The schedule, well, it's hectic to say the least. 5 games every day.
Yeah.
11 days in a row. 55 matches in total. We're just approaching a third of the way through them, Vinny. This is game 17.
Barely getting started. Anyway, here's Chikari in over number 3 last over the power play. Slings one down the leg side. These two run pretty well together. Just noting that, you know, if there's a little fumble, they're not necessarily watching the ball, they're watching each other. And that eye contact between the batters is super, super important to avoid mix-ups. But I want to also take a bit of an opportunity to say hello to everyone watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, everyone watching on fan code in the Indian subcontinent. And of course, special hello to all of our friends at Swiss Sport TV watching from Switzerland. Someone was heading down the leg side. Akhtar's definitely throwing, he's never not throwing.
Tell me one thing, Vinny. Did we get to see the Swiss TV piece yet? That hasn't come out, or is that tonight?
I have seen it.
Have you? How
It's
did
good.
it come together?
I can't say I understood a lot of it. Everyone a little bit with me, and obviously they dub over me in Swiss German.
Sorry, Vinny.
Yeah.
Tell me, you must speak Swiss German. You speak every other language.
If you were to see this clip, you might think I might, because obviously I'm turned down, see my face, but then there's actually...
Who's doing
someone
the dubbing? That's the question.
Actually, I think whoever they were might hire them. They had a good voice. Anyway, this is hit hard. That's a cracking shot from Karana Gadagi. We know can bang him. And I think I like this opening combination just because the right-hand, left-hand thing. It's an unusual angle for the left armer to go around the wicket to the left-hander. And he just kind of goes with that angle. But yeah, if you'd like to say hello to me, now's a good time in the chat. ECN European Cricket Network. Hello to Rob Thompson. Hopefully you're well. And we're in today 4 already. Like you said, we're only getting started in a way. Top 5 instead of top 4 is a little bit of an adjustment. So 5 teams out of the 11 will get the chance to play finals. Now, if you finish 2nd, 3rd, 4th or 5th, you're going to have to battle to the actual final. You'll have to win 2 games on finals Friday, and then you'll play the 3rd and the final. But top team, they go first class. That's why they're number 1. They go straight into the final.
It puts a lot more on the group stages for me as well, particularly if you get off to a good start. You don't just want to get to the playoffs. You want to go all the way and advance straight to that grand final.
Full toss and dealt with. That's going to be 1 bounce for Pranagadagi. Just gets one knee high. He's being signalled 6. Maybe my eyes are deceiving me in my old age. Let's have a look.
Probably just all right here, isn't
Probably
it?
just okay.
Remember, if it does not pitch and it goes over what would be the waist high of the standing position
Maybe
of the batter, it will be given as a no ball, free hit to follow.
Yeah, that's definitely a 4. Yeah, 4's called.
Yeah, so 4 runs as it's bounced once instead of going all the way for 6.
Always feel
Good
like
umpiring, good teamwork there, Vinny, as always.
Should be worth a 10. He signaled 6. He signaled 4. It's not as about it. Anyway, you know, sometimes if they can't find the price of something in the grocery store, it's free. You know, that kind of thing. Bowlers probably wouldn't like that. Anyway, Chikari having a bit of a rough day. The umpire just crosses himself like he's touring the Vatican about 3 times or 4 times to sort it out. Anyway, here we go. Going to be a free hit.
Given, well, this is given out LBW, Vinny.
Well, was that a no ball or not? Oh, it wasn't called a no ball last time, so we thought it might have been a free hit, but it wasn't. So that was all the crosses.
Was there bat involved here as well? That's my other question. Oh, maybe not. There was 2 noises, Vinny.
Well, there's a couple of things going on here. To me, actually, I don't mind it, but look where he's standing. Pitching on, maybe hitting. Was there bat in it? Didn't get the reaction. That's normally how I sort it out. But, wow, everything happening here in the power play. I can tell you that Vettingham needed that one, didn't they? His Vince were off to the races, but Chikari does break through in the end. It's 42 for 1.
And here comes Amel Fonseca. It is the new man in at number 3.
So I was just a little bit distracted. There's a lot going on around the ground. There's just a few animals that I spotted there. they've popped in. We're getting booms, we're getting sonic booms, we're getting helicopters.
We need to find out. What I was doing a bit of research just in between those 2 games. I do think there is a Swiss Air Force base very close to us here.
Ah, right.
So I just wonder, are some of those big bangs we're hearing in the background, I'm going to probably pronounce this incorrectly, apologies to our Swiss viewers, Alten Rhein Airport Base is right up next to the...
Alten Rhein, that sounds about right.
Yeah, right up next to the major lake, and that's that beautiful lake. I'm looking forward to seeing that. You're giving me 1 day off here, Vinny, aren't you?
You get Sunday off.
Just 1. That's how it works.
You have to battle the crowds here because we'll have the 15,000 in and 3,000 at the cricket because the football starts. All right, here we go.
Super Sunday.
Last ball of the 3rd over. It's down the leg side and it'll be called a wide. Classic last ball, Jinx. I want to say hello. A lot of good-looking people here in Switzerland as well. I know that Leah's tuning in this morning, and she is a big Winterthur fan. So, yeah, I know that there's plenty of room here in the grandstand. It's only about an hour on the train.
Well,
so
let's see.
Winterthur fans.
Let's see.
Lake
Oversea is a place I've been told I've got to go visit on Sunday. That's the place to get to.
Sounds beautiful. I might see you there. Anyway.
You're working that day, Vinny?
I can always get someone to cover. We've got the Cossonay guys coming. They've got about 3 commentators in that side. They've got the day off. Anyway, that's the end of the power play as Winterthur off to a rollicking start. It's 45-1 after 3.
Yeah, really good start from Winterthur. I want to see them rocket up the table. Remember, we saw this morning the Zurich Nomads take their first win of the competition. So real chance for Winterthur to get off the mark. Don't want to get yourself in a position like we saw the Zurich Lions in, like with a 0-4 record, to go from there with just 10 games each to get into the top 5. What do you think you need for the top 5?
That's the question I was about to ask. Now, normally we have a
6
top
wins?
4. Yeah, normally we have a top 4. We say, like, you can't really lose more than 4 games along the way. But if it's really congested, sometimes like a 5-5 can get you in. Now,
5-5 with a good net run rate, though.
Yeah, exactly.
Gotcha.
5-5 with a good net run rate. So I think once teams... So I think you're looking at 6 wins, you should be safe. So if you think anything positively, got to get 6 wins. Okay? You might get super lucky with 5, but that's what you're looking to do. It all depends on a bunch of things. We've had some really close ones. We had one in Portugal, which was a 6-game round robin because it was 7 teams. And we had every single team 3-3. The top team was 4-2. The bottom team was 2-4. And to be honest, if that result had gone the other way, they all would have been 3-3, and net run rate would have sorted it out. But that's why we're kind of considering this bonus point. I mean, it's just a matter of how we implement it. But we wanted like a really simple bonus point, which you can explain in 1 sentence. So bonus points are great, but
how would you see that going then? 4 points for a win and 1 bonus point? Because you can't have a bonus point with 2 for a win.
This is what you got to. Yeah, I'll tell you why. way ahead of you. Not slightly ahead of you. Anyway,
Always,
this is well
mate.
bowled. It's nice and full, and Gibbo misses out. So at the moment, we have 2 points for win, no points for loss. If there's a washout, it's one each. But we'd actually then offer 3 for a win, 1 for a loss. But if you can basically steal the other team's point. So it actually creates an incentive for the team that might be losing the match to hold on to their point. I reckon this is a wide, straight over the tram line. Tram line's looking good today, by the way. Big thank you to Ali Abbas. So yeah, there's 4 points on offer in every game. If we were doing this, then the bonus point would be there if you could chase the total down to 7 overs, or if you could keep the other team to 70% or less of your score.
So the concept, Vinny, would be, in essence, I'm not saying there's any dead games, there's no such thing as a dead game, but in a game that is looking very one-sided and they can't really get back into it, they still have something to play for, and there's still something on the line.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So one thing I don't really like is teams often go close, end up on 0 points in a series.
Yeah.
So, you know, sometimes we do get mismatches. That's what you got to realise. So it's a way, to me, it's a nicer way, the net run rate, to split the teams. We'll still use that if they're level on points, but it's just less likely. Think of it as like, you know, you've played a bit of one innings, non-limited overs cricket in Australia, I know, and you have the outright win versus just the first innings win.
Correct, yeah.
So it's kind of the same concept. And I also think it keeps games alive. So if the one team whacks 170, let's say, then we know probably the other team's not getting 170, but then if they can get to like 120, then they get to hold on to a point. So that's kind of the concept.
Yeah, the big innovation that I've loved, I know you heard me talk about it yesterday, Vinny, even when I was on by myself, the clock.
Yeah, I know you love the clock.
50's come up here in the 4th over, and just to explain that once more, I'm going to try and explain it because it's new to me.
Go on.
But basically, both sides get 40 minutes to bowl their overs in. When we say their overs, it's actually the final ball of the penultimate over, so the 9th over, and then in the last over they're allowed that little bit of extra leeway just in case it's a thrilling finish or something controversial happens, so they don't have to worry too much about the clock in the final over, which I think again is a good call. But they're on the clock for those 9 overs, 40 minutes and 40 minutes only.
The clock's the clock as well. It's not an imaginary clock. This is perfectly placed by Fonseca. Well, here's the international man of mystery. Where's 007? And look at the way he just turns this away. Well, whether it was good luck or good management, he gets it right. He gets into the gap. 4 runs.
Yeah, the 007 on the back, and Fonseca gets in the act. Not quite out of the middle, but perfectly placed. Splits those 2 in the deep. Winterthur, off to a great start. Really good stuff. Going at more than 14 per over.
Last ball of the 4th. And Fonseca kind of jams down on this. He'll retain the strike. And it's the end of the 4th over. The score is 56 for 1.
Yeah, something I want to do here, Vinny, is take a look at the points table and just maybe hypothesize, if you will. We're approaching a third of the way through the games. Now, it's always going to be a little bit unbalanced because, as you said, Cossonay and Geneva haven't even started their campaigns just yet. But for Winterthur, I'm not saying it's a must-win game today, but they don't want to go 0-3, do they? They want to join everyone else. They will be the only side with completed games without points right now. So get into the act and get up and join the Nomads and the Lions and the Crickets.
They got the personnel to do that today, it looks like, even with Harsha Deshan, who captained them on Monday. He's out. But yeah, Cossonay and Geneva, they're 2 very good teams. I can tell you that much. And Cossonay, they're always in the mix for the qualification spot for ECL. I know that Jay, who was part of Blue Crew early in the week, he'll be there, but they've got national team players like the brothers Arjun Vinod and Ashwin Vinod. Arjun Vinod played a really good innings. I think 66 he scored in the Valletta Cup final. Batting at 3 is also a very good off-spinner.
Vinny, pardon my ignorance, so I'm going to really show myself
Not
up
at
here.
all.
Cossonay, where do they come from?
Yeah, Cossonay is it's an area in
It's
Switzerland. They come from a fair distance. It's about 3.5 hours.
Okay, so it's named after a town. It's not a sort of a team name as such.
I said 3.5 hours. Depends how far you drive. Quite was driving, because I think I might have underestimated that. Because I know my friend Andrew Ryan, who's also one of our commentators here at ECN. He actually lives, I think, works in Geneva, a place for Cossonay. So let me try and do a bit of a calculation here. It's into the gap, and once again the placement's picture perfect. Fonseca just seems to be playing 4-dimensional chess here, the way he's able to assess the field, and just drives that beautifully into the gap. 4 more.
Yeah, the other thing I want to ask you about, Vinny, I'm just seeing where Cossonay is. It's kind of in between Bern and Geneva, so it is a fair distance. You've got to say, not quite
3 hours 9 minutes. There you go. I wasn't too far
pretty
off.
good. Not quite as far as the Geneva team will come from. But one more question for you. This one's going to be given away down the leg side. In fact, it won't. Maybe just a flick of the flap. Oh, it will now be given as a wide. I have to think about it. But what about these cantons, Vinny?
Yeah.
That's where the whole country is separated into cantons. What are they?
This traditional way that comes together. Switzerland's not your average country, to be honest. If you look at the history of Switzerland, that they have, different cantons, different languages, different...
There's 26 of them, Vinny.
Yeah, it's crazy. And,
wow.
But this is why I think it's quite amazing that Switzerland has this kind of feeling of unity and national pride that transcends all these things. So that's one thing I like about Switzerland. Anyway, it says banged and brace for impact. Wow, I don't know what that is. It might have been a crossbar challenge. Maybe someone's got to turn my headphones up, but that is a Maximo. As old JB James Bond, Amo Fonseca goes whack and says, sometimes I place them, but sometimes I'll just power them over the field. What a shot.
Yeah, good timing. Not easy when Jürgen Thieren bowls these slow, loopy leg breaks. He gets 1-6. He looks to make it 2. Vinny's going to back-to-back Maximos.
And he does, so... Yeah, rolls the dice, comes up double sixes. Fonseca's gone up a notch from what we saw the other day at the moment. As we get to the end of the over, it's 77 for one. Walking sticks, 77 over the first half of this game. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, joining you in the commentary box for the first time. Andrew Leonard doing a great job so far. And I know you're a card-carrying Winterthur fan. Is there any truth to the rumours that your presence here has spurred them on to
I think so.
A good start?
They are looking in inspired form, loving their kit. It's almost a bit of a tribute to the Swiss national colours. They've got the red and the white going together, and I think they're a little bit of a dark horse team from what I've seen so far. I've got to be a Winterthur fan. You've got to pick a team to follow.
All right,
that's my one.
You can do that, but I'm going to kind of play the contrarian as we see this bang down the ground. Another 6, Maximo.
Go on, the Winterthur.
Now Resch gets the ball here in the 6th, and he's greeted by it straight back over his head. There's 6 more. This inning's getting out of control. Vetting are a good side, though. Let's not forget that they put up some big scores as well. And they were undefeated through their first day.
I just wonder, is their batting a little bit heavily reliant upon Mohamed Akhtar? You felt once he was dismissed, despite the 55 from Jürgen Thieren in the morning contest, that they really didn't have much more.
True.
We do love Naresh Kumar, thank you, Divil, of course.
Yeah,
but
he's a cult figure.
Oh, definitely.
Definitely. And I like he'll always do whatever he's asked. He'll bat wherever you like. He'll open, he'll bat in the middle order. He's coming on here to try and stop the bleeding because at the moment, his partnership 42 off just 16. And that's well bowled.
One of the things I was saying, Vinny, in the first game, I know you were doing all sorts. You're always multitasking and juggling. You're in and around. You might have heard me talk about it, but one of my favourite things about cricket, without doubt, it literally can be played by anyone.
Yeah, for sure.
Every shape, every size, every height, every background, every ability. And that's really something that you guys embrace wholeheartedly at the European Cricket Network.
We want to be not only a really entertaining cricket organisation, but also the most inclusive cricket organisation. You know, if we had more resources, I imagine we'd have visually impaired cricket. We'd have all sorts of things. Just because everyone here is very interested in growing the game. Obviously, in Europe, there's certain limitations on player numbers and where we're at the moment. We also want to eventually have a European Cricket Series W as well for women's clubs. A big focus on juniors at the moment. Anyway, this is smashed again. Well, can I say Cupido, he's looking solid as a rock out there. Just have a look. Just gives himself a little bit of room, but he doesn't try and hit too far inside out. Just pretty much nails it down the fairway. And that was a pretty good over in the end. Nangavadevil goes for 14, and Winterthur up and away. 91 for 1 after 6.
Yeah, Winterthur, great to see them soaring here. And right now, I have to say, Vinny, Vettigan look a little bit listless in the field. They look a little bit short of answers. To use the rugby parlance, I don't know, maybe it's rugby or soccer it comes from. They're at 6s and 7s. They're a bit all over the place.
Where does that come from?
I don't know. It is a great expression. we'll have to find out.
Yeah. Well, what did they say? Why was 6 afraid of 7? You heard that,
I don't know.
Because 7, 8, 9.
Oh, because 7-8-9. Oh dear.
There you go. I don't often do jokes. I don't think I will again. Anyway, here's a bit of fake footwork from Fonseca, then just gets a loopy full toss. Probably a slight slower ball from Chikari. He just knocks it out to the leg side boundary for one.
Yeah, it's not known where the origin of at 6s and 7s comes from, Vin, but
Yeah.
it's most likely something to do with the dice game. A British etymologist, an etymologist is someone who researches the origin of words. My mum was big into etymology, actually.
Sure. Well, that one's 6, and it's not 7, but it is 6. He's not at 6s and 7s. Maximo, as the 50 partnership, has been brought up, and now it's growing. Winterthur putting a big score on the board here in match 17.
But it just really emphasises our point, doesn't it? Even their best bowler, who was so impressive in the morning game, Mabadullah Chikari, he now goes the distance too. But yeah,
It's hard when there's no conclusive answers about these things as well, because you just...
You're kind of trying to work it out.
You stick it in the search engine and you're like, okay, tell me. What do you mean you can't tell me a simple answer?
Big swing and a miss. I'm going to give you the best synopsis I can.
Please.
So I think this game, there was a dice game called Hazard, and the expression was originally to maybe stick on number 5, and they were the most risky numbers to shoot for were 6 and 7. So if you're at 6s and 7s, you're in trouble. So the modern description of it would be in a confused, badly organised, or difficult situation. That's exactly what Vetigan are in.
Good explanation. This is hit pretty hard. Down to long off, just a single. And Jeff Maguire watching from Northern Ireland. He said, it is not good cricket playing weather there today. So I suppose we're happy, at least we're not there for the ECS today, Jeff. Although maybe one day we could have a European Cricket Series in Ireland. I actually think that would be amazing.
Well, Vinny,
we've got a lot of Irish viewers that love what we do.
There is a rule, like I'm going to hold you to this now as well.
Okay.
If you do have a European Cricket Series in Ireland, you can't do it without me. Not possible.
Done. All right, we'll pull you.
So you'll have to find my schedule.
We'll pull you off whatever World Cup or Test match you're on.
Oh, there it is. There it is.
Yeah, I'll say. All right, Lenny's with me. I'll pull out this footage as the 100 comes up here.
Oh no, you've already bookmarked it, have you? 6.4 overs.
Yeah.
First innings, game 17.
I'll just text Harsha and I'll say, sorry, Harsha, need Lenny. Anyway, this one is whipped away over the leg side. Maximo. No end in sight, really. Chikari hasn't hit the deck there. Tempted Yorker, just overcooks it. Cannot miss his spots out here in Switzerland.
Yeah, really well picked up, wasn't it? Again, that shows how marginal the game is. You miss by a matter of inches and you go the distance. That's what we've got to look forward to come September. It's only about 6 or 7 weeks away, Vin.
Ireland 11. We don't know what their squad will look like, but it's one of the squads that people are really keen to see. We'll probably won't know it for another 6 weeks or so.
What about another one of the smaller sides? Someone like a Belgium maybe, or
Belgium,
France?
now, let me tell you about Belgium. Belgium were runners-up in 2021, and they shocked everybody. Not only did they make it into finals week, and they play, people are from the land of Bazball that are watching. Well, Belgium ball was what we call it, because not only did they make the final against England 11, they whacked 149 in the first innings of the final, of the ECC 21 final. Now, it took Dan Lincoln and Harrison Ward, two very good players with county experience. It took them to bat very, very well and have big innings to chase it down. In the end, they did. But it looked for all money at the halftime. We said, we can't believe this Belgium are going to win the ECC. And England, yeah, they found a way. But
they had to pull it out of the fire.
Belgium always bring just such dynamic players, such dynamic energy. Anyway, this is going back to the wall, touch and go. It is caught. Nicely held down there. That's Sibratullah. We know that he's been pretty expressive with his fielding and his body language this morning. This time, fairly understated. Probably a sign of how the game's been going. But Cupido is going to have to go for 48. So he just misses out in his half century, but still has his team in great shape. What a great start for his ECS journey. It's 107 for 2.
Second wicket down and maybe just a little window in. It is amazing that this 10 over format, Vin, like I said, it's the first experience I'm having of it. But it is funny how we're Vetigan to finish really strongly here. 15 good deliveries, restrict Winterthur to 125. All of a sudden, they'll feel confident going in. You can't have a bad 10 minutes.
True. Yeah, it's risky. And look, well done to Naresh, who finds the breakthrough. This is in the air. Bat's going to get lucky here. Goes one bounce 4. And so Tawana, also known as Boom Boom Vicky, if you remember from the 2020 series. He was a bit hit and miss. He started with miss and finished with hit the other day and was banging them all over the place. You see there, he's got a good chunk of wood in his hand. Knows how to use it. So just quickly, so Belgium, there'll be players to watch. Another team I'd put in that category are Austria. Now, I know that you saw Austria in the World Cup qualifiers in Scotland recently, but it'll be a different... They'll have a lot more confidence in their own conditions, essentially. Continental conditions. Wow, one-hand six. Thanks for coming. There's the boom. There's the boom. Almost it is a one-hand banker from Boom Boom Vicky. Tawana goes 4 and 6, and this one was convincing.
Well, it's amazing, isn't it, that you can actually generate that power. It's almost baseball style, isn't it? You see that sometimes in the home run follow-throughs. That's gone a long, long way.
That was not just... That was in the safe of the bank. It was wedged.
Yeah, the momentum swinging heavily back in Winterthur's way despite that second wicket as Naresh Kumar Thangavidivil goes the distance, 16 off 3 balls. What a start for Jagdeep Tawana, and with plenty of batting to come, including the wonderfully named Randy du Plessis. Telling me earlier, we've got some great names.
We've got a
down the years of the ECN.
Randy du Plessis.
I like Randy du Plessis. He seems like a wrestler. Is he a wrestler? He's got to be a wrestler.
Well, I haven't seen him wrestling. I tell you what, he's got P.O. batting above him, and he wouldn't want to be drawn against him in a wrestle. I'll tell you that much. You'll see P.O. shortly. Anyway, right now, this one is short. It's too short. It's 2 leg side. That's a banker on the other side. And Fonseca, he's been there. I know he's lost his skipper, but he doesn't look too phased. Go. Nope.
So many teasers, haven't we?
Yeah.
What have we had, 9 or 10 now?
There's P.O. He wasn't looking to just push a single there, but he got the ball that was right up and knocked it away for one. Yeah, so Sucklane, and that was in that record chase of, I think, 173, 174. This is the highest chase ever.
But that was a 10-over clash again, not a T20I?
No.
Okay.
So 2 overs, 1 for 61. First one, I think, went for 30. Second one for 31. Again, they just ran out of options. All right. Hey, you're a bowler. Go. Someone's going to go again. Yeah. So I guess congratulations. Anyway, 2 to come here. Slow ball, picked and sent. That's another one that bangs into the grandstand. Maximo! Got to give credit to Fonseca here. He hasn't always had the strike, but when he has had it, he seems to have been able to keep his mojo, and he lifts that score up into the 160s now. Last ball to come.
Shade of Thisara Pereira there in the follow-through, the Sri Lankan all-rounder who used to club sixes for fun. Fonseca, what an impactful innings, strike rate of nearly 300, Vin.
Just in my funny records, I spotted one I haven't thought about for a while. That 14 for 8 innings in Portugal, most dot balls in a 10-over innings, 53. It was rough. Like, imagine, like, vultures. It was quite a slow outfield, just about 15 yards around the pitch in a circle, just
waiting to pence.
They had some good players, though. They had Greg the Wizard Bullock. They had Paul Stubbsy Stubbs, but it wasn't going for the Dragons. Anyway, swing and a miss, and things will wrap up here with Winterthur in very good position, winning the toss, batting in match 17. 161 for 4 off the 10 overs. And you can see that's the long and the short of it right there. And it's going to be a big chase for Vettinger.
Lovely,
but
lovely moments.
Who's to say that Vettinger can't do this? But I've got to say, Fonseca, he walks off, and he deserves the plaudits, doesn't he? 62 off 23 with 6 Maximos and 3 4s. He is the top scorer in this innings, but good support from his skipper, Grant Cupido, 48. Jagdeep Tawana with a lightning 22. Then P.O. comes and joins him and helps him get the team over the 160 mark.
I think I'd love a hug from P.O. de Silva. Who wouldn't?
You can ask him. I know you're a big fan. Anyway, take us through the highlights.
the big bear hug style. Here they are, yeah. Certainly it was all about the run scoring aspects at the start. Winterthur off to a flying start. They put on 42 for the first wicket in just 15 deliveries before that LBW decision, but then Amel Fonseca came to the crease and he made merry, picking up a boundary from his very first delivery before starting to get some Maximos going. 6 he hit in total, and the arms are being extended by the umpires. Impressed too by Grant Cupido. I thought he played with a real flourish, with real style. He's clearly got a good technique, and he likes to be able to launch a few too. That was him being dismissed, though, very expertly caught with the fancy footwork by Pacha Sibratullah. Even so, a one-handed 6 by Jagdeep Tawana, who came in and played a very impactful innings with 22 off just 5 deliveries. Some big ones. We've had plenty of bankers. We've had a few roofers too. That one nearly got all the way up there. But plenty of highlights for Winterthur, and also the occasional moment of magic in the field too, with That being the end of Jagdeep Tawana, caught by Mujib Mamand, and poor old Crispin Webb, the wicketkeeper, well, he was gone for a first ball duck, so he'll have to show what he can do with the gloves as opposed to the bat. He'll have a chance, so again, later in the day. Remember, Winterthur are playing multiple matches today. So, here is the batting card. Everyone apart from numbers 5 and 6 getting into double figures. Good strike rates too from all of them. In fact, everyone in the top 3 striking at more than 200, and you won't believe this number. Jagdeep Tawana, he struck at 440. Very, very impressive indeed. It means Winterthur finished with 161 for 4. What about the bowlers? Well, really, Gushalavin with 2 wickets and 1 apiece for Chikari and Thangavadival, who was a little expensive today. But look at Pernapam Yoganthiran, the captain, who made 55 with the bat less than an hour ago. Amazing how it swings and roundabouts in cricket, because he bowled 2 overs, none for 46. And that will round out our coverage from the first innings. The good news though, the second innings is not too far away. We'll be ready to go in just 10 minutes time, as Winterthur, they've got a great chance of picking up their first victory of this European Cricket Series for Switzerland 2023. They've posted 161 for 4.
Hello, cricket lovers. Welcome back to Switzerland. More ECS action about to take place here. We are halfway through the second game of 5 today. It's day 4 in this European Cricket Series. European Cricket Series is the biggest and therefore the best cricket series in the world because we'll have over 1,000 matches in ECS. So if you're a quantity kind of person, you've come to the right place. Of course, we have so much cricket going on the European Cricket Network this year. We've got the European Cricket Championship coming up, which is the Euros of cricket as well. We've had the European Cricket League played in February and March, won by Drouot, the French club, who will return for ECL 24. I know that Jeff Maguire is watching from Northern Ireland. He was asking which teams have qualified for ECL 24 already. Maybe I'll get into that in a little bit. We're still developing right here in match number 17. We're watching Vettingen about to embark on their chase. Vinter of their opponents put 161 on the board in their 10 overs, 162 the target. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, and we've got Andrew Leonard coming back. Andrew, I know you're a big Vinter supporter. Are you happy with that first innings, 161? Will it hold up? We've already seen some big chases.
Oh, I'm delighted. I think they are bankers, but they're going to have to get it done with the ball now.
Well, that's probably a good start for the batting team because it's up and it's out of here. And guess who? Mohammad Akhtar. He is a threat. Maximo, he is fearless. Cracks the first one over cover for 6.
Well, Purushthaman Karunakarn, probably guessing some Sri Lankan origin there with those wonderful names that always test us up here in the commentary box. Got a good action, doesn't he? Big, strong action. Maybe get through the crease a little bit more. Yard of pace. The problem is pace on the ball can travel.
And the thing is the short. It's hard to intimidate with the short ball here. It kind of sits up and says, please hit me.
And I've loved the way Akhtar's got about. He's never worn a helmet. Doesn't matter how quick the bowler is that he's facing. He's fearless, to say the least.
Don't get the top edge. It's probably wide. Yeah, it's coming. I'm starting to learn the nods. 7 or 8 nods. That means the wide's coming. But yeah, we can definitely hear the artillery going off.
Yeah, I think
there's shots fired here, but there's shots fired nearby as well.
I think that has answered the question for us, what those bangs have been. So my little rudimentary research is an airbase around the corner.
Yeah. Pitches up, kind of clunks it. Oh, almost runs out his partner, Naresh, who has the turning circle of the Queen Mary, but he does get back in time. Karunakarn, always a tough thing when you get banged for a 6 first ball, and then you have to come back and bowl to the same guy. He's looking confident, but you always feel Akhtar will give you a bit of a chance as well.
Oh, dear.
Great keeping, though. I've got to say, Crispin Webb into the side behind the stumps. He reacted very quickly to stop that going for extras.
Well, that's sensational. That's world-class keeping. That easily could have been going swiftly to his right because that's where the ball was going. But look at this, off the edge of the wicket, and oh, brilliant.
He was so well balanced there because he could have gone either way. He picked that it was going to be a ball that could have done either, so he kept quite a neutral position. Very good. I'm going to keep my eye on Crispin. The only other Crispin I know is Crispin Glover from the Back to the Future movie. Anyway, Akhtar almost falls down as he cracks this one over cover point, but he does get the journey. Maximo! The second one disappears here in over number 1.
There's another Crispin I know. God, you stumped me
Crispin?
here. You stumped me early on day
Glover,
3.
Crispin.
Who's the other Crispin I know? I don't think it's a cricketer.
Come on, tell us your best Crispins in the chat. ECN European Cricket Network.
There's definitely another Crispin, somewhat, maybe even a famous Crispin.
Is it fair for me to say it's a name that makes me hungry? Because I'm thinking of the last bit of, when you're cooking something, you crispin it up. But anyway, probably a bit early for food chat. That's a good comeback from the bowler, Karunakarn. Gets it full and I think you just have to shrug your shoulders and go, okay, that's the way it goes. You're going to get whacked occasionally. You still got to go out there. I know the late great Shane Warne, that's what he used to say when he started playing T20. He says, one thing, he says to all ballers here, you have to understand something. Everyone's going to get whacked. Well, this one is whacked, and it's going to go the journey into the wind. Great effort.
Oh, brilliant.
And he's going to end up in the stronger together banner there. But I got to say that Hedjatullah Qureshi is a late replacement into the side, found himself in the action here. This was holding up in the wind a little bit. So I might have had a play in it, but yeah, he's outside the boundary anyway, so even he touches that, that's 6.
Really good intent, though.
Yeah.
Really good. Right on the rope, trying his very best to save every run possible. 20 off the first over already. Ball to go, Vin.
Magic start. And this one is another up and under job, and that is Arufa. I didn't quite hear it because the gun went off at the same time, but it's 26 without loss after one, and the perfect start for Vettingen, and in particular, that man, Mohamed Akhtar.
Oh, look at the wrists. It's almost helicopter-esque, wasn't it? We are actually hearing gunfire in the distance.
I can't distinguish the bangs anymore. I've got the
80 matches now, Vinny, since the Golden Ball. I promised you one on my time here, and my prediction, it's coming tomorrow on a fantastic Friday.
I know you're a huge Vintage fan, but what about the old 161 plays 161? This is
take that. Oh, big bang in the background. Vinny, what's going on here? Where have you brought me?
Yeah, I mean, at least we're pretty well covered here. I mean, I've been in Croatia when we had gale force winds and all sorts of chairs flying everywhere, laptops flying everywhere, but I am a little bit scared here. Hopefully their accuracy is good.
It really doesn't sound like it's that far away, just somewhere in behind those trees maybe. Is some kind of artillery range, or
I think
we know there's an Air Force base that we looked up. Here comes Grant Cupido, the captain.
Somebody's getting a lot of practice over there, though, I can tell you that much. Yeah, Cupido, skipper to bowl over number 2. Full toss, hit, and hit well. Maximo! Naresh gets in on the action. His first ball is Cupido's first ball, and it never bounces on the field.
Well, he's faced 2 first balls today. Thank you for Dibble. Both have gone for 6. This is why he's a bit of a cult hero. We love the way he goes about it, the big man. He's got those broad shoulders. And a little bit like big Rakeem the Dream Cornwall. Makes those pads look pretty small too, doesn't he?
Yeah, well, this is another full toss. Ooh. You can see what Cupido's going for, and I actually don't mind it as a tactic. Just go straight to Yorker. Go straight to defensive. I think sometimes the tactics are, rightly, that you're bowling a bit more of a wicket-taking length, like a nick-off kind of length, the top of the stumps kind of a length early, but guys are confident, and in pitch conditions like this, they're probably just going to drive you out of the ground. So go straight to full and straight, land that block hole. But here's the risk, that if you get it wrong, you can overpitch, and there's the apology straight away. I mean, to be honest, I think the ball was in more trouble if it hits Naresh, but he's got a free hit to come right here.
Well, the good thing is here, it's actually come off the under edge and then just threw it into the pad, so no damage done. If he's missed that entirely, it's going to crash into maybe the belly, into the nasty sort of lower rib region, something like that. But no damage done, apart from the free hit to come, as there's all sorts of bangs going in the background.
In more ways than one. This is a no ball again. Akhtar, well, he sniffs a free hit, so he gets to the other end. I don't think it really matters who's on strike at the moment. These two are both such good hitters of the ball. They know how to get the ball to leave the field of play. Naresh tried to make a case for not taking the single, but he couldn't.
And really, for Vettingen, they've just got to start doing the basics right. They're all over the place. If they don't get it together, this game could slip away from them. I know it's 14 and a half and over required even from here, as we see shoelace being tied by an opponent. That's lovely to see. Good spirit of cricket on show, but they've got to get it together. You've a bad half an hour here. All of a sudden, even though you got 161 on the board, you get yourself in trouble.
Yeah, Vince Tour certainly haven't had too much go their way so far, but some positive, and Cooper does swing that a little bit. There's a bit of movement there for him. What we haven't seen yet is a good old umpire clothesline, which occasionally the hand comes out late. We normally get a couple of those a week. But anyway, free hit still in effect. Here's Akhtar, and he goes up. Doesn't really get it, though. Probably just the one here. Doesn't matter if you catch it or not. Another team catch. That one won't even make the highlights reels. They love it, but I think at least 3 people don't realise it's free hit.
There's definitely a couple.
I'm not one of them. Even I think you missed one earlier today.
I missed one earlier. You missed one yesterday, though, Vin.
There's it.
Just once.
Sometimes when we're commentating together here on ECN, we'll try and G the other person into it. Like, so they get excited.
Tease them into it.
Probably the best one we've had is that.
That's harsh, Vinny, for me.
Yeah, well, let's have a look. It's where it passes the popping crease, right? I think that is very harsh, actually.
That was actually a nice shape as well.
Yeah.
Cupido getting it to hoop away.
161,
right-hander.
Hey? That's not that much. Same ball, isn't it?
Well, that was almost an action replay this time, not giving us a wide. You always want consistency, don't you? From the umpires, whatever. That's all. That was an action replay.
2 wrongs make a right. This is where I used to appeal, saying square up. Like if there was an LBW that we thought was out, there wasn't. I used to have a bit of a laugh with the umpires. If one wasn't close, I'd be like, square up, square up. How's that, square up? Well, that one's squared up by Naresh, who goes back. Maximo. Oh, I'll tell you what. We have to get that highest chasers graphic up, I think, because this is on right now. What a start for Vettingen.
It's on in a big way, and the problem with the approach from Grant Cupido is bowling these nice away swingers at a reasonable pace.
Yeah, there we go. What about equal third
Get up in the
No,
top,
sorry, it'll be
top,
equal
top
fourth.
five. Yeah, get up in the
Equal
top
fourth.
five. Absolutely. Would only be the fifth total of 160 or more that could be chased down. They're doing everything right to start with. Our Vedigan.
Hit hard, but hit on the ground. This will be the end of the over. So we'll get through for a single, and Cupido had a bit of a journey there. Goes for 17 in the end, 44 without loss after 2. Just chatting to Iza Hussein and the captain of the Nomads, Zinazia, earlier. They were having a bit of a laugh. I was saying to Iza from Paktoon Zalmi, I really liked his keeping, and he said, and then his opposite number said, yeah, I mean, he's smart doing the keeping. I'm like, what do you mean? He says, well, that way you don't have to bowl. Because I think the bowlers have found it pretty tough out here.
That's the state of play in the standings right now. Still no Costaner Geneva. They'll come into play later in the competition. 10 group games each. It's a really good structure. It's a really good format. It's a festival of cricket. It's a fondue of cricket here.
It is.
A melting pot.
Everything is
in the land of cheese and chocolate.
Covered in chocolate. All right, this is a rare dot ball. Took a bit of a sideways hop. I want to say a quick hello to a few people in the chat. Hello to Keanu, who's watching from Australia. Hello to Arijit Roy, who's enjoying the sheer power from Naresh. I know that Wazim is also saying, Wazim Ahmed, I love ECN cricket. Well, we love you, Wazim. Tell us you love us. We'll tell you that we love you right back. This is a good ball. Just sneaks inside the tram line.
Yeah, nicely bowled. The length here is the key because he's got it right up towards the block hole. Something you see bowlers practice more and more at the international level now. They get often a set of shoes and put them down right full on where that popping crease, that white line is. I've even seen some franchise teams now going around with half a car tire.
That's too big.
Incredible, isn't it?
We used to use a 20-cent coin.
But no, I think the thought process behind it.
Wow. How about that? Boom, boom. Vicky brings the boom, boom. And he just gives him a free set of directions as well. And the boom, boom's had a good game here. Stops the bleeding 4 now. It's 44 for 1.
I love everything Thangavadivil does. He just there's a panache about it. Even when he gets cleaned up, he does it in style. The stumps go cartwheeling everywhere. What an impact this man is having on the game. He came out and smashed it everywhere. Jagdeep Tawana, and now smashes into the stumps.
Yeah.
That's the direction. Off you go, big man. Naresh Kumar gone.
A little bit naughty. Kevin pointing. We'll see. Might get a slight talking to for that. But yeah, okay. So explain to me the car tire thing. So you're talking about where to pitch the.
Yeah.
Where you're trying to pitch it.
So in essence, imagine a car tire cut in half.
Okay.
Right? So the concept is that if you nail your Yorker,
yeah,
the ball won't go through to the person holding the glove or the keeper.
Ah, got you.
You got me? Because obviously the inner half of the car tire will be somewhat rounded.
I got you.
So they will lay that down right, basically the bit in between the stumps and the actual popping crease.
Brilliant.
And then if you're really nailing your Yorkers, the person with the glove's not taking any.
Yeah, that's good. It's interesting. We obviously see a lot of Yorkers as this is Selvanayagam coming out, getting off the mark straight away. I've seen a lot of Yorkers from different angles here. So we tend to think of a Yorker as kind of a ball that pitches on the crease, or the popping crease. A perfect Yorker for me, when I've seen so many, it actually lands right between the feet of the batter. And of course, the batter can move, right? So this is hit through the offside Akhtar. He won't get 6 this time, but he will get 4. Cuatro carreras. As Tawana goes to the boundary for the first time, and Akhtar has lost his opening partner, but he's not losing any momentum here in the power play.
Well, I think the thing I've enjoyed most about Mohammad Akhtar's batting, it's all action, Vinny.
Yeah.
Every single ball, he's trying to score off, and not just trying to score off, he's trying to get the maximum that he can off it. There, he was never going to be able to get the elevation he would have liked, so he went along the ground, but threw so much at it that it just about had the power to get right the way across this outfield and run away for 4 more.
Last ball, the power play. Goes after it, and well, he's got it really well. 1 bounce, 4 runs. So Akhtar moves into the 30s, and the 50 comes up off the last ball of the power play. 53 for 1. Betting off to the races in the first 3 overs.
And it's going to be a memory test for me. We'll see. The graphic may correct me in a moment. I think Vedigan may be ahead of where Winterthur were at this stage. They were. Thank God, Vinny. Okay.
Look, it's not often you see 10 double-figure overs. And normally there's one in there that,
consistency
6, 7, 8,
in a world gone mad.
Magicals. That's the difference between 130, 140 and the 161, which they put on the board. So super consistent scoring so far. Hey, bit of news as well. Now just double check this is true. Naresh, we know he just got castled. but happy birthday. It's
Oh,
his birthday
I love
today.
that. We got to get out and sing him happy birthday, Vinny.
Yeah, good on
That
you,
is
Naresh.
awesome.
And he got a wicket, I think. What was his figures in the first innings?
What age is he? Oh, let me have a... He
Go on.
can't be more than 25, can he?
He doesn't look more than 25, but I can confirm he is 34 years old.
Oh, Naresh Kumar.
I know. He's a baby face.
Isn't he baby-faced?
Yeah. I mean, it takes one to know one. Obviously, you are one.
That's why I've got to grow the beard, mate.
Yeah.
I'll give my brother a few shout-outs here. My brother who lives in Berlin, he has a beard as well, very similar to mine, probably slightly better one. If he shaves, he doesn't drink, my brother. He's lived clean, he's lived happy, he's healthy, he's a bit of a hippie at heart. If he shaves, I think he's 44 now, he will look about 25.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous. It's got the Homer Simpson effect.
It's a good party trick.
You know that episode of The Simpsons?
Yeah, it just keeps
where the
growing.
one time Homer Simpson shaves off the beard.
Does it keep growing back really quickly? Is that what it is?
And he just, boom,
Just keeps,
it comes back.
Luckily, I tried as a young age not to shave too often because I heard that it grows back quicker. But anyway, Sasi Dharan is the new bowler, and he was pretty good.
He just looks completely different, doesn't he? Homer Simpson with no beard. And then just as he finished the shaving, it then kind of popped back.
Yeah, exactly. Like 3 seconds. That's good Yorker. That's what you're talking about. So what I was going to say, we were talking a bit of Yorker chat before, join the conversation, is that it's one thing to be able to nail that length, say what a traditional Yorker length is, but then you also have to be able to make adjustments as a bowler to when the guy's deep in his crease or when he comes out in his crease slightly. So there still is a little bit of feel about it.
Of course there is,
because if the batter can just adjust, saying, okay, you're nailing this length, I'm just going to stand forward a metre or back a metre. Then
and you do see that particularly at the death of a batter. If there's a slightly faster bowler, they'll go so deep in their crease, they'll almost be right back on top of their stumps, where they'll take that little skip out. I just love that concept, though. I don't know who came up with it. Probably one of the franchise coaches.
I think you can make it even more fun, like dig a big hole or put a little swimming pool in or something. You know what I mean? Like get it in the kiddie pool.
Well, the IPL teams that have the money to do it.
Yeah, that's true. All right, high in the air. Should be a keeper's catch. Webb goes back and he takes it. That's actually a really good catch in these conditions because that is swirling round like a tornado. He ends up taking it in quite an orthodox fashion, but at least he gave himself a shot. Ran too far, backed back, but held it in the end. 55 for 2.
As we were talking about yesterday, love your keepers. He may have got a first ball golden duck, but he still has a chance to impact this game. The reason this catch is so good, Vinny, it has swirled and it's gone back on him late over his left shoulder. That's in fact an exceptional grab. He's adjusted to the wind just as it got the gust going, and it means the breakthrough comes again. The second wicket has fallen. Really action-packed start. It reminds me a little bit of the morning game.
Yeah, which was chaotic as well. When you're keeping, or even when you're fielding, super important to know which way the wind's going. That really affects what your strategy is going to be. So this is one that, that he wants to keep running with the flight of the ball in the same direction of the wind, but actually he overruns that. So it might have just been that it swirls on him. So the kind of textbook went out the window with the technique, but at least he was in the drop zone and he improvised a fantastic take there, Crispin Webb. Now a leg glance, new batter, Yogentharan comes out and he gets full first ball. So that's been the story of this series so far, Lenny, and it's good 10 over cricket. New batters coming out, finding the boundary straight away.
Yeah, gets off to an immediate start with the boundary. I do think we have to keep reminding people that some of the bangs you may be hearing in the distance on the coverage, just through our effects mics, we think there's an artillery range or something to do with the Swiss military.
Well, if it's not, what's going on?
It's been all action, though, isn't it? That'll be given as a wide. Sorry, Vinny. Alter Rhine is the name both of, I think, the military base, but also the little Flughaven, the little airport there for St. Gallen. Yeah.
Maybe a little military airport, perhaps.
Could be quite beautiful. It's right on the lake as well, up next to Lake
Beautiful,
Oversea.
crystal clear lakes here. Have a swim.
I think you've got to have a swim Sunday.
This is clunked straight to the fielder. He deals with it in the end of the over. They've just lost a little bit of momentum here. Just behind the rate, but only just 60 for 2 after 4. They're going at 15s, but 17s required from here on in. My point of no return's normally 18 and over, but I feel like it needs to go up to about 20 here.
We're just showing Vinny Sandhu on the screen here an image of the St. Gallen airport. That is beautiful. Yeah. Wow. Stunning. We might see if we can get that up.
We didn't fly in here, though. Probably just as well.
Yeah, I flew into Zurich and then hopped on the train up. Really good experience, I have to say.
Have you ever flown to Gibraltar?
No, I've heard about it. I heard it's
hairy.
On a different planet.
You ever done a U-turn in a plane? Anyway, that's going to be a big no ball. I think he just slipped in his delivery there. It's Qureshi comes out. That'll be no ball plus 1 run. Again, look at his eyes light up there, but not for the right reasons. That means that his captain, Perry Jurgensen, will be on strike for the free hit.
Yeah, I think certainly, Vinny, for me, Winterthur's bowling's been a little bit off.
Wide, so continue the free hit. So yeah, little targets. So you want to be 80 after this over to be on target. When you've got a big problem or a big chase, I think the key is break it down into biteable chunks, manageable chunks. Just try and stay around the mark. If you get conservative and let it get out of control, you're never going to win. So at least this way you give yourself a chance, even if it means you're taking risks earlier than you would otherwise. So yeah, 80 would be the little target to get to at the end of the over here.
Yeah, and it is funny to see them ahead of the Vetican efforts. Excuse me, ahead of the Winterthur efforts. Another wide down the leg side. Qureshi just looks as though his run up is a touch all over the place.
Just doesn't have the rhythm. Remember, they're running straight into the teeth of the breeze most of the time, these bowlers. It's a little bit right to left, but also, yeah, you can see that'll put them off a little bit. All right, this is going to be another shot where he opens up. It's right off the corner of the steps. We'll check that ball for a flat side because it smashes into the stairs. Maximo. Right now, Qureshi's finding it hard work.
Well, that is classic Mohammad Akhtar, isn't it? He's got this slightly unorthodox way of basically getting underneath a delivery like that, which is a low full toss. Often you'd see batters try to hit that to the leg side, but he gets it straight down the ground.
So I'll tell you what it is that it's a very tape ball type technique. So deep in the crease, a very open stance, right? And it's so wristy. So what he's trying to say is, I'm trying to hit mid-wicket, but if I'm late on it, it's still, the later you are, the further round to the left of screen it's going to go. So when you're late on it, then that's where it ends up going, over mid-off. Whereas if you try a cover drive and you're late off it, it goes over backward point or third. So this time, we're still in a free hit here. Let me just check the archives because it's been a while since we actually had the original no ball. Unless I'm missing something. No, we had a no ball to start the over. Remember the beamer? And then since then, we've had...
What was the 6?
Oh, the 6 was the free hit.
6 was the free hit, yeah.
I'd erased that from my memory. So
no,
we're not on a free hit anymore.
But we already have 11 extras, Vinny, and it's only 4.2 overs in.
Would it be easy if the umpires just to signal when it's not a free hit in this competition? Anyway. Oh, well, there you go. And when he does get it in that area, he does go leg side. Plan A works for Akhtar. Maximo as he moves to 47 off just 14 balls.
I happen to be watching Jagdeep Tawana here out at long on, and you actually see it in the background perfectly there. Disgusted. He knew as soon as the ball wasn't landed it was going to go the distance. Akhtar came into this game today with a strike rate of 275. I think he's back towards the top of the scoring charts. I think he in fact is with this innings of 47 on it. I'll get that checked, but you're seeing one of Switzerland's very best here. He is lighting up the European Cricket Series here.
First time in the ECS as well. This one looks like a slight slower ball from Qureshi. Dragged off the inside half of the bat for one. So I talked about that 80 as the mini target. Well, they're up to the 80 now. Well, here we go. There's the picture of the little airport around the corner here in St. Gallen.
Well, that is beautiful, isn't it? And that's Lake Obersea there in the background.
It looks so peaceful, though.
Stunning.
It looks so peaceful in the picture.
It really does.
It's quite noisy. I can tell you that much. Oh, another wide. He's just been all over the shop here, Qureshi. This over's gone magical, and there's still 2 to come.
Yeah, really loved that. The gorgeous shot of the lake in the background. That, I promise you, Vinny, I'm not having any beers on Saturday night. I'm going to be well behaved. I'm going up to Lake Obersea. I'm going to take in what the Swiss love, which is the outdoors, the nature element of their beautiful country.
You can do both, you know. Oh, wow. That's cracked. That might end up in Lake Obersea the way that's going. Maximo, you're going through, not wasting any time. And they're well past that 80 mini target now. They're right on track. This is the over where they've gone from below that red line. Now they're powering ahead.
Well, the question now is, are Vetican favourites? Because all of a sudden the required run rate's very much in hand at 14.5 per over, 8 wickets too. But the key thing is, if it's not these two that get it done, who else is there to come? We haven't seen that much depth down the order for Vetican. So it's going to have to be Akhtar and Yogentharan that will get them up to the 130 mark, something like that.
Yeah.
Very much game on here, Vinny.
Having seen so many of these matches, for me, they're not quite favourites yet. I think I still fancy the runs on the board because a lot of things can happen from here. But what I can say is it's approaching a 50-50 though as we get to the end of the 5th over, and Vettingen 88 for 2. And this is what we've got coming up tomorrow. Yeah, super excited that we'll have some more T20 international cricket. It's women's T20 international cricket tomorrow in the Continental Cup, coming to you live from Romania. And first up, we'll have Isle of Man versus Greece. And that game starts 6 a.m. GMT, 8 o'clock in the morning in Central Europe, 11:30 in India. So that is actually 45 minutes before we start. Rico's standing by. There's also Malta. There's also Romania playing in that 4-way series. Basically how it works. There's preliminary matches tomorrow and Saturday, and then there's 3 versus 4 match, and then the final on Sunday. So 8 T20 internationals across the weekend.
Sensational. And for me, Vinny, there's a connection there again. I told you that I'm not just Irish, as everyone thinks I'm just purely Irish and half Nepali. I'm actually half Greek too. So I've got 3 countries I follow in the world: Ireland, Greece and Nepal.
Yeah, we'll have it on here, don't you worry.
Fantastic.
Let's try and keep your cheering down to a minimum. Anyway, this is up, it's in the air, and that, I think it's just 4, but only just. Yogentharan has just come out here, and he's been swinging everywhere, this time offside. Gets a fair piece of it, and gets it a little bit late as well, either by luck or design, but it gets away from the fielder and goes for 4.
Interesting they're holding back that extra over of Jagdeep Tuana. I thought they might need to go for it, bowl him now, because they need to break this partnership sooner rather than later. We've got a barnstormer on our hands.
Sure do.
We have a classic in the offing.
Yeah, in case of emergency, break the boom boom glass, but this is an absolute crack, but is it far enough? It is. Oh, right off the fingertips. Remember that moment, because Yogentharan is dropped on 16. Maximal 6 more to Vettingen.
I think it's Qureshi out there, isn't it?
It is.
He should have held this, I have to say. He got into a good position, but just the power of the stroke made it burst through the hands. The last man you want to drop is Vettigen's captain. They're ahead of the rate. Are they hunting down the highest target, not just of this series, but one of the top 5 highest of all time?
Yeah, you're not wrong there. Now it's going to be in the same direction, same fielder, same result. Although this time it doesn't go for 6. This one, you'd say, is now they're going to run into each other. We might have a run out. Oh, I think he just gets home.
Oh, incredible. Absolutely incredible. A drop catch the ball before, now another drop and a potential run out. All happening, Vinny.
Oh, it sure is. I mean, poor Qureshi. I was about to say he probably needs those men in black glasses to erase the last 5 minutes from his memory. The hand comes off the bat here. It's an acrobatic attempt. And then going for the second, the batters actually ran into each other, you see. And then, he's just home here.
Oh, this is tight, Vinny. I think you're right.
I don't think the bails are off there. That to me is when the bails are removed, that frame. So
you do have the little double white line action going on.
He's benefit of the doubt. You've got to account for the curvature of the earth. Yeah, for me it's not out.
We are spinning.
Imagine that. Tackling your captain and causing him to get run out. Meanwhile, the hundreds come up, but only just. Sasidaran with 3 to play for him. And this is drilled, and I think that's got all the way. Maximal. Yogentharan, well, he survives his partner. He survives the run out. Now he thrives. This one again, not quite Yorker length. Something to drive. And yeah, for me, that's just gone over the line. 6 runs.
Yeah, really good stroke again. This almost trademark of the series. Vinny, I'd love to ask you, is this just here in Switzerland, or generally are you seeing across Europe they're hitting brilliantly inside out over extra cover? That's been the standout for me.
Some places more than others, but yeah, when you see high-scoring venues, that's normally what it is. They're not one-trick ponies. They're not one-dimensional.
It's the ability to hit, maybe not 360 degrees, but certainly maybe 250, everything in front of the wicket.
Exactly, and when you've got somebody that's constantly only trying to hit leg side, then as a bowler, you can come up with a plan for that. I mean, that last ball he bowled, if they weren't so good at hitting offside, they probably try and slog to mid-wicket and miss it, and that's when you don't see scores as high. But now, when the batter establishes he can go both ways, the bowler is like, okay, now what? And now you're kind of relying on length more than line, I think. And you just got to hit that block hole. Doesn't, but slow ball in the air. Again, big moment in the match. It's a swirler. Crispin wants it. The bowler wants it. They crash into each other. But it's caught and bowled. And I think he's right. Yeah, I think Crispin's saying I've got the gloves, but the truth is Sassy Darren's got the ball. So a bit of everything. I said our collision index is through the roof here in the ECS. Gentheren goes for a brisk 30 to say the least, but what a good caught and bolt it is by Sassy Darren. It's 106 for 3.
How good a catch is this, Vinny? Absolutely extraordinary. It's gone almost up to the moon. And surely it was the keeper that was going to take it, but it was Shrikant that held his nerve. The keeper lost his cap, and a 51-run partnership that came off 13 deliveries is broken. Gentheren 30 off just 10 balls. It's 106 for 3.
Yeah, I mean, that's a very good catch. In the end, it's probably lucky that Crispin Webb, the keeper, was diving. It meant that they weren't at the same height, because the problems happen when you're both hitting the ball with your hands at the same time. Anyway, it's Sharasai. He comes out and he makes a pretty strong statement first up. Maximo, and how's the wrists here from KM Sharasai? And I've got to say, surely now Vetingen are ahead, even though we're talking top 5 chasers of all time. But there's a little bit of a baby helicopter about that one as well.
Mini chopper, maybe a mini drone. Maybe that's the drone shot rather than the helicopter shot, Vinny. Just gets enough of it, doesn't he? Only a flick of the wrist, no more. Game on in a big way. 112 for 3 after 6 overs. And right now, I think you're right, Vinny. I think Vetingen are moving into the ascendancy. They need wickets to close out this game, Winterthur, and they don't look like coming, but they're going to their main man now. Jagdeep Tawana, I think he has to get Akhtar out in this over. Otherwise, Vetingen surely are going to make that 50 from 24 balls. It's only 12 and a half an over required.
They need to. Well, that's not a great start. Overcooks the Yorker. There's 4 runs to start, and it brings up the 50 for Mohammad Akhtar. Well, this guy is having such a great series. Hasn't even had that much of the strike in the first 6 overs, but he still reaches his half century. He is thrilled about it as he brings up the 50 off just 16 balls.
6 sixes, 6 Maximos and 3 boundaries, including this one, 3 boundary 4s. Just helped around the corner, wasn't it? We don't see fine legs in place in any of the 10 over cricket we've seen so far. There's the wagon wheel. Again, very good over that extra cover region. Good down the ground too.
That's well bowled. That's where you want to be. We just haven't seen enough of those balls so far. I think no matter how many runs you're on, how well you're hitting them, unless, you know, what you get at professional level, you get guys that are really adept at ramping these deliveries, which is normally a premeditated stroke anyway. It's just not much you can do with that. That's just survive, get the bottom of the bat on it. This is close to another block hole delivery from Tawana. So even, you know, a couple of balls like that,
amazing.
You know, can turn the game so quickly.
Yeah, because again, you're saying all the momentum's going Vettigen's way, but let's just say Tawana, particularly to the new batter here, can keep him quiet for 3 deliveries. The task is still a tall one, 45 more to win.
Throws the hands at this. This will be 4. So Sharasai, we know he's got those magical wrists. He likes to just throw them at the ball at the last moment. The point was pretty much dead sideways. He gets it late. And even look at the way that bat follows through in that direction. Finds a gap and finds 4.
Well, he likes the drones, doesn't he? He's got the drone shot down the ground for 6. And now another little mini flourish through. The chat is going crazy, Vinny, because they know we're in for a classic. Is this an all-time ECN classic? Don't whisper it yet, but could we be in for the golden ball? I said tomorrow, could have come today.
Oh, team will be lucky at this rate. Well bowled. Tawana, I know he got the first one wrong. Apart from that, I think he's been pretty good. Just any minor mistakes are being punished. Just going to have to drop the single here. And it's all set up for a grandstand finish here, Lenny. 7 overs down. They'll need 39 off the last 3 to do it. They're 123 for 3. Coming up next, don't forget, we've got 3 more matches after this. And the Nomads, well, they're back. And didn't they look good this morning, cracking 149. 98 of those runs to Hassan Ahmed. But Zalmi, they are a very, very good team. We saw that on their first day in the ECS. They're undefeated, 2 wins and a washout. And Arif Sanger, well, he's the man I'm watching for Zalmi.
Well, is it going to be Hassan Ahmed versus Arif Sanger? Because Sanger lit up the tournament with the biggest 6, maybe not just here in Switzerland, one of the biggest 6s probably in ECN history. Yeah. It went miles over the roof and onto the back football pitches. 39 to win off 18 here.
Uh-oh, that would have been a wide, but it's gone for 4. I've got a bit of a rule. If you're going to hit a wide, make sure you hit it to the boundary. That's what Akhtar does at a boundary to start the 8th.
I still just don't quite get this angle. Right arm around the wicket. I can't remember much success it's had at any point for medium pacers bowling to right-handers around the wicket. If you get your line of fraction wrong, it's a free hit.
Line's wrong. I suppose the theory to a guy like Akhtar is he's often setting up to hit leg side. So what they're trying to say is, if I can get it angling across you, that way you're fighting the angle. But if you put it on the legs, it's thanks for coming stuff, really.
Yeah. Right now, you see the gap. Look at this. Winterthur, they were 106 for 1, so there's a 21-run gap between them. They did have a real flourish at the finish. This is a critical over.
Cupido, the skipper. This is the other way you can do it. I suppose you get it full and you kind of jam him, kind of cramp him for room. Don't let him free his hands. He talked about that good finish that Winterthur had in the first innings. And they were actually, I mean, they were all good overs, to be honest. But those last 3 overs end up going for 55. So that's more than 3 a ball pace. Yeah, so this is the kind of when it works, when it looks good, that if you've got a guy that seems determined to go leg side, and this is Akhtar, this is Sheriff side strike, but he's a similar kind of technique.
Big top ball, that one, Vinny.
Yeah.
Game very much hanging in the balance.
Same thing. Tried to catch up, but he missed the helicopter. And how much 2 balls can change a game?
Well, Dot has turned it, the equation, from 34 off 16 to 34 off 14. That required run rate spirals.
Sheriff side be feeling the heat after those 2. And now can't get it past the bowler. He can. And we're not going to get a run there. So 3 dot balls in a row.
Winterthur somehow getting back into the contest. Grant Cupido, their captain, almost dragging them back into it. And look at Mohamed Akhtar at the non-strikers end, Vinny. He's down on his haunches. He's desperate to get on strike. 2, 4 or 6, the required result here.
Oh, 4 dot balls in a row. Cupido gets it right in the end. And so fantastic finish. As Di Maria says, these are the games that make ECN so awesome. Also want to say a quick hello to Chris, who's watching as well. But right now, I can tell you, we're in for a thriller. 34 required off the last 2 overs. It is 128 for 3.
Now that pendulum just feels to me to have swung back to the side that batted first. Winterthur CC, remember, they're looking for their first win, and honours are almost even across those run worms. They can't be separated. And this, well, what's happening here? It's going to be the James Bond man, Amal Fonseca, who batted so brilliantly.
Yeah.
He's going to be tossed the ball for the first time in the innings. Is that right, Vinny?
Yeah, he is. And I think part of the reason is a lot of other bowlers haven't worked, so they're going for Fonseca. I don't mind just changing it up here.
Sixth bowler.
Having said that, you've got Cupido. He was pretty good with those round the wicket tactics. But this is Akhtar on strike now. He hasn't missed too many. But again, the change of pace doing the trick. That's 5 dot balls in a row.
And just that small window, those 5 deliveries have swung the game massively back. Remember, the required run rate was 12.5. Now it's 18.5. It's moving maybe consistently towards that point of no return, Vinny. 34 to win off 11 now.
Beauty of the ECN. Although this is a top edge. Hanging. Pressure on the fielder. And he catches it. So Fonseca comes in, delivers a dot and the big wicket of Akhtar. And in a matter of moments, in the time you could boil an egg, this game has turned around on its head, Lenny.
Well, I think that egg, it's not even done to medium hard yet, Vinny. It's still soft because in about a minute and a half, it's all gone Winterthur's way, and it's fittingly the captain, Grant Cupido, who had to wait an age for this to drop down, but he got into the perfect position and tossed it away with glee. Critically, Mohamed Akhtar, he just couldn't get the strike when he needed it the most. It's another stunning innings, 59 off just 23 deliveries, but he's gone now. And surely, Winterthur, are they now within touching distance of picking up their first win, defending this big total?
I'll get back to you, because in the time it takes to boil the other egg, it could switch the other way. 4 to come here. Fonseca taking all the pace off the ball. Fonseca turns into a low full toss, just knocks away for 1, and now Sheriff's side becomes even more important. But he hasn't really faced anything like this yet. He's faced the medium paces. Now he's even more Akhtar than Akhtar, really, the way that he plays his cricket.
Well, how's Fonseca not being one of the frontline 5 bowlers? Bowled beautifully for the 6th bowler here, 1 for 1.
Oh, there you go, hoping for a wide, doesn't get it. Fonseca quick to get back, he's rushing, even though he's got 4 minutes to bowl this ball. But, yeah, variety's the key. Well bowled, that'll be 1. So out of nowhere, we have the first really tight over of the game. I mean, 2 if you count Cupido, who started with a boundary, only went for 5.
Vetigan are pulling this out of the fire, Vinny. They're heavy favourites now from here, just 7 balls left.
And now stops it, whether he likes it or not. And it's the end of the over. Just 2 runs off that over.
Incredible.
And
Well,
this is ECN cricket at its best. End of 9, 130 for 4.
that's a game-winning over. Quite simply, he was sensational with the bat. He led the way with 62 not out off 23 deliveries, and now with that 1 over, 1 for 2, for me, he's merely rubber stamped his name on the Player of the Match award. Winter Tour, just a couple of good deliveries. They'll get it done. Their first win, my team coming into it.
Yeah, look, I know you're a rookie, so I'm not going to blame you. But, I know you're getting carried away thinking they're betting it so much in front. But I told you, remember at the time I said, for me,
building it up, Vinny.
even though they're ahead, I didn't feel they were ahead. Because I just think there's a lot of ways it can go wrong, and we've seen one of them. Credit to your guys, though, Winterthur. They've played very, very well. And they're sticking with a bit of spin. Karana Gadagi is going to bowl the last over here.
I think it always shows to me that whatever the format, 10 over cricket like we're playing here, test matches, T20s, ODIs, whatever it is.
Well, what this is hanging up in the field. Possible collision. Luckily, infielder bails out of it. And then it bends around the outfielder, goes for 4.
I don't think it's going to matter. They need 28 now to win off 4. But whatever it is, you want variety in your bowling attack, Vinny.
Yep.
If you have 5 right arm medium pacers, even if they're brilliant bowlers, they're going to get lined up, they're going to get sized up, and they're going to go the distance. You need variety. You want left arm spinners, right arm spinners, left arm quicks, right arm quicks if you can.
That's a good shot. That'll be 6. Maximo. Sheriff Sight now needing 7 a ball, so I don't think it's on. But still, we've seen over 300 runs in this game now. This is cracked off middle stump. Yeah, that's something that Coy Ruckers, who commentates a lot with this, against the Spanish national coach, he's always looking for right arm seamer, left arm orthodox, right arm off here, and a wrist spinner as his 5 with some extra options as well. Oh, that's cracked by Sharafsai as well. Oh, man, there's been some big hits in this game. Maximo, there's 6 more consolation runs, but big hits nonetheless.
That's gone a long way up, hasn't it, Vinny? And again, the wind is just gusting around. And it's not going to matter as long as Chamith can keep his foot behind the line, and Sharafsai almost looks to the heavens. I wish I had 1 more ball. If it was 16 off 3, he could get it done. Don't bowl 1 over waist high, though, remember.
True. It's called a wide, bit harsh, but interesting because it keeps the game theoretically going for another 2 balls.
Well, 2 more wides and 2 more Maximos. We're off to that golden ball, Vinny.
Oh. I feel I can finally breathe again now. Kind of yorks himself here. We'll turn it down in the end, saying, all right, you've batted well. Kayum, have the last ball.
He has batted nicely. He's going to be in a losing cause. But Vedigan, despite back-to-back defeats, plenty of high moments in these 2 games.
Hit the 150, need a boundary. Oh, no ball. Off the edge of the pitch. And they don't take it because they want Sharafsai to face. Yeah, if you have 5 right-arm mediums, you might as well just save a bit of money and space in the car and just buy a bowling machine, I think, out here.
Now, could he have gambled and thrown the hands at that, tried to hit the
I
freakish no ball for 6?
He didn't have enough reaction time to do that, but yeah, I mean, theoretically, yes.
And then it would have been game on.
That's true. That would be extra IQ,
Extraordinary
400 movement to think, just in case. Anyway, he's going to crack this high. It's going to go out. Has he overrun it? No. Nicely taken out there. And all's well that ends well. And look who that is. Hedjitullah Quraishi, who is in a world of hurt in the middle of the innings. His over was expensive and a couple went down. But he caps off a win. And Winterthur, well, they're right back in the mix after that. Their first win of this ECS.
Go on, the Winterthur CC. They get their first win. And my favourite word in the world, Vinny, redemption. It's redemption. For Hedjitullah Quraishi, he didn't just drop 2. One of them he dropped for 6. Another one he dropped for 2. That's what we've got coming up in about 20, 25 minutes time, something like that. We'll have the Zurich Nomads taking on the Pakhtun Zalmi in a game that's very hard to call. It's going to be Hassan Ahmed versus Arif Sanger, who are being probably the 2 biggest stars of the show, alongside Mohammad Akhtar from Vedigan, who's the tournament's leading run scorer as of now. But great delight for Winterthur. They've made that train journey. It's about 40 minutes up here to come and join us. And here's the highlights, some of the best of the action. Again, that man, Mohammad Akhtar, he keeps getting it done.
Yeah, and he didn't waste any time, did he? He cracked the first ball for 6. He went offside, he went leg side. It's just so hard to bowl to. But I think the one thing for me, he feasts on length and full tosses that are kind of shin high or above. Naresh got a birthday present he wasn't looking for as he got castled, but did hit a couple of good blows before he had to go. Meanwhile, I mean, there were some proper high balls here. Webb got one that I think actually went into another strand of cumulus before it came down. He was able to improvise the catch, but the Sixers just kept on coming. And really, you have to say, Vedigan, they were ahead of the rate, but this was the bit where it all kind of went wrong for Quraishi. He went for a bunch, Then he had 2 consecutive drop catches. We almost had the batters colliding in the middle, creating a run-out situation here. You go, you go, you go. Just surviving by the skin of his teeth. But again, it was on because the batters that came out, they were able to hit boundaries straight away. But despite being ahead of the rate, things just falling down towards the end. How about that? Keeper and bowler collide. The sunglasses come off. We have Akhtar getting a 50. This is all just in one 45-minute package in the European Cricket Series. When people see this on the internet, they think, oh, is that the season highlights? I'm like, no. This is just one game. And I think you're experiencing that right here, Lenny.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant action of plenty in just 40 minutes. We've seen it all. We've seen maximums. We've seen drops over the rope. We've seen praise to the heavens and balls hit up to the heavens. And that moment of redemption, that's the one he'll take in. It doesn't happen with what's been and gone. It merely happens with what you can affect next. And look at the delight for Winterthur. They are on the board. Their first win of the tournament. And I have to say, despite a wobble with the ball, I think they've been deserving of that win. And they've got over the line with a little bit of distance in the end.
Yeah, so Vettingen, that finishes their contribution on day 4 here. But we'll see plenty more of Winterthur because they have the 3-game day. And they'll hope, okay, that is what gets our tournament going. You can win 3 games today and be 3-2. As we roll through the scorecard, 13 runs the result in the end in favour of Winterthur. 59 for Mohammad Akhtar off just 23 balls, 6 Maximos, 4 fours in there. Jurgenthrum with 30 off just 10. Didn't he crack them straight away? Naresh with 13 opening the batting. Sharif Saik with 28 in a losing cause towards the end. As far as the bowlers went, it was the stars at the end. I've got to say that Cupido came back, kept it really tight, a 5-run over, followed on by the 9th from Amal Fonseca. We often say it all happens in the 9th. Well, nothing happened in the 9th on the scoreboard. He took 1 for 2 and pretty much shut the gate. So we'll take a break. We'll be back in about 20 minutes into match 3. It'll be the Nomads. They're going to chase against Salmi. And I think that means we'll probably see Arif Sangha out first. So make sure you've got your seatbelt attached to your lounge chair. Plenty more action coming your way today on day 4 in this European Cricket Series.
And after a long period of playing cricket, the best place to come in Europe is the great Rhine Falls.
Hello and welcome back to the beautiful St Gallen ground here at the Groningen Stadium in Switzerland. Special hello to all of our fantastic viewers watching on Swiss Sport TV around the country, as well as everyone watching on Fancode, of course our YouTube channel as well, ECN European Cricket Network. Time now for the third match of 5 today in the European Cricket Series, and this should be a good one because we've got Zurich Nomads fresh off their first win of the series this morning. They are taking on Paktoon Zalmi. Big coin toss coming up, big man to do it. Tyrone Peters has the two captains. Let's see who wins it.
Paktoon Zalmi the call.
Head.
It is the call. It's a tail. Back to you, Vinny.
So it is Azim Nazir, the captain of the Nomads, that wins the toss, and he elects to bowl first. So he wants to chase. I think they could have gone either way. We know that they've got a really powerful batting lineup. I just think sometimes they like to know exactly what the required rate is so they can take the right amount of risks. They don't necessarily want to take unnecessary risks. Probably a risk, though, for Paktoon Zalmi to run into the Nomads in this kind of form. We know in the first game of the day, Hassan Ahmed cracked a 98. He was looking very good. Fahim Nazir put one or two up on the roof as well. They do have a long batting lineup, but then again, Paktoon Zalmi, weren't they impressive in their first day in the ECS the other day? They went undefeated in their 3 games, 2 wins and a washout. The big name there, Arif Sanger, he was incredible. One of the most convincing first days we've ever seen. He didn't just hit one on the roof, he hit one over the roof in his 80-odd, and that was one of the innings of the week so far. So I think we're going to see some power here in match number 18. Let's go over to Andrew Leonard now. And Lenny, I can tell you the news from the toss out here in the middle is that the Zurich Nomads, they've won the toss. They're going to bowl first.
Well, my thanks as always to Vinny Sandhu, who is out there in the middle. It's a beautiful facility, this. It really is. It kind of looks different from every angle that Vinny gives us out in the middle, too. That was kind of pointing towards, as we look out from the grandstand, the right end. And I still can't believe some of the sixes have been hit up onto that bank. Almighty strikes. Here is the midway contest, I suppose, the best way to describe it. The third match of 5 of the day. It's game number 18 in total. And we are going to get to almost exactly a third of the way through the group stage games, with the Nomads winning the toss, choosing to have a bowl first. There's the 2 expected scores. We've seen the supercomputer. I think it needs a rattle. I think they need to start getting those numbers up. As you can see, the average runs for and against much higher than the 96 v 79 prediction, and I don't think 96 would be anything like a winning score. So 120, 130, that's what you need at a minimum here on what have been good batting conditions. The artificial wicket that has been put in place specially for this competition, and indeed it's the way the St Gallen CC play here at all. They always have to get this map put down right in the middle. But here's the main man in his trademark, well, I don't know how to describe it. I think Vinny was calling it a baseball visor, maybe. Was he? Some kind of a visor cap that he likes batting in. Arif Sanger, he's still just a youngster, but he hits a very, very big ball. And we see the 2 individual highest scorers of the competition thus far take each other on in this game number 18. It's going to be the Sanger v Ahmed show. It will be Ikram Alad to open the bowling again. Yeah, those 2 highest individual scores. Arif Sanger's 85 not out, trumped by Hassan Ahmed's 98 that he made most recently. We're nearly all set for game number 18. halfway stage game of the day, game number 3 of 5, as we bring you every single day here on the European Cricket Network. This is the European Cricket Series for Switzerland. Opening the batting alongside Arif Sanger at the non-strikers end, we've got Izzar Hussain, the captain. And indeed, we'll see him with the gloves later on, the wicketkeeper too. Slip in place. And Ikram Allah comes in to bowl the first delivery. And is this a chance? No, it's not. It's going to be 6. Well, that is very much a sign of things to come. It's a Maximo from the very first ball. They're just little friendly, gentle away swingers. And how's he got that all the way for 6? Into the St. Gallen host city branding. In the east of the country, that went a long way west. Tries to repeat the dose, but instead he'll have to be satisfied with what will be a scampered single. You have to get the afterburners on to make sure he got home. He's got his own style, doesn't he, Arif Sanger? Look at him go there. He was worried about being hit by the ball too, but does safely get home. Talking about the Pakhtun Zalmi's kit as well. Pretty iconic with the lime green and yellow. Together. Going to see if we can bring you some updated statistics too. I think it's Mohammad Akhtar who's top of the list at the moment. He's got 200 runs flat, average of 50, 5 innings, but one of them not out. Strike rate 263, but the highest strike rate in the competition thus far. In fact, the only 2, well, 3 of them are over 300. Big swing and a miss from Izzar Hussain. 2 of them are playing today. Hassan Ahmed is striking at 323 thus far in the competition. Arif Sanger striking at 306. Nobody else is over 300 with the exception of Sher Mohammed. And that's come from just his 2 innings for St. Gallen. 3 batters striking at more than 3 runs per ball. You have to love the action here in the European Cricket Series Switzerland. It's been really entertaining thus far. 2 fielders are allowed outside the 30-yard circle. There's a slight difference in the field for Sanger, with both fielders remarkably being on the offside in the deep. It's a 6-3 offside field too, so long off and deep extra are out, and all 3 men on the leg side are up in the circle. I just wonder, are we maybe going to see him target the leg side? It's what he does, but he got himself in a muddle. You see it here. He was targeting the leg side, but definite bat involved, so can't be given out LBW. Down the track, now he goes into the sky. Is this going to be a catching opportunity? Point goes back, but he can't get a hand on it. Oh, Sanger, he's trying to smash everything for 6. Every single ball. And that one just skewed off an outside edge. Gets us to the end of that first over. But let's have a look at what's coming up. We have got plenty more action. In fact, we've got overlapping action too, don't we? It's the ECN Continental Cup, the T20I women's event. That will be held then in Romania after the European Cricket Series here in Switzerland. We immediately move on to Germany. The very next day starts on the Monday after the grand finale here in Switzerland. And then on for some more women's action. Looking forward to see Ireland coming into some European Cricket Network action. We've seen the men's 11 play for them down at the Euros of Cricket. It's going to be Fahim Nazir to bowl the second over. And look at that from Sanger. He did show us one of those strokes in what was an innings where he struck over 300. He just showed a cover drive just to emphasise he can play that way too. What he did in the previous game after the correct shot, he smashed the next one for 6. Will he do the same here? Oh, looks like he's going to try to at least. Again, not out of the middle of the bat, but more than enough for a maximum over the rope all the way for 6. And with it just being me, Andrew Leonard, here with you, and the action entertaining on the pitch again. Oh, how's he got that for 6? Up towards the Kaiban Park, the big 18,000 seat stadium up to our left. Do let us know where you're watching from. Get in touch on the YouTube chat. Great to have you with us again. Day number 3. for me, day number 4 in total for Switzerland, and it's going to be 4 more. This time not where he intended it, over the head. Sanger, God, he is so good to watch. He really is. He's got a great attitude. Such an entertainer. And look, he's almost disappointed with the 4 because it's not where he wanted it to be hit. But he's off to a flyer yet again. Strike rate, maybe he's not going to be happy with it. It's only 257. He wants more than that. He wants 300 plus, doesn't he? Well bowled, back of a length, and nothing that Sanger can do about that. He looks really dialed in here, doesn't he? He looks determined to continue to make strides after that name he made for himself. I think it was just his 2nd innings here on the European Cricket Network. He could well have made 100 if he had had time to do it, but ran out of balls. As this is cracked into the leg side. Man out of deep mid-wicket. He's going to chase in vain. Big hit again. And even though I think technically he's hitting a bit into the breeze that direction, he does get enough of it. Back-to-back short balls. This time he sized it up and scythed it away. It's yet another maximum, his 3rd. And the runs are coming ever so easily. The keeper, well, he's yawning. He shouldn't be yawning with the action in front of him. Maybe he had a late finish last night. As this one steered into the offside, he wants the single, and I think Sanger is counting his balls, and oh dear. Let's have a look here. Oh, one of those nasty ones. He does have pads on beneath. Very stylish haircut that Jawad Dinesh has. Looks a bit like Ringo from the Beatles, I reckon. A little bit of a similar haircut. Now, there is the action. Every team that's played has picked up a win, thanks to my favourites, Winterthur, getting on the board and getting very much into the mix. So, who's it going to be? We could have a very congested table. Remember, the top 5 advance to the finals. And this game, well, it's lining up already to be a classic. 26 runs from the first 2 overs. Sanger has scored 25 of them. And make that 31 of the 32, as that would have been 6 anywhere in the world. Gets a great piece of it right out of the middle, into the hitting arc, and out of the park. As Sanger, well, he's going to need a shoe tie-laced. His shoes tied up, he gets them done, as that's a maximum. So tell me where you're watching from. Are you enjoying the action? Anything you'd like to know, do ask those questions in the live chat. A few people already predicting 160 plus. Well, if Sanger's still there in the 10th over, I think that's a conservative estimate. Lovely to hear from Wasim Ahmed, Apu Dali. But do tell us where you're watching from. I want to know. Oh, that's going to be 6 more. That one is monstrous. Oh, we saw him hit one over 100 metres that went over the roof of the stadium. It's a different angle this time. But look out. Bombs are being struck here by Arif Sanger. And he does that kind of no-look turn away. Oh, he's a ball striker, isn't he, this man? He's getting that strike rate up above where he likes it, up above 300. 37 not out. And the team only have 38. Could he get to 50 with only one other run being scored? This is quality. And that ball is still being looked for. Went so far. I think the keeper is going to ask for a helmet. He wants to come up to the stumps. He wants to stop Sanger getting any advantage coming down the track. And it's just me here with you, Andrew Leonard, for the moment. Vinny Sandhu down, just having a bit of a break. Great to be bringing you every ball of this. Sanger, sensational. 6, and make that 6 more. That's up towards the bank. It needs a couple of skips across the turf. Well, we're halfway to the full sheet of maximums. This young batter, he is phenomenally talented. He's lighting up this tournament. He really is. I think he looks determined to take that individual highest score back from Azim Nazir. And also he's farming the strike pretty nicely too. 44 for none after 15 deliveries. Sanger, he's got 43 of them. Quality of that ball striking, quite something. Now, has he got enough of this? I'm not sure if he has. Nearly 4 consecutive sixes instead. It's going to have to be 6, 6, 6, and now followed by 4. Definitely not out of the middle of the bat. And remember, this youngster, he's only 19 years of age. Extraordinary, the talent that's being unearthed on the continent here. Love to see Sanger up the grades, get him up into higher level cricket. He's got such rich potential. The ball striking just next level. Long off, stays out now, deep mid wicket, goes back. Well, almost inevitable. It feels like there's an inevitability. Look at the last 6 balls. There's been 5 sixes. And now another Maximo heaved a mile over the rope. And, well, have I missed that? I think I have. It's going to be 50. 50 for Sanger, coming off just 15 deliveries. I'm not sure his teammates know it. 50 coming. 50 for him. Give him a clap. Okay, they realise now it's come off 15 balls. He's got 53 of the 54 scored, and he's going to smash yet another one down the ground. 34 off the over. So nearly the maximum, 36. Oh, sensational. Sanger, sublime. 6 more. 5 sixes, and now they realise he's got to 50. He's going to acknowledge it late. He points at the back, number 33 on the back. 59 he's got off 16. Quite unbelievable. The Sanger show here in Switzerland. And look at those arches. 34 runs from the over without a single extra bowled. So that's 5 sixes and 1 4. It's just another day in the life of the European Cricket Network. The boundaries raining around this ground. And Arif Sanger, my oh my, remember his name, the youngster. You would love to see what he can do up the grades. Is he, I'm not sure if he's qualified yet, is he throwing himself into the mix? We know he's of Afghan origin, but man, he's emigrated over here to Switzerland. Rich potential. Cricket Switzerland, take note. You've got a star in the making. He's 19 years old. Here comes the left arm spinner, Thanatharan Thanabalasingham, who is going to bowl those little through and around darts. Slip in place. Interesting decision given the score 61 for none, and Sanger's on 59 off 16. Oh my, oh my. My, oh my. Monstrous. Miles into the air. Well, we very nearly had a century this morning. I'll tell you one thing for certain. If Sanger is still there in a few moments' time, even as late as the 8th over, I suspect he'll have 100 next to his name. Quite ludicrous ball striking here. Doesn't get it this time. And now Hussain gets into the act. That's going to be another Maximo, just angled in. No turn on offer. He's not really trying to turn them, so he's got to get it fuller than that. And this one goes all the way too. Well, we thought this could be a classic. The Pakhtun Zalmi are very much lining up a monstrous total here. They're going at more than 20 runs per over. Just another day in the life. I think we're on for a record-breaking day in terms of scoring totals, because Winterthur very nearly at 161 chased down. The morning game was high scoring too. As always here on the European Cricket Network, it is all happening. This one's heaved into the leg side. It'll just be a single this time. Sanger will be happy to take the strike for the moment, but just 1 ball left in the over. Projected score 199 right now. Partnership worth 75. The most incredible thing, Sanger's got 66 of them. Big swing and a miss. That time just loses his shape. Maybe trying to hit it a little bit too hard. I love his style, the hand on the hip as well. 4 overs bowled now. 75 for none. That is the run rate worm. Amazing, I think it took a dip in that over with the ball going the distance yet again. There was 15 off it, but when you have 34 in the over before, I suppose it's always going to have a slight downward curve. What can Hussein do? He's only faced 5 balls from the first 4 overs as Ahmed comes in to bowl his first, and Hussein gets in, joining the act big time. He moves to double figures, his second maximum. Another Maximo. Well, someone told me, I think it might have been Bertus de Jong, my great friend, who spending some time with up at Edinburgh. Journalist writes extensively on associate cricket. He said, what's your catchphrase going to be when you go on to the European Cricket Network? I said, oh, I'm not really a catchphrase kind of guy. I do like Pongo. Pongo to describe a big 6. And that one isn't quite pongoed. In fact, it's going to be out. And caught well held in the deep. Finally, some relief. It's probably not the man that they want or that they need in the form of Sanger. But the captain, Izhar Hussain, tries to get one all the way. But instead, he's caught out at deep square leg. It's the end of an 81-run opening partnership. Hussain gone for 15. It's 81 for 1. Yeah, lovely to hear all your comments coming in, and thanks for keeping me company while Vinny Sandhu's just attending to a few different matters. Nice to hear from everyone. I want to thank Rob Thompson and all of the other administrators. Do a great job on the live chat. Nice to hear from Waji, who's watching on from Pakistan. And lovely to hear from Simus, who's watching on from Winterthur in Switzerland. As Hamdard, the new man, could well be dismissed from his first delivery. Well called, but the catch goes down. He did everything right, didn't he? Amjad Rahmani. He did wave off Azim Nazir, the captain, who would have been running backwards and in a more difficult position. Here are the centuries. It is time to start thinking about them with the way Sanger's playing. There's been 17 thus far. Back live with you now. Doesn't quite get this out of the screws. He'll have plenty of time to get there as we're not even halfway through the first innings. 67 off 20, just been contained a little bit the last few deliveries. Yeah, great to hear from you all watching on. Live on YouTube, Facebook too, or maybe on Fancode in India. This one's clipped around the corner. A little bit of touch after some real power to get the innings going. That'll be a boundary 4. Very nicely played, just the wrong line. We'll close out the fifth over. Gets us to the halfway stage of the first innings. In fact, I think there's still a ball to go here. I think they've just realised that as well. Yeah, there is indeed one to come, so we'll just come back live with you now. We'll come back to that graphic in a moment. That's what's coming up tomorrow, starting with the T20I women's stuff. So there is a bit of confusion everywhere, but it is 100%. We are certain that there is a ball to go in this over. So they've just realised it out in the field as well. We've got to close out this fifth over first. Every ball counts when you're playing 10 over cricket. And a big swing and a miss. It means that Sanger will have the strike. He seems pretty pleased with that. End of the fifth over now. It is 87 for 1. You're very welcome along to today's coverage. Andrew Leonard here with you on the European Cricket Network. So great to be up here. We'll get Vinny Sandhu back in a few moments. We just wanted to say a sincere thanks to you all for tuning in. I've had so many messages, particularly on the YouTube live chat, but also coming into me on my social media saying that they've enjoyed me coming across and join the ECN action for the first time. I've loved being here. I love this venue. It's a really good facility. We're up in the grandstand, and even though it's a bit cloudy today, I think the sunshine's going to come in and join us for the rest of the day. Okay, that one's worked into the leg side by Sanger. Yeah, great to have you with us for this game number 3 of the day, match number 18 in total. I always have to check my maths with the 5 games a day. Should be able to work it out. We'll have 2 more after this, but certainly back to Nzalmi. They're hunting down maybe a 150 plus total. If Sanger keeps going, they've got to get him on strike. All of these balls that he's not facing, they're really being burned. Look at his body language at the non-striker's end. Hand on hip, leg crossed, none too pleased by his time at the non-striker's end. He wants to be very much in the action because he's such a good cricketer. This one goes a long way up. Could it be taken? It will. Very well judged. He's a good cricketer, Hassan Ahmed. Keep your eyes on him with the bat, the left-hander. And that's probably the worst possible result for the Pakhtun Zalmi. Sanger just can't get the strike. And gone are the days where with the ball hit into the air and a catch taken, the batters could cross. That is no longer in any format of cricket. So the new batter always comes in and onto strike. Another part of the evolution of our game. As the Nomads strike back, they get their second wicket with a simple catch held by Hassan Ahmed. Abdullah Hamdard is gone for just 5. It's 88 for 2. Out comes Asad Saeed, 700 on the back. Dargai, maybe the nickname for him. I have to praise all the teams with their kits. There's some really good numbers. I like the Winter Thor one, but I like everything about Winter Thor. They're my team in this year's European Cricket Series for Switzerland. With some great playing kits from all 11 of the sides. We've only seen 9 of them thus far. As the short ball again works. Also a difference in the colour of the pads. We've got the blue numbers coming out here from Saeed, whereas Arif Sanger's got those multicoloured lime, green and yellow designs. Haven't seen many multicoloured pads before. We'll get a look at those when Sanger comes back onto strike. Projected score just hovering around the 150s now. And that's going to help. That should be 4, not a good length. Well, actually, probably the length might be okay. It's just the line at that length. Just helps it round the corner. I think Sanger is desperate to get the strike, and I suspect with 1 ball to go, that will be the discussion here. Give me 2, 4, or 6. Nothing else. There it is. Sanger almost laying down the law. He might just be 19, but he knows. And you get a good look at his multicoloured pads there, in keeping with the design of the kit. Very clever. Back to Nzalmi. This is hit down the ground. And it's going to be maybe the worst possible result for Sanger. Sanger wants the second. He wants to get back on strike. But he's sent back. And the big smile. He knows he won't have the strike. End of the 6th. It's 93 for 2. I did start my point asking, somebody asked me about whether or not I'd have a catchphrase coming off this. I do love the word pongo. I use that a little bit in mainstream cricket as well, particularly the T20I stuff. But with all the fun of the fair, the entertainment that the European Cricket Network brings us, you know, Vinny Sandhu is not just trademark Maximo, but he is Mr. Maximo. And I'm not going to try and impersonate Rico Full because I don't speak good Spanish, but he's got the bale stuff and much more to it. I think the only word I can think of that I might have to start using a bit is carnage. And maybe to give that a European Cricket Series flavour, that could become Carnaggio, because it has been Carnaggio. Run rates well up over 13, 14 per over. We've seen 161 from Winter Thor, very nearly chased down. We've seen 152 from the Zurich Nomads chased down already. right now they just can't get Sanger on strike. You have to remember, when the score was 54 for none, he'd scored 53 of them. Since then, whenever he just can't get on. Now finally, he'll have 4 balls to work with here. He'll be thinking of one thing and one thing only. Big hits, 4s and 6s. He won't want anything else. But credit to Thuran Thanabalasingam, who has bowled pretty cleverly. Good in the first game this morning, which saw the Zurich Nomads pick up their first victory of the European Cricket Series. What can Sanger do? Well, he's going to smash it for 6. He has been coming to the boil at the non-strikers end. He just hasn't been able to face it all. Now he gets one, and he's happy to smash it out of the ground for 6 more. The 100 comes up in just 6.3 overs, 150 plus, very much on the cards, but so much depends upon this man on strike. He's 26 shy of what will be the first century of the week. That's powered down the ground. Good diving stop. Critical diving stop. Well, the 2 individual high scorers there almost going mano a mano, facing off, if you will, as Sanger smokes that down the ground. But the man who made 98 this morning, Hassan Ahmed, makes a fantastic stop. Now he's going to be called into action again, but it's going to go over his head. Going to go all the way for 6. Saeed gets into the act now. It's a Maximo straight down the ground. And a real shake of the head of disgust from Hassan Ahmed, who made that 98. He's trying to get the message across to Thanabalasingam as to where to bowl. He doesn't think it's there, because that one was right into the slot, wasn't it? Weather's just turned a little bit on us, clouded over, but there's some blue sky in the distance. This one, nearly chopped on. It does mean that Sanger will have the strike. He's on 75, 25 shy of what would be the first century of the European Cricket Series here in Switzerland. And the score, at the end of that 7th over, it moves now to 107 for 2. So what do you all think of this Arif Sanger ball striking? It is different gravy, isn't it? Rahmani into the attack. Now is this a chance? Long on, comes in, nestles underneath it and takes it. And that's the end of Sanger. He hits the turf in disgust with his bat. He knows that he held the key, not just to a 150 plus total, but maybe to the first century of the series. Instead, it's another one that threatens so much to get to 3 figures. But he just got cramped a little for room. And a simple catch, well executed under pressure by Fahim Nazir. A punch of the gloves and also a switch of the bats. He says to his colleague, you use this one. It served me pretty well. What a knock it's been. The Sanger show continues here. He's gone for a marvellous 75. 10 sixes. That makes up 60 of his runs off just 23 balls. Wait for the strike rate. 3, 2, 6. He keeps his strike rate in this competition well up over 300. And he's got the Pakhtun Zalmi off for a flyer. But they will have to round things out strongly. Don't think 125, 130 will be enough. Can they finish with a flourish as the new man Hamad Khan comes to the crease? Remember, all of that ball striking quality in the Zurich Nomads. Azam Nazir, the captain, Hassan Ahmed and Fahim Nazir too. International experience there, players who played for Switzerland. As this hits the pad, big appeal, probably height would be the concern, you'd suspect. This one thuds into the thigh pad. not sure he's wearing a thigh pad either. That sounded very meaty. Oh, this is going to hurt. He's not wearing a thigh pad. Have a look at this. Oh, it's a hard leather cricket ball that we use in our sport. He does have a box in place, it looks like. I'm not sure he's got a thigh pad because that sounded very much like the flesh of the upper thigh. He will have a bruise there, I assure you, Hamad Khan. But he will get some pleasure to go with the pain. It will be a boundary 4, sliced away. Third in the circle, so always going to be 4 once you get it up and over him. But great credit to the way in which the bowler has fought back. Amjad Rahmani, 2 wickets for him, including the big one, the big fish Sanger. Short and given, not as a wide, but as a no ball. And the no ball will also now will be changed and will be given as a wide. Yeah, I think just wide outside the off stump rather than high over the batsman's head. But Rahmani, 2 wickets, including Sanger. Massive impact on the game. Another one into the thigh pad. Oh dear. Poor old Hamad Khan. I think he's going to have to rub his leg here. He'll be in a bit of pain. That thigh is going to be looking very weary, so he gives himself room outside the leg stump to try and avoid his thigh being hit again. Brilliant spell of bowling from Rahmani. 2 for 11 from his 2 overs. Here's a look at the run worm. That run rate has continued to spiral down. I think it's going to continue to get even worse and come down towards maybe the 13 mark unless Saeed and Khan can find something, because once Sanger's been dismissed, really nobody's looked altogether too likely. Good bouncer, given as a wide though. Nazir unlucky there. Can't quite believe that. Where's this gone? Marginal. Marginal would be my call there. Just a word between the 2 batters. They come down and have a chat to each other. Nazir not happy with that. It was a pretty well executed short one, I thought. 7 minutes on the clock. Plenty of time to bowl this over. As this goes into the sky, now it goes more high than long and should be a chance. And it's put down. Oh no. Well, that should have been taken. I know it went a long way up, but Katil Zabiola, I thought he got into a good position too, and at the last minute, well, maybe just his body weight kind of almost went backwards, didn't it? And not able to cling on. Instead of it being the 4th wicket, it's a single to the total. In fact, it's a couple. They did very well to run 2 there. Would have been a run out with a direct hit at the non-striker's end. Action aplenty continues. Some shout-outs to George Bentley watching on from Stoke-on-Trent. And he's asking when will proper pitches be used instead of matting. Good question. Very difficult in continental Europe to just create cricket only facilities, if that makes sense. An awful lot of the cricket that's played throughout 31 countries. This one's cut away, should be 4. In fact, it's going to be 6, I think. We might just get a replay of that just to see if this has gone all the way for 6. Yeah, definitely over the rope, and a good call. Good eyes from the umpires to ensure that is a Maximo. This one goes into the sky. Keeper runs back. Jawad Dinesh takes the catch. Well judged. He's got that Beatles-esque haircut, doesn't he? Looking like one of the Fab Four with the gloves on. I think it's Ringo he looks like. What do you reckon? Is there a bit of John Paul or George in there? And it's a good catch, very well held. Never easy, generally, these steeplers, but particularly with the blustery conditions that we have. So that will have swirled around on him. In fact, the keeping on the whole from today's contest has been good. It will bring Asad Saeed to be joined alongside with, let's see who's coming in to bat with him. I think it might be Nasibullah Azizi, it is. And he starts by clubbing one into the leg side. Not going to get a boundary. He wants the second, takes on the arm, the throw's good. Oh, but it's hit the edge of the mat. And just as we were answering George Bentley's question about the matting, it comes into play. Yeah, look, definitely, obviously, you love to play cricket on turf always. That's at the very top level is what it's always played on. But the thing I love about this facility, it's got what is a pre-existing grandstand for the reserve team of the football club here. And you've just popped a cricket stadium into it. Really, really nice. Pop-up cricket. And the pitch is played really well. 9 overs have been bowled. 1, 2, 4 for 4. Something we always talked about quite a lot in Ireland. We're blessed in my island, despite it maybe only being the 10th or 11th most popular sport. As we look at the bowling figures, we've got loads of cricket wickets across the country. Lots of clubs have turf facilities. There's probably, might get this a little bit wrong, but 16 or 17 in the Dublin region, 3 or 4 down in the Munster Cricket Union down in and around Cork. And then up in Belfast, there's probably another 15 or 16 and maybe 10 or 12 up in Derry in the northwest. So there's plenty of clubs with turf wickets, but often artificials are. Cleans him up straight through, beautifully bowled, full, straight and good enough from Ahmed. Pakhtun Zalmi's innings, well, it's stuttering, it's getting itself into all sorts of bother. You look like they were bankers for 150, 160, maybe 170 while Sanger was there, but since he's been dismissed, nobody's been able to replicate that hitting. And the man, Asad Saeed, he's gone. Did hit that one Maximo and a boundary 2 for 15 from his 10. But no late momentum to take into the second innings for the Pakhtun Zalmi. But yeah, one of the things that we always discussed when it was part of the development and coaching teams within Cricket Ireland was that actually artificial surfaces are pretty good for batting on. And they do make young players particularly learn good cricketing strokes. Big edge, surely. Yes, the finger's going to go up. Just a shake of the head in agreement. In fact, credit to Shinwari. I think he's walked. The new man to the crease last, just one ball. Good line this, hiding it away from the hitting arc. And a definite edge. And I'm not sure whether he's John, Paul, George or Ringo. I think he's the Ringo star. He's the star behind the stumps with that Beatles haircut. Jawad Dinesh. Oh, he takes another. And this innings, well, you really couldn't predict the way it's gone. Arif Sanger's made 75 off 24, and right now Amjad Ahmed is on a hat-trick. We've had plenty of attempts. Is this going to be the one? Time for the hat-trick ball, but on strike. No, another one turned down. I don't know, that must be 17 or 18 we've had now, potential hat-tricks. Oh, I think I've got another favourite. I'm really enjoying Jawad Dinesh's keeping right now. Problem for the Pakhtun Zalmi outside that 75 off 24, and really the momentum started to struggle when they couldn't get him to strike. Nothing else going at all. This is going to be another wicket, isn't it? It's a 4th wicket for Amjad Ahmed. He has bowled magnificently well. The best figures of the week thus far are 4 for 15. Maybe that could be gone by the Zalmi. Well, they're collapsing. And I'm not sure 125, or even if they get to 130, is going to be enough. There is what we've got to look forward to. The 5-wicket haul. He's got a few balls to get there. 2, in fact. Could it be the 5-wicket haul, number 17 of the year? Well, the masking tape on the back makes it number 103 for Amjad Ahmed. Here's his chance to join that club. 4 for 13 from just 10 balls. Can he make it 5 for 13? No! Oh! It hung in the air for what felt like an eternity. And there was almost an audible hush over the ground. And he can't quite believe it, but lovely to see. Oh, the bowler claps him rather than being distraught. And it was Amjad Ramani, who's already dropped one out there, puts down another. Oh, it should have been 5 for 13. Instead it's 4 for 15. He's got one more chance. Can he do it from his final delivery? No, he can't. He's going to go the distance, so it's not even going to be the best figures of the week. Well, that's the swings and roundabouts you have in 10 over cricket. Instead of 5 for 13, he's going to end up with 4 for 21. The drop catch went for a couple, and then the Maximo went the distance straight after. And the Zalmi, maybe just with that very final delivery, will take some momentum in. It's not what they would have wanted with that flying start from Arif Sanger. They'll have to be content with 133 for 7. Look at this. It was the Sanger show again. 10 maximums he hit from just 24 deliveries. 75 he made. Ball striking of the highest quality. 19 years of age, this youngster, with a strut, a swagger, and an intent about him of the highest quality. I think he's somebody to watch for the future. Also, his captain got into the act with 2 maximums before he was dismissed. 15 he made off just 7 deliveries. Good catch held by Anoop Gadaran. Then that one, monstrous again. Oh no, this was the dismissal, sorry. That was Abdullah Hamdard, who was caught for just 5. Then back to Sanger, who finally mistimed one before being caught in the deep. 75 off 24. And then the wicket started to tumble. My man, Jawed Ringo Star Dinesh. He was a star behind the stumps. A couple of catches for him. And also stumps went flying, and the air punched by the pick of the bowlers, Amjad Ahmed. There was the second catch, and a flourish from Jawed Dinesh. And this could have been the moment for the 5-wicket haul. That was his 4th, but instead he had to be content with a 4 for. So here's the batting card. 133 for 7 the Pakhtun Zalmi have made. Could have been so much more. We saw the projected scores up and around 150, 160, even 175 at one point. And there are the bowling figures. Just the 5 bowlers used. Ikram Ullah, the opener, was by far the most costly. He went at an economy rate of 21.5, but outstanding stuff from Rahmani, who went at just 5.5 and over. And then the pick of the bowlers for me, he should have had a Michelle, a Pfeiffer, but instead he'll have to be content with those excellent figures of 4 for 21. It'll wrap up the first innings. It gets us to the midway point of the day, halfway through Game 3. Don't go anywhere too far. We're in for what should be a very entertaining chase. Can the Zurich Nomads make it 2 wins in 2 games, or will the 133 of the Pakhtun Zalmi be enough? Find out with us in less than 10 minutes' time. So welcome back to this fantastic facility. We're here for the European Cricket Series, and it's returned to Switzerland after a 3-year gap. And two, maybe the standout teams in many ways. I know the Nomads only picked up their first win today, but the Pakhtun Zalmi have been so impressive. Although they're maybe in danger of becoming a bit of a one-man team the way they're playing. Ardoo Sanger has been that good that he's doing it all. He opened the batting, he smashed the ball everywhere, 10 sixes in what was another 50. And he's now going to open the bowling too. Andrew Leonard here to guide you through it alongside the great man himself, Vinny Sandhu, who I've located. Vinny, I know you didn't see all of that Sanger innings, but he is a phenom.
Well, I was out the back having lunch, but I did hear a fair few cracks off the bat. Doesn't he just continue to plunder the bowling? But having said that, I still feel 133 might be a bit light on as we get ready for the first ball.
Yeah, Fahim Nazir it is to face up, and half an appeal, clearly pitching outside leg. Hassan Ahmed, the man who made the 98. I really thought we were on for the century, and height actually probably the bigger issue, Vinny.
Yeah, did you jinx him?
I did.
Yeah, okay.
I said it
Well
like
done.
6 times.
Put that in the Andrew Leonard commentary stats. Successful jinxes. I think we're on. Well, you're definitely at 2 successful jinxes. We kind of team jinxed yesterday.
We
didn't
did. But
Anyway.
the 98 today. Oh.
You need to be good enough to get past the bowling and past the commentators using the C word.
It was century watch. At one
Yeah.
point it was double 100 watch, but that's amazing, isn't it? To think that they were on track for 200 and they've just faded away completely.
Talked about it this morning, didn't we?
No ball signal. Going to be a free hit coming in here, Vinny. I think it's a front foot no ball as well, is it?
Could be. I haven't seen too many of these. I'm checking out the replay. Yeah, he must have just stretched over. I mean, that was the umpire pretty quick to take his eye off the ball to make the scorers aware. It's obviously a tight one, but the umpire's a lot closer than we are. Sanger doesn't look thrilled about it. Actually, he is thrilled. No wonder he just scored 75. But here comes the free hit.
Well, the thing that's really impressed me about Sanger, it's not just his ball striking, his fielding, his bowling, but it's just the swagger. Here comes the free hit. There is a swagger to Sanger.
There's a few bullets flying around I think nearby, but I think that Sanger dodges a bullet there and just skews into the pad and just a leg by. Yes, I want to say a big thank you to all the operations team here at the ground at St. Gallen for organising lunch for us. It was delightful. If I can go into food chat, there's a bit of the spiral pasta.
Well,
A very rich bolognese sauce.
I've only been here 2 days. We had the most beautiful sausage, a very long
Yes.
sausage day one for Swiss National Day.
Yes,
And
of course.
yesterday, a lovely, I think it was chicken in kind of a rich mushroomy
Yeah.
sauce, but it's the little salad bar next to it that
Yeah.
makes it for me.
Yeah, we got the full salad bar here. What facilities?
It's the thigh pad again. You miss Vinny in that first innings. Outside of, it's going to run away for 4 leg. In fact, it's given us a no ball again.
Oh, is it? So no ball plus 4 leg by. Is he having another issue with that front foot? That's my question. Yeah, that one, to be honest, that did look like a no ball. You see, he looks nervous. Sanger turns around looking just concerned. So I think he felt he was really tight on the line. That one seemed even bigger to me because I could see it on the replay. But, yeah, I'm surprised with this outfield that we're getting a 4 leg bias.
Yep.
It seems to be running quicker and quicker.
Shows that Sanger has that little yard of pace too, but it'll test the scorers because it's a no ball plus 4 leg buys plus
They've
the free
seen it
hit
all.
to-
Don't
to
you worry
come
about
in.
that. They've seen it all here in the European Cricket Series. Didn't hit the helmet. That's what surprised me.
Well, I'm glad it didn't. But the thing you missed in the first innings, not just Sanger's sensational ball striking, but Hamad Khan came out to bat without a thigh pad on and
Yeah.
wore it not once but twice at good pace. The meaty sound, I can guarantee you he's going to
Yeah.
have 2 massive bruises.
To be sure. And yeah, I know that some batters don't really like their thigh guard. I got used to wearing that. I didn't wear it when I was quite young, 11, 12, but quickly worked out it's probably a good idea.
Free hit incoming. And chip down towards one of the 2 fielders outside the circle to long on.
And I mean, it sounds weird to say. I feel like he's lucky that the score's only 10 halfway through this over because we've
Agreed.
had 2 free hit opportunities. You got 2 of the most destructive batters in the country, if not the region. So yeah, score still catching up.
124 more needed, about 13 per over from here required. And that's just clipped away. Really clever batting. There's no fine leg in place, so a shuffle across his stumps. Yes, if he misses it, he's probably going to be trapped LBW, but he gets 4 with just a flick of the wrist, Vinny.
Yeah, and so this over still could go magical, you know. Just really struggling to contain the runs, even though we haven't really seen a shot in anger yet.
I'd love to know, actually, in the chat, can people hear that in the background, or do they think me and you, Vinny Sandu, are going crazy? There's some heavy artillery fire in the background. I think we've got maybe something to do with the Swiss military in and around the vicinity. Machine guns, we've heard big booms. We saw helicopters landing yesterday. The Zurich Nomads definitely getting the better of this first over. Now a change in the field. A short fine comes into the circle. Gone towards the man. Oh, a great one-handed effort. He's just palmed it over the bar. Abdullah Hamdard, credit to him, but it will be 6.
Oh, that would have been such a great catch and a potential match winner, even this early. He climbs the ladder, doesn't he? That's frustration. Hamdard, they stick or they don't. That one ends up over the rope for 6.
I think he did pretty well, actually, just to get up to it. And like you said, it either just goes in and holds on or it pops out. The problem is it's popped out and had the power to go for 6. So it's already a 20 run over. Sanger might have made merry with the bat, but he's going the distance with the ball right now. As that one will be clipped around the corner. And, oh, maybe just is that on the rope. Oh, it's given us 4, yeah.
Well, he's given it. Yeah, I mean, it looked like it, but I mean, from this distance, even with the camera, we can't tell if it just stopped on its own or because it hit the rope. But I think that seems like the right decision. As we get to the end of the over, I think we'll be waiting on the total for that for a while. But they've given it 24 without loss.
Yeah, that was certainly a tricky one.
Yeah, agreed.
To
I
score.
think it was definitely no ball plus 4 buys, wasn't it?
I thought it was a no ball plus 4 leg buys.
Yeah, no ball plus 4 leg buys. It wasn't hit, was it?
No, and we saw the signal.
I'm trying to work out,
arm out. No, I thought we saw the signal, but
yeah,
one that will give some scorers a few twitchy pencils and twitchy nerves.
True.
Hamad Khan, it's going to be the man who does have those bruises on his thigh to bowl the second over. And there is a call of 2 here, but they're going to turn it down. Remember, Hassan Ahmed smashed the ball everywhere. 98 he made in the morning game.
That's, I mean, not a great start, obviously, to these two. But the thing is, it's one thing if they just whack you into submission. It's another thing if you're handing them freebies. And in that over, it gives them 2 extra deliveries. And well, those extra 2 deliveries, and one goes over the boundary, one goes to the boundary. So they're not helping himself out there. Hamad looks to be moving freely enough, but misses the pitch.
I think that's going to be a no ball because it hasn't pitched past the stumps. Well spotted and well signalled. Yeah, good replay too. So another free hit incoming. And the Paktun Zalmi, who've really impressed us with their batting, their bowling, has started very waywardly.
Yeah, it's true. It's more or less a par score, I think, based on the numbers we've got so far in this tournament. Well, slower ball. Nothing slow about it running out of the ground. Well, everyone's running after it. Shoob's running after it. Field's running after it. They almost had time to stop for a drinks break because that was a long chase. Maximal 6 runs.
Yeah, good strike. A little slower ball. The floater just smashed all the way. Oh, it's a big hit, isn't it? Didn't know who was going to field it. These 2 left-handers at the top. Well, Vinny, you told me in advance to keep my eyes on them. Maybe the best opening pairing in the competition that we've seen thus far.
I think you go past it. This is slashed away, and I think that's gone for 6 as well. Maybe 4. And Nazir he's got so many options. This probably would have been a wide, but he steps at it. Let's have a look. Yeah, 4 runs. Just pitches inside. Great eyes from the umpire. And at 133, he looks to be in trouble.
.98 more required. Do see some sensational starts with the power play tending to be more high scoring. One thing that so impressed me, Vinny, I think we're on track for a record day in terms of the run rate for this series thus far. This is steered away, going to be 4 more. Good diving effort. Very harsh to call it a catching chance for Arshad, but did he get fingertips on it?
Yeah, if it was fingernail. But yeah, no let up in sight right now. 40 love in tennis terms. 40 without loss after 10 legal deliveries. I hope it's friendly fire over there.
It really is extraordinary, particularly someone like Ireland. We don't have many guns in Ireland. Our police don't carry guns or anything like that. Not used to hearing it rattling away in the background. This one's helped around the corner. Going to be a Maximo. Big hit. Well, that's the shot of a classy cricketer who's played at a high level. 6 from the moment it left the bat.
He's just bathing in time here, isn't he, Nazir? Just helps it round the corner, uses every little bit of pace that he's given, swivels on it, and he just looks very unhurried when he's there. These two look in total control at the moment.
It's funny, I know it's not the left-hand, right-hand combination, but they complement each other nicely. Very different styles, the two southpaws.
Yeah, that's right. Just driven through the offside this time, pulls up. Looking at 2, but they don't want to risk it at the moment. You can understand that. Into the second over, and it's 47 that loss. Well, Lenny, you've been doing a great job. I'm going to tell you, I'm going to actually I'm going to encourage you to go and grab a little bit of lunch. How about a couple
am I allowed after I broke that chair earlier, Vin? I've got to go
we'll
small portion.
The chair while you go and go and grab some lunch. Thanks very much, Andrew
Thanks,
Leonard. Be back shortly. As we have a look at the tables, Almy without a loss yet, although they're in a bit of trouble here. Nomads trying to climb up the ladder. Don't forget they lost their first 2 games. They put 152 on the board, then lost against Alton, who are still top of the table, despite the fact we haven't seen them since Monday. It's getting pretty tight in the middle. Looking forward to seeing Geneva tomorrow for the first time, then Cossonay on Saturday. Cossonay will have a few familiar names for those of you that were following the Valletta Cup T20 Internationals recently. And then also our very own Andrew Ryan will be there for Cossonay. Now, I'm not sure what happened here. They got a very straight fielder, and the batter pulled away saying, hey, there's a guy in my eye line, which is kind of okay technically, but he shouldn't be moving. I do think, now we've seen it a few times, they'd probably bring in the regulations that he can't be literally behind the bowler. I think he can very easily be 2 or 3 metres to the side. Get the same effect. Oh, that's a classy shot. That is a really classy shot from Nazir. Maximo. And everyone sit back, relax, and take a picture. It just makes it look so easy. A little bit of width and punished. 50 partnership comes up, 13 legal balls to get there. So the run rate now, it is over 240 pace. World record pace, although they won't get the opportunity to get that many. And once us watching from Winterthur in Switzerland. Looking forward to seeing me in person on Saturday. Well, so am I. Oh, yeah, slower ball. This is so classy. My word. Because it's a pretty good variation. But Nazir is just alert to it. He checks his shot. Look there, waits, and goes back. Perfect footwork, perfect timing. Somebody get an aspirin for the bowler because he's got a headache right now. Wazim is asking, where is Bale? I think you're talking about Rico. Well, I know you're talking about Rico. Good news, Rico will be back tomorrow. Not here, but he will be in Romania for the Continental Cup T20 IWs. But then he will be here, I believe, on Tuesday for the first time. Okay, this is up, it's in the air, and it's going to be 1 bounce 4. Oh, it's carnage with a capital C at the moment. This time full toss. Sick of giving him width, but then a little dismissive paddle round the corner. Square of the wicket, 4 more. Yeah, so Rico, hasn't had too much of a break. I think he finished just over a week ago. Maybe he's had 8-9 days. But yeah, he'll be back. I'm looking forward to seeing him. In fact, I've just been in contact with him in the preparations for Romania right now. Now, hit to fine leg. Have a pop at him. Why not? Might be the only way you can get him out at the moment. But yeah, when you're looking at that run rate required, it's come down from 13.4 it started. Already it's down under 10. It's quite ridiculous what we're seeing here. Nazir on 49. He goes up and he goes over everything. Maximo! And 50 to Nazir, who brings up his 50 off 16 balls. What a shot. What an innings. It's been brief. It's so quick, I'm not sure they've even realised it's his 50. And he brings up the milestone. There he is off 16 balls. Of those 16 balls, 6 have gone to the boundary and 5 have gone over. So there's only 5 balls he's faced that haven't been boundaries. Quite remarkable. Karun saying this is insane hitting. And Karun, you are spot on. Oh, this is going to get past 2 fielders. One of them's the bowler. One of them's that kind of short, really straight mid-off. Just trying something different. I don't mind that. I think he gets a finger on this. Oh, maybe a fingernail. Unusual fielding position, but I don't mind that, to be honest. Shub eventually does the fielding. 71 without loss after 3. And 3 magicals to get us kicking off. 24, 23, 24. And already they're over halfway there. But yeah, have a look at how that other innings kind of fell in a heap. 87 in the first half, 46 in the second. But 71-run power play. It's pretty special when we get a power play up in the 70s. It's pretty special what we're seeing right now. Hello to Maiden Waters. Haven't seen you in a while. How are you, Maiden? Really happy to see you. How's the family? Hope you're enjoying football season down there in New South Wales. I'm in here in Switzerland. I've got Andrew Leonard filling in for us this week. Rico will be back with me next week here in Switzerland, but he will be in Romania for the T20 IWs tomorrow, the Continental Cup. Anyway, Sanger, somehow burgles the second over. He went for 22 in the first, but actually he was responsible for 24 because there was a couple of leg byes in there as well. Oh, look who's popped into the chat. Rico full. Well, you wanted the bale. Wazim. There's Rico. He's saying hello, everyone. Milik saying hi to Rico as well. Razel saying hi to Rico. I know we miss Rico, but believe it or not, it's only been gone for less than 10 days. So don't worry, he'll be back. Turned away to the leg side. I know he's been busy back in Spain, catching up on a few things. It can be difficult in this job. Kind of get your affairs in order. Yeah, so Rico, looking forward to you joining us. I tell you what, I'm keeping a spot warm for you as well. It's a beautiful location that we're sat up here in the back of the grandstand. Hassan, he's been a bit of a passenger so far. Anyway, he wants to get going into the gap, almost caught. And then there's a kind of Irish jig attempt to keep it in the field of play. Probably a bit cruel calling somebody that's scored 98 in the morning a passenger, but Hassan, he hasn't had to do much, hasn't had a lot of the strike. And a bit of the old deer in the headlights about Paktoon Zalmi right now. Siva saying this is a power play. Sure is. While Rico's here, feel free to ask him some questions. That's Ullah Ahmadzai thinks they'll finish this in 6 overs if both these batters stay there, maybe. But also, hey, 1 or 2 wickets could throw the innings into disarray. This is hit hard, but hit straight at the deep mid wicket. 4 fielders guarding that leg side boundary now. Hello to Peter Handley as well. Big hitting from the Nomads. No doubt about it. They are defending champions. Last year, they sported a 4-2 record heading into the finals. They won their semi before beating the previously undefeated Alton in the final. Alton top of the table still here in day 4, even though we haven't seen them since day 1. No ball called. Must have been for the foot. Would have been a wide anyway. Yeah, he's just overstriding. Is there any guy that's really had problems with that? Umpire, red hot on it. Fair enough. There's a line there. You need to have something behind it. Simple rule. Yeah, Nomads last year. It's actually Vintertur that they defeated in the semi-finals. The other semi-final, Alton defeated Kosane. Vintertur would end up finishing 4th. They'll be back on later on. Okay, full toss, hanging and travelling. Oh, that's a proper banker. I know we haven't found that. There it is. It's embedded in the hill. Oh, that's a gift. Came with a pretty pink bow on the top. Boof! That is stuck. Oh, Nazir, 66. I don't want to be that guy, but if he gets a lot of the strike, Sanger, well, Maximos have followed Sanger around in this game, whether he's been batting or bowling. Yeah, but great to see so many great chatters in there. Hello, Jeff Maguire. And I'll go back to one of your questions, Jeff, that you had earlier, if I get time. Here's the last ball of the over. What's the one? No ball called again. Oh, Sanger. It's not just the extra run, it's the extra delivery that hurts. Just the rhythm's all off. And, you know, he's getting to his delivery stride and he's acting fairly naturally. And there's just nothing he can do to pull it back. So another free hit coming up. Mark saying it's some of the best batting he's ever seen in the ECN yet. What's the way they're doing the business right now? Free hit. Well, Nazir secretly doesn't want to run here, but he does on the misfield, which means Hassan Ahmed will retain the strike. Still a magical pace. 88 without loss after 4. So yeah, big hello to everyone. Thanks for joining us. And Helix is right. Everyone needs a break from time to time. That's true. The thing is, a lot of us, when we're not on the microphone, a lot of us are working behind the scenes just to prove what we're doing here at ECN. So sometimes you might see me go missing for a little bit, but that's because we're all working hard in the background, and there's not really time outside the matches to do that. Using a lot of the waking hours as it is. Yeah, Rico saying thanks for your wishes, everyone. Looking forward to the start of the Women's Continental Cup tomorrow in Romania. Join me there. Enjoy today. It's India Pale Ale Day, is it? I wish you hadn't told me that, Rico. Been pretty well behaved this week. Ahmed Khan, he went magical in his first over as well. And this is up and it's down to the ground. More of the same. I think 8 rows deep. Bangs into the chair. Those chairs are actually pretty strong in the grandstand. Again, just easy hitting. Lifted up. Has full confidence that if he hits it anywhere near the middle, it's going to get out of the ground. Yeah, these chairs. I know there's bullets flying at the military base around the corner, but these chairs are made of something. Oh, brace for impact. Oh, and it's bowled. That's well bowled by Ahmed Khan. Change of pace, and once again doing something different works. I mean, Zalmi, I'm not seeing any cartwheels out there at the moment, but they'll be happy to see the back of Hassan Ahmed. To be honest, he didn't have a lot of the strike then. What he did pretty well. I mean, if that's one of your bad days, bad matches, 94 opening stand, I think it shows you're a very good player. But again, just have a look at the hand here. Just a little rolling, slower ball. Holds it back slightly. And Hassan swings all around it. So, still a good day for Hassan, coming off his 98. Right now, he's the first wicket to fall, and it's 94 for 1. Here's the problem, though. You've got Zabula coming to the crease. And he's also a destructive hitter. And guess what? There's plenty more after that. Yeah, well, there's a comment about, you know, sliding is not a no ball. It's not that. I think the umpire calls it as he sees it. The umpires know that. You shouldn't be giving the umpire a chance to call you. That's the thing. And we can't really see what the umpire sees, even with the camera and even slowing it down. I mean, the umpire has a much better view. And the thing is, the umpires, there's no kind of reviews for no balls. They're having to call what they see. So, as a bowler, you should have half your foot behind the line. End of story. You're not getting that much advantage by the extra, say, 10 centimetres. Full toss, baseball down to the ground. Zabula gets into his work. Maximo! 100's up now for the Nomads. Maybe I shouldn't have sent Lenny to lunch because he might have had a long lunch break anyway, the way this chase is going. Ramesh is in the chat from Romania. He said, I'm glad that you do like our ground in Warravlasia so much that you decided to come back again so soon, Rico. Well, I wish I could be there too, Ramesh, but I can't be 2 places at once. Oh, that's pretty close to knocking Zabi over. Yeah, so there is well, now we know there's some sort of armed forces base nearby. We had the military chopper coming over the ground. Pretty low over the ground, actually. But yeah, you'll excuse me for not going too close to that area. Couple to come here in the 5th. This is going to sneak inside. Mark saying he loves Rico's commentary. Well, so do I. I haven't heard too much of it from close up lately. We've kind of been ships in the night, Rico and myself, with so many tournaments on. Last ball of the over, wide. Well, it gives me longer to talk about the schedule coming up involving Rico doing the Romania T20 IWs. And Andrew Leonard, who's commentating with me this week, you might not know this, Rico, but he has a Greek mother. So he's very much supporting Greece in those matches. 8 T20 internationals in total over the next 3 days. And Rico will join us here in Switzerland from Tuesday. Zabiola, like an expert strike hogger, just pushes away one, and the runs continue to flow. 103 for one after 5. Big hello to Osama Mahmood as well. Good to see you in the chat. Yeah, saying the military area on the other side of the road. The big 6 is going in their direction, that's for sure. So Rico will be in Romania, like we said. This is the Continental Cup T20 IW, and it starts tomorrow. And actually, you get an earlier start than me, because it's 6 a.m. GMT, 8 o'clock in Central Europe. It is actually 9 o'clock in Romania, because Romania is 1 hour ahead of Central European time. It is 11:30 in India. Isle of Man versus Greece. What I love about that tournament, Isle of Man, Greece, as well as Romania, their women's sides have never been featured on ECN. So it'll be the first time that we'll get a look at them. And just looking at the team list, some very, very diverse looking teams there. A lot of native European players. Something really excited to see. As we start the 6th over, and it's Butt that comes in, just holds it back outside the front leg. There's an air of resignation at the moment about Zalmi. I think with the Nomads, even if they lose their openers for nothing, still got such good batting to come. 3, 4, 5 and onwards. All right, this is up. It's in the air, holding up in the breeze. Oh, good effort, but it's going to be 6. Maximo Zabiola. Well, someone call the local constabulary and lock him up because he's burgling 100 here. But still, some good shots. Nazir thinks no hope now, but I don't think he'll mind. He'll be happy for his teammate. The runs continue to flow for the Nomads. Uh-oh. Well, he tries the slower bouncer in the air. He's got to run a long way to get there. Great effort. Really good effort. In the end, it'll just be 1. All right, where are we? Rico saying he used to play on pitches like this one in Valencia and Levante CC a few years ago. It's hard to get used to if you haven't bowled on before. Yeah, true. The pitch is a lot better on day 2 now than it was on day 1, I think, for the bowlers. But yeah, I just think it's pretty dead for the bowlers. So for me, nail the Yorker is your best chance. Bowling any sort of length. They're good players, they're just finding a way to drive through it. Bit like that. Yeah, it's just driving range stuff. Maximo Nazir swings his way into the 70s. And Nomad's up to 120. Yeah, so Ken saying he loves women's cricket. Yeah, I think it's a big part of what's made this year so special so far. The fact that we've been able to cover more and more women's cricket. Our first women's T10 internationals. Ramesh all asking who will be at the Men's Continental Cup. I can tell you that I would love to do that one, Ramesh, but unfortunately I'm on vacation. Well, unfortunately for you. But I would love to be there. But that's 18th to 20th of August, the men's T20 internationals. So we'll have Nishay going to do that one. And Nish is a brilliant commentator. We had him in Cyprus. Normally he's our Cyprus specialist, but he's available to do that one because Rico will be busy in Dresden with Charlie Hunt. Anyway, this is going to be a tough chase. It's perfectly placed. Walking 677 for Nazir, who's lit up the Grundemer Stadium here. So, Ramesh, I promise you I'll be there, but I'll be there via YouTube. I won't be able to attend in person, but I'll be very happy to be back there soon. And, of course, I'll probably see a lot of the Romanian guys at the ECC when they're there in October. Anyway, last ball of the over. Driven. They don't take a run. Rare dot ball. End of 6. Still over 20 and over this innings. Score is 124 for 1. Coming up next, more cricket, you betcha. Paktoon Zalmi. They look a bit punch drunk here, to be honest, but they'll have to get up off the canvas. And why not? Because they're playing Winterthur, who are up and about. They had their first win in the tournament earlier on today. Look a bit reinforced as well with Cupido listed up the top. So is Crispin Webb, but I'm not sure he'll open. Might go with a Karanagandagi or something like that. And so, yeah, that match starting in around about 35 minutes. So at the moment, this looks like it'll be over a bit before the scheduled finish time. Pardez starts up with 10 to win for the Nomads in the 7th over and starts with a wide. Helix saying, don't say the 100 word. Don't worry. I hinted at it, but I don't think you can say I've cost Nazir 100 here, I think. As Zabiola has a fair share of the responsibility. Wow, that is big. Oh, I mean, it was roofer pace, but it just got around the roof. This is what I'm saying. Unless you're Brett Lee or Wazir Makram or something like that, I think any sort of length here, batters are just kind of getting on the front foot or not and just moosing you everywhere. You might have to call the coroner because I think this pitch is dead for the bowlers. So yeah, the only way I can think that you could potentially keep batters quiet, keep nailing that Yorker, but if you just miss, the consequences are large. I suppose that's that top of the Bales length, which can work, but again, you're relying on a batter mistake. Yeah, T. Maria, he says that Fahim Nazir is some real deal. Yeah, I knew that when I saw him, well, not just recently, but I've seen him for a couple of years now. In the Valletta Cup, he was the MVP of the tournament in a 5-way international tournament. And that'll do it. And this game is over before that ball even hits the ground. There's a banker to finish. Time to pay the banker. In fact, you might need a bulletproof vest if you're going to go fetch that one, because that has gone many a mile into the game. Maximo, Nomads get up, and they get up with 3.5 overs to spare, just losing the 1 wicket along the way. And Zalmi didn't really have the answers with the ball, did they? This is what's coming up in the next game, and we'll be back in around about half an hour to take you into that one with Zalmi winning the toss, electing to bowl. Maybe not a bad thing. It'll give them a little bit of direction with their batting. I think they had a really good start in this game. Obviously couldn't keep that up. Maybe if they had a target to shoot for, it might have actually helped. Just allow the middle order batters to know how many risks they should be taking. Anyway, let's go back and enjoy this opening partnership. Fahim Nazir had most of the strike. That was a finger-tipper. Not really a realistic chance. But some of these balls, they were flying out of the ground. A double left-hander combination. And you can see that one cracked into the grandstand. It wasn't the only one. Hassan got a bit of a bad ball here. Bisected the fielders. But not really able to turn to a genuine spin option. That was the only wicket that fell. You know, give credit to Hamad Khan there. He won that ball, but the problem is around it, there were just so many balls disappearing. Let me have a look. We had 12 sixes and 11 fours. 23 boundaries in 39 balls. So I think it's safe to say that Nomads are enjoying themselves out there. Why not? Don't forget this team, they didn't win a single game until this morning in the tournament, but they look like they're here and they're here to play. They'll be very disappointed if they don't get a spot in the 5. In fact, I'm sure they've got their eyes peeled on top spot, though they'll have to play catch-up to get there. 77 walking 6 for Fahim Nazir off 24 balls with 7 Maximos and 8 fours. Hassan Ahmed made a little bit of a spectator knock, but still contributed 20 to the total. Zabiola came out. He lit it up as well, to be fair. 30 off just 10
half his balls, resulting in boundaries, as the Nomads do it with 21 balls to spare. Well, if you've got small children in the area, look away right now, because there's some violence in these bowling figures. In fact, looks like Sanger and Hamad Khan, they were the cheapest of the bowlers, the only ones not to go magical. Hamad Khan taking the only wicket of the innings. A clever piece of bowling to remove Hassan Ahmed. So we'll take a break. First ball in 30 minutes for the fourth match of the day. The Nomads, well, they'll have to take a break for a little while, because it's Paktoon Zalmi versus Vincenzo in match 19. When we return, Vinny Stander here, Mr. Maximo. I'll be back with Andrew Leonard after the break. You're watching the European Cricket Series.
and welcome back to Switzerland. Great to have your company here on day 4 in this European Cricket Series. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. So much cricket happening here, but not only just here. We'll be in Romania for the T20Ws tomorrow. And I know that Rico, he's been in the chat today. He's been standing by. He cannot wait to get those going. So you'll have 2 choices tomorrow. In fact, you don't even have to choose. You can always watch us both at once right here now. Still 2 games to go on day 4. Coming up next, we have match number 19 between Paktoon and Zalmi. They're taking on Winterthur. Let's see what happened at the coin toss. A little while ago, Tyrone Peters had the 2 captains.
Go on to call.
Tails.
Tails is the call. It's a head.
Real ball first.
Chaos over here. Getting the ball. Back to you.
Yeah, well, Tyrone is actually a bowling coach, believe it or not, and he had a bit of the side eye there, didn't he? Aziza Hussain in the keeping pads. He did win the toss. He's elected to bowl. And Zalmi, let's just say, they've had to pick themselves up and dust themselves off after they were swept aside by the Nomads in the last game. But it's a new game. It's a new challenge. Winterthur, though, they picked up their first win in the series earlier on today. They've had some reinforcements come in. Cupido, the captain, comes in. Crispin Webb behind the stumps has been pretty good in that position. Fonseca had an absolute heater earlier on. I wonder if they might be tempted to push him up the order a little bit from where he's listed there. I think he came at 3 last time. Karana Gadagi's having a good series on the most part. Winterthur will set the pace. Having a look at the bat versus ball wall. 8-run favourites, Zalmi. Nice to see the supercomputer bothering to actually predict some scores over 100 for once. Some of our viewers are a little bit worried that it needed to tune up. Maybe was predicting power play scores or something like that based on what we've seen. But Zalmi, they're averaging 152 with the bat, 152 per 10 overs. I suppose one concern for these teams, they're conceding in the 120s, but to be honest, that's pretty average at the moment. I haven't seen the updated run rate statistics, but I know the average here has been about 13 and over. To be honest, based on what we've seen today, it might have even gone up a little bit from that. Just want to say a quick hello to everyone in the live chat as well. Hello to Santosh. It's always great to see you in there. See a few spanners and crowns as well. Di Maria. Looks like Di Maria's got the spanner out now. Maiden Waters, great to have you back with us watching from all the way down under. So Winterthur asked to bat first. Let's see how they go. Zalmi fielding in back-to-back innings here on day 4. Here's Ahmad Khan. And he bowls the slow ball first up. Very, very clever. Obviously probably the last thing that the batter was expecting. I think the bowlers have learnt that you do have to change what you're doing. You can't just run in there mindlessly bowl and expect things to go your way. Interestingly, Ahmad Khan, a lot of people saying is a bit of an Andrew Leonard lookalike as well with the hair and the beard combo. Oh, well, this isn't a good ball at all. It's going to disappear outside the pad and it's going to crash into the fence 4 runs. And what a great time to bring it into the commentary box. Andrew Leonard joining us again. Welcome back. Game 4 on the way. Firstly, how was your lunch? And how's your day going in general? Well, I bet you're glad that you decided to come and do some ECN cricket.
Well, you've got me giddy in just game 4. We're supposed to get giddy in game 5, aren't we? Maybe there is a shade of my good self to Hamid Khan. He's a man after my own heart. I think the bald and beard combo is a good one. I like it, but he's missing one key element.
What's that?
He's missing the glasses.
Oh, yeah.
Bald, bespectacled, and bearded. It's the 3 Bs.
Well, that's the thing about the world. Like, you get people that are into anything, I suppose. Anyway, this is up, and it's going to fly. 1 bounce 4 as Karana Gadagi just throws their hands at that. The runs continue to flow here, and this is very interesting wind we've got. It seems to be going round and round in circles, and you mentioned it before. In one area, it looks like it's going one way. Another area, it's going another. It seemed to go with the wind that 3rd boundary.
Well, almost if you separate the flags at the far end of the ground, Vinny, some of them seem to be pointing up towards the Grand Stadium. The others seem to be pointing over to the artillery range. All happening here.
And now it's hit down the ground, and it will test the field. Should just get there. He does. It's pretty well done. And they get back for 2. I think the scoreboard might have had a long lunch as well because it's lagging a couple of balls behind at the moment.
Well, it's a bit harsh on Khan going for 12 with the score being just 4 for none. All happening to start with. We'll get that corrected.
It's the old, we put all the computing power into the bat versus ball wall for this game, and so now, I'd like to know how that's possible as well. I'm looking into it. Here's the next ball. And he goes over the leg side. This will be 4, or will it? Oh, where's he come from? Nowhere. actually. He lost him over there, but he knew what he was doing. And to be honest, he almost pulls off a very tight run out at the keeper's end. Excellent fielding.
Yeah, an all-action start to the day and done really well there, hasn't he? In the deep 2-run save. I don't think the run-out was ever really on, and the acrobatic dive from Karanagoragi, who, alongside his Winterthur colleagues, definitely something going on there. What is the score, Vinny?
Okay, hold on. Let me just check. I'm clicking the magic button, and we'll see.
Is it 8 or 8? It's 8, isn't it?
Yes. Yeah, there's something weird happening at the beginning. Oh, wow. That's gone. That's gone. Don't even bother. Well, you can bother if you like, because we'll get a closer look. But that is electric work from Nasibullah Azizi, who picks it up and throws in the one motion. He throws the stumps down. We got a dead man walking out there, because I know that Karanagoragi has not made his crease here.
Oh, he's gone by miles. And an excellent direct hit affected by Nasibullah Azizi. Look at the full commitment on show. Gone. In fact, he hasn't even tried to extend the bat at the point when the bail has come off. So that one is out for all money. He knows it himself. He's already trudging off. We have seen the first Winterthur wicket fall. And the score at the end of the first, it's 12 for 1.
Yeah. So working out. Okay. I don't know what's going on here. This is a good. I'm going to show you what the official scoring says, but they will fix it. But this is the counter of the days to go. 53 days to go until we are in Khartoum for the first day of the European Cricket Championship. The good thing is, sometimes when we do so many games, you know how sometimes your car overheats. Occasionally the scoring will overheat. Somehow, I don't. How many wides were in that over? Maybe one or none. I don't know how this is even possible. It's basically scored a 10-ball over. Yeah. I was wondering how long before Lenny would lose it, and I said halfway through his second day, but I think we're just after the halfway point through the third day. Maybe you want to go and swap with Hamad Khan, get him up here, because you're a dead ringer. You'd be able to do a swap and no one would know. Get that 58 on your back. Not a great shot first up.
Well,
Vinny, from the new batter.
Harif Sanger it is into the attack.
Yeah, Harif didn't have the best of times either.
I do empathise with the scorers at points. It's never easy. We do have a new bucket list goal, though, Vinny. I think you're going to enjoy this one. I know some people keep their bucket list personal. Some people get them out.
Yeah.
Worldwide. I think you're going to really like this one. And it's genuine. I'm not lying to you. This one thuds into the thigh pad. I always had a little sneaking suspicion that towards the tail end of my playing career, I might go and play for Greece.
Oh, yeah.
If I could
do
qualify.
You qualify?
Well, so last summer, the ICC Europe guys heard about this. And they said, well, hold on, they could actually do with you, not just from a playing capacity, whatever about that, but particularly from a coaching development capacity.
Sure.
Level 3 coach, done a lot of stuff all the way around the world. And I do feel a huge part of me is Greek. My mother's fully Greek. I've got all my Greek relatives, my Greek cousins. I wish I spoke more of the language. I only speak about 20 words. But it's a part of me I love and I adore, and something we all have different parts of us that make us unique. But it's something, as a very proud Irishman, I'm actually very proud to have my Greek roots, half Irish, half Greek. So I looked into it. And it's a little bit complicated. Greece is one of the harder countries to get a passport for, so we could obviously go and qualify in residency. But because my mother wasn't born in Greece.
Right, okay.
So she became a refugee during the Second World War. The Germans took her island in 1941, Andros in the Cyclades, and she was made a refugee. And she was actually born, my whole grandparents, they all emigrated down, or were refugeed down to Alexandria in Egypt.
Right.
So she was born in 1948 in Egypt. There are an exceptional circumstances, a little bit like the ICC is an exceptional circumstances, to get a Greek passport, even if your parent, your direct relative, mother or father, wasn't born in Greece, if they're of complete Greek lineage.
Sure.
But it can be quite difficult to prove. So I have all the documents, but it's a process to get through, to say the least.
So funny that you're talking about this, because Corey Ruckers actually has Greek roots on his father's side. Something a little bit like that, maybe not exactly the same, but he's been on his application been sitting on someone's desk for about 8 months, I think. So yeah.
So I have all of the original, the Greek birth certs.
You're more organised than him as well, so you're probably ahead of him in the queue. But the thing is, in Greece, that sometimes they're not exactly rocketing through the through these processes.
This one here I love,
Wow.
which is Alcibiades, my late uncle, Alexandra, my auntie Mariana, and Eleni, all born in Andros in Greece in 34, 37, 38, 41. Then the Nazis came in 42, and my mum, the only one of the 5, not born in Greece, born in Alexandria in Egypt.
Wow.
Maybe I could go play for Egypt instead.
Yeah. Okay.
Haven't looked into
Sandy
that one.
pitch.
Might do a bit.
Yeah.
Might do a bit.
Yeah, might do. I think sandy pitch take a bit of turn.
But in fairness to Greek cricket, like we were seeing their women's side coming into
Yeah.
action tomorrow.
I was commentating their men's national side last weekend.
How do they go?
Pretty well. They've well-drilled fielding side. They actually won one of... So our ECI tournaments come at the last 2 days of all of our two-weekly
Series.
Two-weekly series. So
Yep.
they actually won a three-way ECI in Bulgaria, beating Bulgaria and Turkey in that three-way series. And they're one of a couple of teams to have played twice this year on those weekends. So they played last weekend in Czechia. Czechia just edged them out, but they had really tight battles with Czechia. I think Czechia, the pitch there's a little bit slow. The conditions probably suited them a little bit better.
Yep.
Although they were pretty dominant over Cyprus. But yeah, really good fielding side. A lot of young native talent. Some very good bowlers. But yeah, for me, the fielding in particular was a feature. They've got a lot of players that love to throw themselves around, and they're a real competitive nation. You would love to be in that team.
Well,
they've already got one leg spinner, but they could always use a second. You never have too many.
I would love to say I'd get in on the strength of my batting, Vinny, but if you saw me bat, I really would. Whatever the format, I'm not sure I'd add much. But yeah, certainly that's something on the bucket list to try and add and give a bit back to Greek cricket.
When we have the Greek team on again, whatever it is, we'll see what you're doing. And maybe I can
There we go.
bring you together. There's some great guys there. Azlan Mohammed, their captain. It's a guy I used to play cricket with, Javed, me and Dad, Rashid Latif, some of these guys in Pakistan. He's 52, and this guy is an absolute unit. He is so strong. He has not missed a beat. He's in such good condition, and he's at least in the top 2 or 3 best bats in their country,
Quality.
and he continues to score runs.
I think, in fairness, a lot of the cricket in Greece started down in Corfu, didn't it? That's kind of the hub of it.
Still
Yeah.
is centred around there, yeah.
Yeah.
And we actually had a series in Corfu in late 2021. I think it was with the ground there. It's right on the marina. And the week before we came, so it kind of all the ground comes down. It's the bottom of a
quite hilly,
hillside.
isn't it? Yeah,
it's,
like
it's
many
at
of
the
the
bottom of a
islands,
hillside. The year before, they said they had 2 years rain in 2 days. And it was wet. And so the
Wow.
first day it was sunshine, but the field, it was just unplayable. We did play day 2. We were able to move the fixtures around. Instead of 4 games a day for 5 days, we played 5 games for 4 days.
Yep.
We got on. Okay, it wasn't ideal, but they were so keen. The first
Just
series
get on
ever.
with it.
We got on. It's the first ever 3-over game we had as well, because that's when we brought in the regulations. You could have a 3-over minimum, not a 5-over minimum. And first team scored 57 of those 3 overs. But I'll show you later on some of the videos from Greece. It was awesome. Then we knew there was more rain coming, and when more rain was coming, we knew that's it. If
That's
there's
gonna
one
be
more drop of
carnage.
rain on this field, it just does not drain. It was coming. So we played Tuesday. We played Wednesday. We got told Thursday the rain's probably going to come.
It's going to come
We
again.
get through the first couple on Thursday. We get all the way through. We even get through Friday, and finals was Saturday. We might do it. We might actually do it.
Then
We were
it's
out for
open.
dinner on Friday night, and we were just about to order, and then we heard this, and it was like
Cataclysmic.
grab an arc and start rowing. It was crazy. And so unfortunately the finals day was washed out. And so but we did get 20 games in there. We were introduced to new cricketers. We even had one of the lowest defences there. Decathlon defended 63 against Forge.
Decathlon.
Decathlon
Oh, that's a
with a K,
well-named cricket
yeah.
team.
Yeah.
Love that.
And Forge, which is like named after, to forge bonds.
Yeah.
They're a cool team as well.
Nice comment here from James Stewart, one of the admins. He says, one could argue that Alexandria is a Macedonian town. And that's kind of Greek.
Yeah.
That's good classical studies knowledge right there.
That's very good.
Yeah,
from
solid.
James. Well, James lives up in Estonia, and he's always on the ball with those kinds of things. He's well travelled.
I did love my classical studies, but
I tell you what we can do. Looks like we're almost ready to go. But before we actually get to go in this next ball, I'm going to do something. We haven't done this in a while, right? And I want you to join me here because Lenny, come on, we need you in here
now.
because we're going to do something. Ready?
Okay, we're
all right. So
there we are. Sorry.
Lots of people are watching all the time, and they may not be able to get in the live chat. There's very good reasons for that. Maybe they're at work, maybe they're lurking while working, all these things. Come back to you in a second. Here's the next ball from Sanger. It's a bit high. He'll scramble through, although he does have a pop. Air mails it, but just a leg bite. So this is what I'm asking. I'll only do this once today. I'm going to do a lurker call out. There's no shame in being a lurker. If you're watching, jump in the live chat ECN European Cricket Network and just say hello and where you're watching from, and maybe tell us, I don't know, anything you like.
Yeah,
so
just something.
Lurker call out. So I normally do it like, so I want you to come at us. So you're going to walk forward with me, ready? Come at us, 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 come at us. Lurker call out for August, all right? I'd like to see some lurkers in the
I
chat.
think that would have been a little creepy. I love us both, Vin. You in particular. But I tell you, if you've got that up on the 50,
Do I really look that bright?
the 58 or the 59-inch smart TV,
Yeah.
if you're watching live on the YouTube
I mean, people do say I've got a big head.
well, I tell you, that might have been a little bit creepy. Go on, give us a shout out
Go
on the
come
chat.
at us. We want the lurkers, all right?
And the reason we had that slight delay, sorry, whilst I was giving you my War and Peace on the live story, we were just updating the scoring. We had a few little challenges with it at first. One thing is for certain, it's 13 for 1 in the second over here, with the Zalmi winning the toss, choosing to field first, meaning Winterthur have the bats in their hands.
Of all the times I've seen the scoring software lose it, this is one of the best. It's not normally this dramatic, but luckily we're back up and we're back up and running.
If it's going to have
just improving the lighting now in the commentary.
Vinny, if it's going to have a meltdown, it's a good time for it to have a meltdown in the first over.
Yeah, true.
At least we can just turn it around quickly.
Everyone gets a bit of a rest. Yeah, but I've seen some long overs in my time. Anyway, well, the good thing news is I think they've sorted it out now, so I can trust what you see. 14 for 1. One thing I love about our broadcast is that when you see the score, you can normally trust it. One of the things that I'm so happy there's so much cricket to be streamed these days at an amateur level and club level and recreational level. But, when the score's 2 or 3 balls behind or an over behind, it's hard to keep up with what's going on. Anyway, here's Sanger. Gets a beauty past Fonseca, who doesn't quite look like the player we saw before. He's 0 of 4 as we get to the end of the second. It's 14 for 1.
Do feel a little bit for Winterthur, because a little break and play like that, it might seem inconsequential, but it can actually really just affect your flow, your rhythm as a batter. Sanger will be much happier with that over than the one in the previous context where he went the absolute distance, was put to the sword by the Zurich Nomad CC as they chased down 133 in just 6.3 overs. Sanger's figures 2 overs, none for 39. This is what we're playing for, Vinny. It's all about the top 5.
You know what I like as well is that every single team that has played has a win.
Yeah, I love
and
that.
I'm sure Costa and
Love
Geneva
that.
will get some wins. So we're not going to have a situation where one team is just struggling. Remember, these are the top 11 sides that have qualified out of over 30 sides in Switzerland. So you expect them to be competitive. They have been very competitive so far. Here's Nasibullah Azizi in the third over. Cut away to point. They go on a tight one. This is gone for me. And I think Fonseca's going to go for a duck. Bats under the arm. He's already walking. Another fantastic bit of fielding from Pakhtoon Zalmi, creating a wicket.
2 wickets, 2 run-outs, and it's that classical position backward point that always causes confusion. You don't know which of the 2 batters it is that should be calling. They end up a little bit of a stutter step at start, particularly from the striker. You could see him there. He's only just gone out of shot, and the throw already comes in, and very clearly gone for all money. So the 2 wickets have both gone to run-outs. And this game, after Winterthur picking up their first win over Vettingen this morning, well, it has gone horribly wrong. It's going to take something special from Crispin Webb, who's going to come out to the crease now at number 4.
Yeah, I think it's a good opportunity for Crispin to show what he can do. I've been impressed with his wicket-keeping so far. The issue here, Fonseca hesitates, but then he kind of basically legs it. But a good bit of fielding, good throw to the keeper. It was actually a clever throw because it was slightly to the keeper's side of the stumps. So if that throw is to the other side of the stumps, it's very difficult for the keeper to run past the stumps, go back and change direction. So pretty clever fielding, professional stuff from Pakhtoon Zalmi.
Vinny, I want you to tell me more about that process that the 11 teams were decided here from. So you said there are 31 in all that were in the mix that could have been here. How do they decide those 11?
I'm not sure exactly what it is, but it was basically based on their domestic performance. So here, you've also, I think, once you get to this many teams, then you don't have everyone in the one competition anymore.
And is that always the same, whichever country you go to in a European Cricket Series event?
Every country is different. So every country, we tend to come from established cricket playing countries, if you like, where, your club will have your firsts, your seconds, your thirds.
There's a structure.
There are some countries where that's the case, but it's the exception. Up in the air. Well, this should be gone as well. Oh, no, it just loops over the head of Hamad Khan. And so a little bit of luck for Cupido, maybe even more than a little bit of luck. Yeah, so here in Switzerland, I'm not sure what the exact structure is, but I'll give you an example. In Prague, for example, now where we were last, they have 24 sides. They have a first division, a second division, a third division, and there's a promotion relegation kind of system between them. Sometimes you'll have one club in a country that has 2 or 3 teams, and every other club just has one. So the truth is that each competition is dynamic, especially in the last few years. So almost season by season, they're having to adjust the structure to incorporate new teams.
And in the case of Switzerland, let's just use this as the example as we're here. We see the Cricket Switzerland banners all the way around. Does the ECN team work then with the host board to make sure that the best teams are here?
Yeah, well, to be honest, we deal with the federation. The federation gets to decide because they know better than us. So the federation decides which teams are going to take part. This is a nice shot from Webb. Straight down the ground. That was just a little chip, but it ran away so quickly to the sight screen.
Yeah, it didn't adjust. It almost kind of feels like a double hit. I know it's not, Vinny, but it's just the way it came off the bat. Just pumped it into the turf. And when I say the turf, I mean the AstroTurf. And it's got a good kick off that wicket and bounces down the ground. And Winterthur need to get something going here because there's just the second boundary in 3 overs.
Oh, hits this leg side, picks the slower ball and hits it. Good batting from Webb, and they can turn this around, these two, no doubt about it, but it's been an underwhelming power play. Winterthur, they are 24 for 2 after 3.
Yeah, definitely the lowest power play of today. Maybe the lowest of the series so far.
They have had
one lower, maybe?
One lower where it all went wrong, but yeah, you can
not
see
many skyscrapers, are there?
In a day where we've seen some really big scoring, it's been like I said, a little bit underwhelming, but there's time. There's time to turn it around. So we've got some lurkers coming. Just to finish your point, the ECN, because we're dealing with now kind of 31 different federations,
huge
we
number.
don't really interfere in how they select their teams. Obviously, they've got to pass all of our code of conduct checks and all of these things. But the other thing is, like for the ECL, it's up to each federation to decide how they choose their champion club to come to ECL, because every country is different with how they run their cricket. This is up, it's in the air, and it's gone. Maximo Cupido gets a shin high full toss, turns on it. Sanger having a bit of a tough time at the bowling crease today.
Well, this is a good strike and much more like it. We saw this in Winterthur's maiden victory here in the European Cricket Series as they picked up a win this morning. Grant Cupido, he looks very accomplished down the ground over that kind of long on region, seems to be his favourite zone. And the captain starting to lead the fight back more like it.
He sure is. Here's a comeback ball from Sanger. And it's a wide down leg side. So here's the lurkers. They've come. We asked for them. They have come. And I want to say hello and namaste to Sajan Das from Nepal. Hello, Nepal viewers. I know that there's a lot of you out there. Hello, Sajan in particular. Thanks for chiming in. Hello to Sardar, who's watching from Canada. Shazir Malik is watching from Bradford. Nick Devonshire saying he always lurks because he watches on the TV. Well, hello to you once again, Nick D. Cut shot. It should be cut off in the deep. It'll just be a single. So also, I want to say hello to James. He's not really lurking, but he's given the lurking emoji in there. That's the lurking emoji, the 2 eyes just kind of creeping around the corner. Taunay is watching from Zimbabwe. Kersley Corder, hello from Switzerland, which is that he was playing, but lurking will have to do. Well, Kersley, hopefully we see you here at some point while we're here in this beautiful country. Hello to Craig Elements as well, saying it's overcast in Coventry. I have been to Coventry actually. Off the pad. Yeah, he won't fall for it.
He is a character, isn't he, Arif
He's
Sanger?
lucky this doesn't bowl him actually. Look, because he hits the back pad.
Yeah, easily could have flicked the stump, but look at Sanger. He's given it the kind of almost celeb appeal.
Yeah.
He's definitely something else, is our Arif Sanger. 19 years old.
As soon as he turned around, the umpire was already shaking his head. That's where you just got to give him a little wink going, don't worry, I knew it wasn't out. But when I do actually appeal, I want it. All right, it's high in the air. Sanger's going to have to do it himself. He has to run a long way to get there. No, it goes all the way with the wind. In the end, it's Nazar Padez that can't hold on to the chance. Well, I thought for a second it was straight up in the air, but it just kept getting away from the bowler, but still has to go down as a chance.
He's made good ground in, and he's actually got there. This is probably a much easier chance than I think you or I would have felt it was going to be, Vinny. And in the end, I think he should have held that.
Yeah.
Not easy with the wind.
Blowing towards him, even though the wind starting and stopping, but it just seemed to continue to travel. Close, but I think it's just missing. Just missing now that batter panics and goes for a run. The little things that I see all the time. Whenever batters are hitting the pads, we have lots of run-outs because
They always watch the appeal.
and they're trying to act cool like they're not worried about the LB, but of course they're worried about the LBW. And the amount of run-outs we see, you guys just dawdling outside the crease. Just quickly finishing on the lurkers. Yeah, just Craig, who's watching from commentary, saying he's loving the high-scoring matches. Seeing some proper batters on show today. Islamic TV watching from Switzerland. Hello to you as well. And Sada asking, what's the fee to watch the games on the ground? Well, you like this answer. Full toss, miss hit into the ground. And so a dot ball to finish the fourth. The score is 33 for 2. So Sada, no, it's free to come and watch almost everywhere if you are in the area, though. For ECC, ECL, and we have got some decent crowds. There's a few little things. I mean, I think parking's like €2 or something, but we want to get people in there. We want people to enjoy the festival atmosphere. We have good crowds because I think over 2,000 Spanish kids there have now been involved in the cricket school project, which is run by some really great coaches and some great individuals. So, yeah, it's not really a profit-making venture in that sense. It's really about spreading the word and spreading cricket to new destinations. Hello to Sharon Whitehouse, watching from PE, from Port Elizabeth in South Africa. Hello, Sharon, how are you? And thanks once again to all the lurkers that heeded our call-out. Okay, now, let's get back into the cricket. Hediatullah Shinwari to bowl over number 5. Short and completely mistimed by Webb.
Vinny, I reckon this is the first time I've seen the projected scores, all 3 of them, in single digits. Excuse me, double digits. Not single digits, double digits.
I've seen that too.
But like through this tournament, that's how good the ball striking has been.
No ball. Maybe this is how they can turn it around because Shinwari just get a bit of unwanted outswing there and it lands on that forbidden rim.
That is where you cannot go. Yeah. Got to make sure you keep it on the light green. That dark green is a no-go zone.
Free hit then. And he does hit it. And it's long enough. Maximo Crispin turns it on. Had the immunity cloak, and he wasn't afraid to use it. That would have knocked all 3 stumps out of the ground, but instead, it's out of the ground.
Yeah, nice stroke. Gets it all the way for 6 over a deep square leg. Doesn't have the same power, does he? Crispin Webb as his captain at the non-strikers end, Cupido, but equally as effective here. The thing he's done nicely is just work it around the corner and hit with the arc of the delivery. So Shinwari, that no ball has proved costly. It's not just cost him the 1 run for the no ball, it's cost him the Maximo from the next one. And that projected score now moving up toward 3 digits instead.
This might have been a wide touch and go, but hits the end of the bat. But yeah, thanks so much, all the lurkers. And we're so happy that we've got people from all around the world tuning in. I know it's a bit early for random questions. It's match 4, but you can ask us anything anytime as well. If there's any issues you want to talk about in cricket or outside cricket, we're here to keep you company as well as entertain you. Here in day 4. Short. It seems to be a bit of a tactic. Oh, it's good for 4. I don't know what happened there. He was running in treacle. 2 fielders went at each other. The ball splits them, doesn't it, in the end? And yeah, you can see there just miscommunication.
After you, sir. No, after you. It was a bit of a left-right 1-2 step. They were a bit concerned about the collision, I think, Vinny Sandhu.
Yeah.
And instead, they've ended up both just really escorting it to the rope.
It was like square dancing gone wrong out there, really.
The 1 step, the 2 step.
Yeah, 3-step 4. Anyway, the next one is up. It's in the air, and again, it's towards the fielder. This time it is handled by Moa's butt. And hurls it in.
Come on, Winterthur, get into this contest.
The thing is, we sometimes have a different perspective on things. And for me, I don't have a problem with commentators favouring one team or another. It's all about disclosure and honesty. Just be honest, okay? Well, it's going to be a wide, I think. Because for me, it passes the stumps before it bounces. But we'll wait and see. I think they get back for a couple of extras. Let's have a look. Yes, it's called a wide. Well done. Officials getting that right first up.
Yeah, the reason this is given as a wide, it's pitched after the stumps. In fact, after the entire artificial pitch that we're playing on. So even though it would have been to the side of the wicket and a no ball, instead it's a wide. No free hit incoming.
Yeah, there's a rule that you know very well now. Anyway, this one never swings. It just goes straight into the legs of Cupido. It turns on it. And Maximo, the 50's up. And right there, you get your team. The Winterthur fans you get them up on that 100-plus pace, and they'll need to keep accelerating, I think, if they're going to keep Zalmi down.
21 runs from the over, Vinny, as all of a sudden we are seeing the action coming aplenty. Stretches on the outfield and movement up here, too, in the commentary box just in time. Oh, come and say hello to us.
Are you a good dancer?
Terrible, mate.
Yeah.
A little bit like my singing. Even, like,
Okay.
can't sing, can't dance, but when I have a drink, apparently they're both quite good.
Do you have, I'm going to random question you just here.
Go on.
Do you have like a secret talent, like a talent that people wouldn't expect? Just pull out.
Outside of cricket?
Yeah. All right, first we'll come back to this. It's
Might
in
need
the
an over
air.
to think about that.
Oh, classic Bermuda Triangle situation. Good early throw. Actually, it was a decent throw as well. I think in a second it's not there.
Secret talent? Oh, dear. Plenty of cricketing talents.
You must be able to do something that people go, oh, didn't realise you're good at that. Like, you know, you're very good at, I don't know, doing the dishes or, you know, or
there is one
cleaning
thing
windows.
you'll actually laugh.
I will.
In theory, we could do it on commentary camera. We're not going to, not today. Maybe my 9th and final day. You'll talk me into it. It's a fun one.
I can't wait. Full toss, goes for it. Doesn't really hit it though, hanging a long time. Just doesn't carry to Arif Sangat, who comes in and fields it on the bounce.
So,
Okay.
This
Can we get
one
a drum roll sound effects? We used to do sound effects for a while. Yeah, okay.
so for me, I can actually do it sober or when having a few drinks. As you know, I'm bald. I'm not sure you've noticed yet, Vinny.
I'm aware. I'm not blind, so yeah.
I also have what some people have referred to as a very nice shaped head.
You do have a good dome. Yeah.
It's quite rounded.
It's an attractive dome.
So this is something I discovered down at Pembroke Cricket Club, so there's a cricket connection. But
I have no idea where you're going.
well, yeah, it is going. So we have a tradition after we win a game in the first 11 in Pembroke, we sing the team song. This came back, a few of our players, pros particularly, came in from Australia.
Sure.
And it's a song that you'll probably know called The Muffin Man. So I think it's actually a children's fairy tale song. I will hum it in a moment.
That's good. Watch out for copyright. This is up, it's in the air. And, couldn't get off his feet there. Does get it on the full, I think. That's Hadiatullah Shinwari.
Yeah, that's a drop for me, Vinny.
Now the drop fielding's just let Zalmi down lately, but early on, they were pulling runouts from nowhere. All right, so
the Muffin Man is...
It is just a 10-over
game. We all know the Muffin Man, he comes from down our way. Hey! Anyway, we then amend that a little bit to Pembroke Know the Muffin Man, etc. It was a song we used to sing over a few beers.
I'm liking it.
And it became our team song.
Okay.
And one of the parts of the song, we would usually have a beer if we had a victory as well, is you would put the drink on your head and you would bob up and down, bob on up and down, like this, like this.
Yeah, okay.
And for me, this part of my head here, you can see it, Vinny.
Incredibly flat.
And it literally fits a pint glass. I will not drop it when it goes up. Once it's up there, I can probably even move side to side a good bit. It won't go down.
Well, we're going to the nearest bar right now to borrow something. Anyway, it's in the air. It should be caught. Keeper's got the gloves. He calls it, and he catches it. He's been solid back there, Uza Hussain. So Webb did get one or two away, didn't he? But he will have to tell his story, walking 23, his final contribution, and that's also the end of the over. A wicket for Azizi. It's 58 for 3. I'm very impressed with what you told me about. Good catches, by the way, by the keeper. These always look easy on TV, but there's all these... I used to get a few negative thoughts in my head going, I can't drop this, can I?
Well, it's also so different to the art that the wicketkeeper practices for 95% of his practice. I know now you will see them hit some skyers as well, but they're used to taking the edges or the deflections or the diving ones left and right, quick reaction catches, those ones that go a long way into the sky, the mind comes into play. So it's the end of Webb, who battled heartily for 23 off 16, and in comes the big man. Haven't got my bear hug from him yet, but if Winterthur make it 3 from 3 today, I know where I'm going. Straight down into the arms of the big man and getting that bear hug. He's in at number 5. It's 58 for 3.
Yeah, Pio. He's come out and he wants to get on with it. 4 overs to go and they need to. Winterthur. Jupiter, the captain on strike. It's one that he can turn away again. It's not great bowling. And in the end, it's going to bounce just inside the rope. 4 runs to the skipper.
Yeah, good stroke. And again, the line. We've so often seen anything really angled into the pads because almost every side, I know there's a man out at deep backward square, but there's never been really any fine legs in play in any of this tournament. Had
a question in the chat about where we are. We're in St Gallen. That's at Irfan. that asked that. Anyway, this is cracked, but straight at the fielder. That one will be taken. So Cupido goes boundary out, and they couldn't really afford to lose the skipper. Every time they seem like they're escaping the clutches, Vince will find a way to dig themselves back in. It's 62 for 4.
And that unique fielding position. Never have a fine leg, do we, in this 10-over version, but you do keep very, very straight long ons. And Ari Sanger, as a consequence, if he was at a regulation long on that you'd look at in an old school fielding chart, he wouldn't have got near that. But because he's so straight, he does indeed cut it off. And Cupido is now gone for 13. Bang, bang, the Pactoons Almy have gone. And I have to say, Winterthur, they're in trouble from here.
Yeah, this has been the problem all the way along, really, even though slightly different looking side today, but just constantly losing wickets in the first half. Teams that haven't suffered that have just been cruising. And it leaves the fielding team kind of scratching their head as to what they can do to stop the high scoring. Yeah, so thanks for the question, Irfan. And yes, I'd asking what Nabi could do on the ground. Yeah, this is Ahmed Nabi of Drur, who is the most destructive batter at the recent ECL. Well, this could be another one. Doesn't quite carry. This is Sasi Dharan, who faces his first ball, knocks it for a single. Okay, so that's a great party trick. That is honestly so good. I used to thought I was pretty good at bouncing things on my head. So, I mean, that's something I think I do better than average, but I don't think I'll beat you at it. Because I always say that's what models do. I'm a model, you know.
I am certainly not a model,
just
as
to
we all know,
keep my head
Vinny.
super still. Pio gets hit by the ball.
I think it's purely, it's not that my head stays so still, it's just the unique shape of it. Have a look there, Vin. You can just see it.
It's nice.
It's basically, in there it goes.
Yeah.
It's the size of the bottom of a pint glass. And it has to be the traditional pint glass, none of these fancy smancy ones.
When babies are born, they get 2 parts of their skull come together. So you must.
Is that right?
So yeah. So you used to have like a soft spot there, and over time, your 2 kind of skull halves have like melded perfectly, molded perfectly as a land a helicopter on that thing. Anyway, this is up in the air. He's battling the sun, but he will drop it. Well, but. There's 4 takes on that. Definitely, he had a giant ball of hydrogen burning up in front of his eyes. He may have suffered permanent retina damage, but even worse, he's put the catch down.
Here we go, Vinny. Count them. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, that's 5, is it?
4 or 5, for sure.
That could have been taken, Vinny. It should have been. I know it's difficult with the sun up there that's come back and parted the heavens, but a moment of life for Pio.
Now he'll go, but towards an outfielder, end of the 7th over. Winterthur, 2 freshies at the crease and needing to do something here. Something really special in the last 3 to get up to that 100 even. It's 65 for 4 after 7. And I know that a lot of people have been following what's happening here in Switzerland, but the good news is tomorrow you'll get a choice because Rico will be starting the T20 International Women's Tournament there, the Continental Cup in Romania. It's a beautiful ground. I think you were asking me earlier in the week, what are some of the really special grounds in Europe? And for sure, that Moira of Lucia ground is a wonderful ground. And we'll probably catch some of that from here tomorrow as well. So tune in. Enrico starting even earlier, 6 a.m. GMT, 8 o'clock in Central Europe, 11:30 p.m. in India.
So
it's
Vinny,
11:45
IST.
in Nepal.
Oh, in Nepal.
Is it 15 minutes ahead?
The 15-minute difference.
Of India, is that right?
It is unique. I still have never quite got the answer to exactly why.
I love it. Yeah, so it is. It's 15 minutes ahead of India, and it's 15 minutes before Bangladesh. Unusual time zones. This is a proper random tangent, but there is a little town called Eucla on the border of Western Australia and South Australia that has an informal time zone. Normally, Western Australia is a certain time, and South Australia is 1.5 hours ahead.
Yep.
And Eucla, which is on the border, it's not official, but they run on 45 minutes, so in between. So they'll have 3 clocks. And so people have gone through there. I've never actually driven from Sydney to Perth, but it's on the drive.
Well, I have driven.
Yeah, have you?
From Melbourne to Perth.
Okay.
I drove across the Nullarbor back in 2010.
Okay.
And it was quite extraordinary. They had a couple of claims on that road because obviously it's a very vacant bit of space. Not many humans
P.O.
floating around. They claimed that one of the roads was the longest perfectly straight road in the
90
world.
miles, 144 kilometres.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they also claimed they had the smallest town in the world, which had a population of 3, but they then had all of the different animals that were there, and there was like a list.
Yeah.
It was like
Yeah.
humans 3, budgies 9,
Nice.
sheep 4,000. Like it was quite entertaining.
You missed the bit on the East Coast where they have the big stuff, you know.
Oh, the big banana.
The big banana, the big marina.
Coffs
But
Harbour,
I'll
is
tell
it?
you around that. So that's around what they call the Nullarbor Plain, which is
There's
basically
nothing.
no man's land.
I think I think the word means, well, obviously no trees.
Nullarbor, nothing.
Yeah.
Null.
Yeah.
Yeah, Nullarbor.
Yeah.
Null, no,
no
arbor,
trees. Yeah. There is nothing.
The
It's
world's
quite
longest
something.
golf course. It's about 4,000 kilometres long. So you play a hole,
You
you
drive.
get in the car, drive for 2 hours, get out, drive another, and you buy a little scorecard and everything. All right, this is up. It's in the air. Is this carrying? It is not. Sanger.
He's everywhere.
Yeah, he is everywhere. Never seems to be at the drop of the ball at the moment.
Yeah, that was certainly, Vinny, for me, as we get to the end of the 8th with the score 70 for 4, a unique experience. The extra thing about it, just to emphasise just how unique it was, there was 8 of us, Vinny.
Yeah.
So 8 of us were living together in the same house in Melbourne, and we decided we'd had enough of Melbourne to go to emigrate over to Perth for 6 months. So we
Good
thought
idea.
we'd take our Nissan Nomad,
Okay.
which was a little sort
Fittingly
of
named.
mini camper van.
Sure.
Seven blokes and 1 girl. The
Oh.
girl was my girlfriend and my 6 best mates. So it was certainly, I got a little bit of grief on that trip.
Yeah, I can
think
imagine.
I think it's fair to say I got a lot of grief, and I was glad when the journey was over. I
Oh.
think we took about 2 weeks to drive it across.
If you've ever seen the movie Wolf Creek, you'll be lucky that you made it alive anyway.
We
Oh
did
no, we've
watch
got a
it.
big problem, but he's got it at the wrong end, and now even P.O. should get to the other end. Or Willie has to hustle, but gets there. This is a good old-fashioned mix-up. Have a look at this. P.O. gives him the cold shoulder. And still the ball went to his end. It would have been out. The keeper is...
He's incandescent.
He is incandescent. But he's more... He is the headlights, deer in the headlights. And really...
Vinny, you've given me a bit of stick for the commentator's curse today. I thought we were going to have a record-setting day in terms of run rate. This Winter Tour innings just not getting going.
Sluggish, but who knows? Maybe Pac-12's Army can have an underwhelming... Oh, wow, okay. Well, we've seen the bat plug. Now, everyone
The
come and
knee.
roll up for the knee plug.
Well, the Simon Jones incident immediately comes to mind, doesn't it? Look away now if you're squeamish. Oh, it's a big divot, and he's gone back and replaced the turf.
Yeah, repair your divots. Golf course etiquette. We were just talking about golf as well. By the
Most
way,
importantly, he's all right, Vinny.
I overstated a bit. The Nullarbor Links Golf Course, it spans 1,365 kilometres with 1 hole in each participating town or roadhouse along the air highway.
Love it.
I'll tell you other things I've seen. Oh, P.O. drops the bat this time, but gets through for the single. So I've seen guys, like a couple of guys, like for YouTube, play a tennis match, but every point's on a different court. So they'll play a tennis match here, and then they'll drive for like an hour. It'll be 15 love. They'll get it. They get all the stuff on. They'll play another point, go, and they'll play a whole match, and they'll get like 2,000 miles or something.
There's
to play this tennis match.
one thing is for certain, Vinny. Australians, they've got too much time in their
I think
hands.
they were American.
They're Americans. I thought they were Aussies as well.
Yeah, but
Oh,
maybe. I
dear.
can't remember. But yeah, it's only about as crazy as our European Cricket Marathon we're playing at the moment anyway.
Looking forward to that. The more I thought about that after you told me on air last night, I think you've got a real chance to make. I know all the stuff you do makes a difference, but a real chance to get a good press
Yeah.
splash with that.
The Woodstock of cricket.
I like the Glastonbury.
With clothes, though, I think.
Woodstock's old hat,
Yeah.
mate. It's all like
Yeah, that's
Glastonbury
true.
these days.
Not the Woodstock 99 of cricket, hopefully. Anyway, this is driven down to long off, and it'll just be a single. James asking, will Rico get Ramesh in as a guest commentator? Well, every chance, James. Depends who's around. I know that in Romania, they're really excited for the Continental Cups, both of them, the women's and then the men's, which follows in a couple of weeks. But, yeah, we'll have to see, won't we?
Well, one more question as well. We're not going to have an answer to this, I don't think, Vinny,
True.
but you can give an approximation.
Want me to
Kelsey
try?
Corder asking, when will the next ECS Switzerland take place? I think given the success of this, I know we're only 4 days in, surely you guys are going to have to come back again soon.
Pretty presumptuous, though, to think we'll come back. It's like just it's a first date in 3 years. Should we do each? No, Kelsey, we are planning to come back. But then the other thing is it's a bit more complicated than that as well. I'll tell you
Okay.
why in a minute. 79 for 4 after 9. One of the reasons is the availability of the ground.
Of this ground, do you
Yeah.
mean, or just any ground?
Of this ground in particular, which is normally
Yeah.
where we hold the ECS here. But let me see what we got. So, yeah, that's going well. Okay, so it's in the calendar next year.
I just think it's such a great facility, Vinny. I know you have to do a lot of work, like any pop-up stadium, as I described it as the other day.
Can I just emphasise that this is a draft schedule because this is over a year away, but it is scheduled to be 2 weeks starting Monday, August 26th, 2024.
There you go.
Subject to change, okay? 1,000 asterisks.
Oh,
on
the
that.
bat's gone.
Oh,
The keeper's got it.
how did it go backwards? And then
The keeper's got it. Was it a drop chance as well, Vinny? I was watching the bat. I wasn't watching the ball.
I tell you what the keeper does here. He tries to get the batter out, hit wicket by pointing his bat into the stumps. Look at his he says here, and look.
Hey! No, he's trying to run him out with the bat. Oh, that was brilliant.
He's like a hit keeper. Anyway, Pio. Oh, no. It's well fielded by his partner. Oh, Winterthur, they were giddy with their own success, weren't they? And right now they're finding it hard to get going. Only 80 with 4 balls remaining.
Well, yeah, all happening here. The bats are flying into the air, and now the batter is getting in the way of the non-striker set to go with it. Just 4 deliveries left, Vinny. And Pio just can't get anything going. That's going to be given out. I think it's just flicked the pad on the way through. I don't know how it missed the stumps.
Yeah, it's back foot, and Pio really shouldn't have been on strike here. Yeah, for me it's good enough. You know, it's probably hit him the inside of leg stump. Hard to see that missing. Pio wasn't really impacting things the way he wanted anyway. That one doesn't give it justice.
Yeah, this is the angle here, Vinny. I just wonder, was it flirting with going down the leg side?
think
Maybe not. Maybe not.
Thing is, actually, where it hit, see, take your point, but actually where it hits him there, it's umpire's call for me.
We've got a lot of those, haven't we?
Umpire's call. I mean, you can't say one way or the other, to be honest. It just wasn't happening for Pio out there. But this guy, he will swing like a rusty gate. This is Tanan Kanagasabapati. We actually even saw him opening the batting the other day. And he can swing the bat. I'm telling you that much.
What we've also seen from Winterthur, the teams are always kind enough to give us their lists in a projected order. He's been pulled down. He was expected in at number 5.
Yeah.
And Thanasayan has a chance to impact with just 3 balls left.
Well,
Get a free hit, won't he?
good swing. Well,
He
he
might not.
might need to do anything at the moment. Because Sasidaran calls him through. No ball plus 1 by.
It is unfortunate that will be a ball he's faced with strike rate.
Yeah,
He could end up with none off 1.
Exactly. This no balls off the pitch is not a good rule. I wouldn't have it as a rule. I just call them wides. I'd only call them no balls if they're hit or they hit the stumps.
Yeah, fair.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Strike rate killers. There's another one.
Back
Go
to
on,
back.
get it back. I like the way that they're still swinging at him though, because
Which is
why
good
not?
tactics, yeah.
Yeah, why not?
Absolutely good tactics. You
Nothing to lose.
might have a 1 in 5 chance of hitting
Yeah.
it because it could go anywhere.
It's actually, if you're predicting the cut, I like the cut.
He's asking for the
Yeah,
wide,
yeah,
but he's going to get the no ball.
Yeah.
And another free hit, of course, Vinny.
All right. Still don't see how they're getting to 100 from here. But anyway, let's see. Free hit. Sound the free hit horn. Wow, up in the air and going back to the wall. And 6. Maximo! Sasidaran does get it away. So that ball effectively goes for 9.
Good counting, Vinny.
Yeah, I'd use all my fingers almost. And he gets it just out of the
And
ground.
the reason why, no ball going for a bye, which is equal to 2, the no ball for 1, and now the free hit going for 6. Just a little bit of late momentum. 2 deliveries left.
Right, hits that pretty well as well. Well, there's your 95. Maybe they can get the ton after all. Maximo. Well, they turn out that they change the strike at just the right moment. And Sussy gets hot 2 in a row.
And amazing how small moments like this can change the contest. If they go in with 1 more maximum and end up with 101 on the board, I think they'll be full of confidence in trying to defend it. It will certainly give them a winning squeak of a chance, and Pardes can't quite believe how this over has just turned so violently. 15 in effect from those 2 deliveries, and all of a sudden, maybe, just maybe, Winterthur is somehow going to get to that 100 marker.
Even a 4 will set 100, and then you get Sanger early. Put the cat amongst the pigeons where they've been
This is
heavily
the
reliant
problem.
on him.
So reliant on Sanger.
Last ball then. Everyone strap yourselves in. This is a full toss drilled at the field. It does well, handles it quickly.
And they're going to try for a 2. Well, they got about 1 1/4. But I do like the fact they're looking for it. In the end, it will be Sassy Darren that's run out, and they'll finish 96 for 6.
I like the intent, right? But that's where you need to feign going for the second, get back in, get him to whip the bails off, and then run it when the stumps are broken.
Not a bad idea. I think just everything happened so fast.
It was all too
there.
quick, wasn't it?
I think it's also with that one there, it's not, I mean, the bowler could easily fumble that take, you know, and so I think they just go for it no matter what. As it is, 96, a few more than they might have got, but still I think a few short of what they would have wanted as Winter Tour. They quite cracked the triple digits here in the first half of match 19.
Yeah, let's take a look at the best of the highlights from this first innings. It was just an innings that never really got going, did it? We saw a couple of big hits, but also 2 big run-outs. The first one from Shinwari and the second one from Nasibullah Aziz, and both of those were big moments in the game. That's the second one of them. Keeper did so well there, Isar Hussain, the captain, to get it back onto the stumps. And right now, I think we're looking at a situation with a very under par total, and one that is going to be difficult for the Winter Thor team to defend. I'm hoping they're going to get up. I'm backing the boys from Winter Thor. 96. I'm not sure it will be enough though. Less than 10 and over. There were a few attempted big hits, but Arif Sanger was everywhere. He took that catch straight down the ground, and then they were left reliant upon a boundary from the big man Pio da Silva. His only one. He could only muster 9 from 10 deliveries, but then this was the moment. A couple of sixes that just got things going over the head of Sanger, and then this one was even bigger. So in fact, this is going to be the run out from the very final delivery, as credit to Sai Sadaran, who was happy to run himself out in the vain attempt to get back for a second. So there we are. Let's take a look at the 2 cards. We'll start with the batting card. Which hopefully will come up. If it doesn't, I'll just guide you through it. Winter Thor, there it is, 96 for 6. Crispin Webb, the top scorer, 23 off 16. Probably the pick of the batters, though, was Grant Cupido. I thought he played nicely for 21 off 13. Problem for Winter Thor, the run's not coming very quickly, and only 9 extras, giving them a total of 96 for 6. And what about the bowling figures? We'll have a look here now. 3 wickets went to the bowlers. Plenty, though, went to the runouts. 3 of them in total. Azizi, Moaz Butt and Nazar Pardes with a wicket apiece. But I actually thought Sanger was the pick of the bowlers. 2 overs, none for 10, with some good full deliveries right into the block hole. Lovely to hear from everyone enjoying the coverage. We're going to be back with you with plenty more. Where to win this game number 4 of the day, game 19 in total, the Paktoons Almi. They will need 97 to win. We'll see you in less than 10 for the chase. Well, a very warm welcome back to St. Gallen. We're in the east of Switzerland for this, the return of the European Cricket Series to Swiss shores, as we are into game number 4 of the day. Game 19 in total. We're more than a third of the way through the group stages. As the action, it comes thick, it comes fast, it comes intense, and it comes with plenty of gusto throughout. And even though it wasn't the highest total that we've seen so far today, Winterthur do have 96 runs on the board, and I wonder how much of this game is going to come down to the Arif Sanger factor. He's been in ridiculous form, and oh dear, we've had a clothesline from the umpire and a decent body contact too. I don't know if Vinny Sandhu predicts the future, but well, that was almost a complete clean out. He called it earlier, and there it was. Right on cue. Oh, good body contact there.
I had to get up the stairs quickly. I'm back. I knew it was on my bingo card. The old ECS umpire clothesline. Rearview mirror's not working. Well, this is in the air, almost taken, but not quite carrying to the man long off. This is a catch worth going for because it can save you so much down the stretch. It's Qureshi who's certainly having a busy day out there for Winterthur.
Yeah, busy day indeed. 2 drops and then a catch that we thought was a catch in the previous game that was actually off a free hit. And I don't want to overplay the impact of this man on screen with the visor cap inside that wonderful bob of hair he's got. It's Sanger versus Winterthur here. If he gets going, this could be over quickly.
Got to get him early. He doesn't mind looking at one as well because he knows he can make it up later. I suppose his target of 97, not too onerous the way that he's been batting. Yeah, the old umpire clothesline. Trying to think of some other things that you haven't seen yet, which are fairly common. There haven't been that many misfields considering how good this ground is. And so I would say, like, the fielders here, like, they're doing a good job, but there's many countries where the fielders are about this level.
Yep.
But they're having to deal with highly unpredictable,
completely different
fields,
conditions.
and everyone's so quick to get stuck into them, saying, "Oh, how can you miss that?" You know.
Yep.
I still think put anyone out there, whoever you like.
John T. Rhodes, A.B. de Villiers, doesn't matter.
They'd be calling for the helmet. Anyway, this is cracked, and it's cracked to deep cover. That's where the 2 outfielders are. Interestingly for Sanger, they've put the 2 outfielders on the offside, so deep cover and long off. And I think that's all about to try and tempt him to hit across the line and play a shot that's a little bit less safe. So I actually think that's a good tactic.
Also, I'm going to eat my hat here. I've been a bit critical about this right arm around the wicket angle, but Cupido has actually implemented it very cleverly in the last game and a half.
True.
And just that little shape away too.
Gets a bit lucky here that he's saying doesn't want to do more with it because that pitches outside the leg stump. As soon as it pitches outside the leg stump, I think you've got the immunity to just swing away. There's not too many ways you can get out. Maybe a top edge straight up in the air, but a lot of those top edges also go for 4 or 6 behind you. Can't be LBW, obviously. Last ball of the over. And that's what I was talking about. That's that round the wicket. And this was dealt with. Hussain goes Maximo. And it also is the end of the over. 11 for 1. 11 for none, I should say, after 1.
Yeah, nicely picked up by the captain. He can certainly clear the ropes too. We saw that in the earlier game. 82 matches. The counter keeps ticking up, doesn't it? Since the golden ball. Not sure this contest is likely for it, Vinny, but then again,
don't speak too soon.
Things can surprise you.
In a normal, I say normal, this was maybe a year or 2 ago. We used to say the 80s, the Grady 80s, they make for great games. Because I think back then, the scoring wasn't as heavy as it is now. Yeah. So now I feel like this kind of 100 to 110 maybe is the golden ball zone. But then here, it's probably 2 points and over what's the normal ECS. So
it feels like a 1 to 125, 130 sort of area. The other thing, interesting, the point you're making about the 80s, there is something very charming about a low-scoring classic. I know we all like big scores, we like big hits, you love Maximos, but it is something special in any format. Again, like, you know, an 82 v 82 golden 100%. Ball, that'd be a belter.
Low-scoring thrillers, we've had plenty of those as well, and in all conditions. We've had some real low-scoring thrillers in finals as well, where teams have made, maybe in the 70s, just held on. Probably the most memorable low-scoring thriller in the final was the Group D in the ECL last year. Was well bowled by Granagidagi, who just drops it into the block hole. Yeah, and that game was MSC Frankfurt, the German champions, who were favourites in the Group D final. They were playing Alby Zalmi of Sweden, who had scraped into 4th place, but then won the first 2 finals. They kept MSC Frankfurt, the Germans, to 65. At one point, they were 58 for 9.
Wow.
And needing 8 off the last over. This will be a wide plus another wide, I think. 2 to the total, plus that ball will be re-bowled. And it was crazy. The first ball went down to 3rd man, first ball the 10th. So 10 and 11 are batting for Alby Zalmi. And the 3rd man fumbles it slightly, so they get back for 2. So now they need 6 to win. And the next one was straight to the same field at 3rd man. Whereas this will be fielded in the infield, no run. So reasonably good start here for Winterthur. Yeah, so the next one just went straight through his legs for 4. It was such an easy one, really. Then there was a wide, and then with scores tied, they brought the field in. They ran a suicidal single, but the fielding side missed the stumps. And I'll never forget all the Swedish flags coming onto the ground. It was an Swedish invasion, and that was a memorable low-scoring thriller. I think this might have hit. This is going to be 5, but what's it hit on the way through? Yeah, we don't see too many 5s here because we haven't seen too many overthrows. I wonder if this hit the bat. It's just a wild, wild throw. And, yeah, Crispin behind those sunglasses. There's a pretty dirty look going on.
Oh, that's a brilliant reaction. I'm calling that the reaction of the week thus far. Crispin Webb, I don't think disgusted does it justice. The stare.
Wow.
Almost the death stare, wasn't it? And it was Dana Nasayan who's just got the wild throw out.
Oof.
And it's gone a long way wide. And everyone loves a 5.
Sidearm misfire. He's not happy as Granagidagi. But anyway, this is up, and 5 and 6 pick-up sticks. Just like that, Zalmi away in the power play. Maximo, 24 now off just 10 balls.
That's a big hit, it really is. Ari Sanger, Vinny, I love what you guys are doing, the European Cricket Network. This is not meant disparagingly. I would love to see him up the grades.
Oh, yeah.
I think he's got massive talent.
Yeah, and that's what it's all about as well. Now, this is a cracking shot, and it's pretty much an orthodox shot through the covers as well. Keeps it all the way along the ground. So, yeah, this guy's got it all, doesn't he?
And it's the swagger, too. It's the Sanger swagger. It's just a confidence. There's a quality that, well, really, this stands out for me. He's 19. You stick that into the mix. And I don't know, like I said, we'll try to get that checked if and when he may qualify for Switzerland. Surely they've got to be looking at this kid.
I think you got to. Goes after this. Probably would have been a wide. Doesn't matter. Maximo Sanger. He's out of the corner now. He goes Maximo over the offside.
Where do you bowl to him? You bowl it down into the leg side. He whips you around the corner. You give him width outside the off. He smashes you for 6. You bowl it a bit tighter. He goes through the covers.
You just got to hope that the umpire clotheslines you. Maybe you don't have to finish your over. Anyway, with 2 overs in 34 without loss. Zalmi, they're lurking in 3rd spot at the moment. Believe it or not, if they can win this game, they actually go to the top of the table because they'll be up to 7 points. And somewhat astonishingly, they still have a negative net run rate at this stage. Sign that it's been up and down for quite a few of these teams. So Grant, the captain, Grant Cupido, is going to bring himself back for his 2nd over on the last over of the power play. Oh, good one.
Yeah, beautiful Yorker. But I think for Winterthur here, excuse me, Vinny, if they don't get Sanger before the halfway stage, this game's over.
The halfway stage might be the full-time stage.
That's my point. He's that devastating a hitter.
Little edge. It's going to go over the fielder in the circle. That's going to be 4. So Hussain. A bit more good luck than good management there, but still good result for Zalmi, who are in the box seat here in match 19. I've got a good one from Craig Elements here in the chat. Why are overthrows called buzzers? Now, that's a bit of an English thing. I got to admit, I grew up in Australia. We didn't really use that term. Do you know why it is? I've got my theories. Why are overthrows called buzzers? All right, in the air. I feel like this is hanging long enough to get a play on it. Maybe, maybe not. Nope. It pitches just inside. Quattro carreras más. As Granagidagi chases it, but all in vain. The score keeps climbing for Zalmi.
Yeah, buzzers, I don't know the background of them, but I know for a fact that was always what we called them in Ireland.
Yeah. It's a UK island thing.
It may even come from the UK originally, although
Regional dialect.
it definitely, like, it was something that I can't explain if we're sitting watching the game.
Oh, takes this off the stumps, but he's got the license, doesn't he, at the moment? Hussein actually laps Sanger now, and this partnership rapidly closing in on the half century. Again, yeah, it's a bit of a risk, isn't it? He goes straight. If he misses it, maybe there's a wicket there, but on this pitch, the batters aren't missing many.
Yeah, not sure the off-cutter is the way to go. If he's trying to shape it away and force him to hit to the offside, the off-cutter is just going into the hitting arc, isn't it? Variation doesn't work, and Hussein's the one who's getting going. They're almost halfway there, Vinny. You've only faced 16 balls.
There's pace on. This is up in the air. It's another teaser for Karuna Gadagi. He goes back, and this one goes even further. Maximo! And that does bring up the 50 and the 50 partnership here. And right now, Winterthur staring down the barrel.
Well, it's really been a game of two innings, isn't it, Winterthur? We felt we're never even close to having enough on the board, and Sanger and Hussein are proving us ever so right. 54 the partnership worth off just 17 deliveries. This could end in light speed time and a massive net run rate boost, not just the 2 points on the line for the Pakhtun Zalmi.
They're still in the negs, Pakhtun Zalmi. Only because that last game, I think. Uh-oh, 6 more, and 50 becomes 60 pretty quickly. Magical power play for PKZ. They are 60 without loss after 3.
Yeah, the captain can't quite believe it, Kenny. He thinks he's doing everything right, but the problem is, even with it angling across, he's still able to drag it all the way for 6, and every single one of these power play overs is just swinging the game towards his Almy.
Full disclosure.
Yep.
It's only when I started travelling out of Australia that I heard the term buzzers.
Buzzers,
or hearing it on English commentary, right? Yeah. I didn't know if it was buzzers, like a buzzer, or whether it was a buzzard, which I think is sometimes
a buzzard is a bird. It's like a bird of prey. Yeah.
Yeah, but I assumed it was called like buzzer because it's like something's going wrong and like an alarm would go off, like.
Yeah. Oh, maybe.
You know,
yeah.
I thought that's why maybe they're called buzzers. But if anyone knows the actual reason, I'd be happy to know.
Yeah, I can only give the stories from my childhood of you're sitting with your teammates in, whether it's an under 15 game or a Pembroke second 11 game, doesn't matter. You're sitting there, and as soon as there's even a chance of overthrows, someone on the bench is yelling buzzers with great delight. Yeah. And then if it actually comes to fruition, particularly if you end up with 5, they're the loudest cheers of the days. Here comes Fonseca with his left arm spin. I thought he's bowled nicely, and maybe this change of pace might just be able to affect things. I have loved the fact that Arif Sanger, in all of his innings, has shown us 2 or 3 times. It's almost as if to say, I can play any style you want.
Yeah.
There's the forward defence.
You know what
Here's the cover drive.
Picks his ball, he goes after. And when he does, he never goes by halves, does he? Exhibit A, because that is Banktown, USA. This guy can hit it so far. No, don't even bother looking for it. Maximo. Sanger goes large.
Well, how big is that one? I tell you, we've got one of the main men up with us, Ali from St. Gallen CC. He's seen a lot of things. He measured it. He kindly walked out the previous one. What was it again, Ali? 106? 106 metres?
110, something like that. The old block and smash tactic from Sanger. This scores up at 66, and we're barely out of the power play. Fonseca, what's he do now? Pushes it through.
Well, Ali reckons it was 120.
I believe him.
Such power. Yeah, Ali's spot on.
I believe him.
He's a special kid, isn't he?
Yeah.
I think often you think about those players that inspire you. You and I both spoke about Viv Richards, that swagger that he had that helped inspire us when we were younger. Something special about this Arif Sanger.
It's hard again. Now it's going to take some stopping. Oh, I think it's going to be 4. Oh, well, when it's not going your way, it's not going your way. And we know that Winterthur is still at a game tonight, so you can't jump on the train just yet. But this is just a sign of how it's travelling. And then, you see it just...
Yeah, going from bad to worse. Something, Vinny, you might have missed. I know you have all these records all the time.
Yeah.
Going with the volume of cricket you have. But it was 34 off the over that Sanger hit.
That's
earlier in the day. 5 6s and the 4.
That's in there. That's up there.
Just the 4th delivery slightly mistimed.
Blocked the first one, remember? Remember? He actually did. Cost himself, didn't he?
And he also, at one point, Vinny, in that game, the score was 54 for none.
Yeah.
And Sanger had 53 of them. Just one run at the other end. Now, he'd farmed the strike beautifully within that.
That's a skill as well,
Oh, yeah.
controlling the strike in a game like this. Who's on strike is super important. All right, Fonseca.
I just love his setup, Vinny. Look at how still he is at the point
It's
of release.
simple.
Look at the head. Perfect.
Kind of yorks himself, chops it over the fielder. This wasn't a catch because he hits it into the pitch. And I don't think the fielder realised they could carry that far off a bump ball into the over at 73 without loss.
Vinny, we're talking about the proliferation of cricket around the world, the volume of it, not just that you guys are doing, but, you know, last week, just to take an example, right? I was at the men's T20 World Cup qualifier for Europe that was going on at the same time as the men's T20 World Cup qualifier in EAP.
Yes.
The same time the Zim Afro T10 was going on in Harare, the first ever time that a T10 Zim Afro tournament's gone there. Then there was the MLC concluding in America. The GT20 had just started in Canada. The Ashes was going on. The 100 was just about to kick in. The Lanka Premier League was about to start. And that's just men's cricket without even the European Cricket Network stuff that I've mentioned. But do you think there's an opportunity for players at this level, it's an amateur level, to maybe be spotted, scouted, brought into things? Because someone like this kid, Arif Sanger.
I think so. I mean, still what we're doing is fairly new. You've got to realise that.
Yeah.
You know, and everything was thrown off by Corona in the first place, right?
Madness,
So that's already...
No one could have understood.
Everyone's trying to get things back fired up. There's been postponements of things like the ILT20 and things like that, which didn't get going as quickly as they wanted. So I think it's one of those things where already we've seen some of it. Burhan Niaz, who is a Belgian guy, he was picked up in the Pakistan Junior League for the Madan Warriors, I think. And so it can happen, but still the pathway is a little bit unclear. I suppose the pathway is through international cricket. But the thing is, you have to live in a country 3 years before you can even play for your national side.
Correct.
So that's the thing. I think at the moment, the other thing is that these players, because they're amateur, they're doing what they're doing often without training at all. You've got to realise that. Without training at all.
And juggling real life factors within it. Maybe earning money, looking after a family, sending money back home in some cases.
Switzerland's not the cheapest to live in, for example, compared to some other countries. All right, this time he's not so still. And he goes and chases one, misses out. A rare miss.
Big smile on his face with the miss as well.
This is a problem. You start just getting... Like, sometimes people are so good that I see them getting bored.
Yeah.
So they start saying, you know, this would be a bit tougher, so I'm going to try this. And almost, because he could just stand still. You feel like he could stand still and just hit him on the roof all day.
Yeah, absolutely.
75 the partnership here as we approach the halfway point.
But that raw ability to hit them that far, it doesn't come along that often.
True. This time he just stops his shot slightly as a slow ball holds up and he's gone. So well done to Vintatur Sasidaran with a clever change of pace. You could just see how it fooled the batter there, Sangar. And a nice catch out there by Tanansai and Kanagasabapati, who just trots to his left and takes it with ease as we finally have a wicket. Something for Vintatur to celebrate. 75 for 1.
Yeah, he's still smiling, isn't he? Well, he's a bit young to call him an enigma, but there is something special about this youngster. Junigma, but he is. Oh, he's got something. And just 19 years of age, the first and only one. He's looking for a round of applause as well.
He's unselfish. He's saying, look, one of you guys have a bat. Go on, one of you guys have a bat.
Well, by his standards, Vinny, 30 off 15 at a strike rate of 200. Maybe not his biggest numbers, but again, impressed us, didn't he?
If that's your bad day, then
well, that's a good bad day.
You're a pretty good player.
Yeah, it's a very good bad day. I'd love to see, I don't know how to, I understand your points about the pathway. And the sheer volume of cricket not only creates opportunities, it also presents challenges realistically for people to be even able to consume it, let alone engage with it, let alone scout it. It's not easy.
Definitely.
It's only so many hours in the day.
Yeah, exactly.
But what I would love to see as we get to the end of the fifth, the score 75 for 1, is some kind of further steps whereby the best of leagues like this at an amateur level can get some kind of further opportunity and exposure, whether that's partnership with an English county, partnership with one of the franchise sides. I don't know what
I'll tell you a
be.
few things about that in a moment. Just quickly, I want to give Sasidaran a shout out, 1 for 2 off that over after there'd been carnage before him. Izzat Zain remains on 43 and At the moment, 22 required off the last half of this game. It looks like Zalmi are going to cruise to victory. This is one way that some players have been identified, and it's more at not just identifying going to the professional game, but there's probably the middle step, which is playing more cricket on turf.
Yep.
So I know, for example, that linking teams from the continent with, say, teams from the Channel Islands, like teams from Jersey, Guernsey. Of course, we've had Hornchurch, the English club in the Essex League here this year, Forfs, CIYMS, and then the England 11, the Scotland 11, Ireland 11, national teams of the Channel Islands. Places where they do have a bit more of a...
infrastructure.
Yeah, cricket infrastructure to say, look, let's play some games against each other, like Austria Isle of Man recently. You know, so that's another way that they can improve their skills. This could be out, and it will be out. Nicely taken down there. Ranagadagi takes the catch, and that's both openers gone in quick succession. It'll be a great turnaround if they can do it. Hussain, the next man to go for 43, and it's 75 for 2.
It also, I think, goes to show us how different this game could have been if Winterthur could have got early wickets. They'll at least, even if it's not going to be enough to turn things around in this clash, they'll at least take some confidence into their final match today. They've got 3 in the day. They'll go back-to-back into the final game. That will be the end of Izhar Hussain. He's gone for 43 off 14. It's 75 for 2.
I have seen teams win games from here as well. And probably the most dramatic
surely not
fall away I've seen was...
Surely not.
A team needed... This is Malmö in the south of Sweden against Helsingborg Royals. One team needed... So it was actually Malmö that... They had their captain cruising. They were 2 down. They needed 12 off the last 18 balls. And they proceeded to lose 8 wickets for 4, including... the last over, when they needed 7 to win, they went wicket, 1 plus run out. It was only the second time we saw a double hat trick on the network, and they lost by 7 runs.
Wow.
So never say never. Just got to keep dealing with the batter in front of you. Having said that, in these conditions and with this batting lineup, I feel it's not going to happen. But I'm acutely aware. I'll give you another one. Our lowest score defended is 60. And that is the Prague Tigers. This was last year.
I was going to ask you that earlier. That's the lowest ever 10-over score that you've seen defended.
I'll show it. We've got the graphic, actually. Karina Karan coming on, and this will be one. Yeah, so they did this, and their first day, it wasn't their first game, it was their second game. It was the first day they'd ever been in the competition.
Yep.
They basically had 2 very strong batters. The rest, I think the tail started at 3, if I'm honest. They made 60, and we're going against a very experienced team, Prague Barbarians, and they just had an absolute barnstormer, kept the Barbarians to 34 for 8. And it was just one of those times that batters could not score. Well, no problems here for Saeed, who gets off the mark with a Maximo. And once again, stay away from the legs, because it's not ending well.
Yeah, that margin for error is so tight for a big, tall, fast bowler on a wicket like this. I feel a bit for Karuna Karan because he hasn't done a huge amount wrong there. It's maybe only, 6 or 9 inches away from the direction it should be. But it's just gone onto his hip and it's swiveled around the corner. I have to have a quick word about these pads as well, Vinny. Don't you love the light blue pads in contrast to maybe the official Zalmi pads, which have the lime and yellow?
Express yourself. Express yourself.
Actually, somehow goes quite well, doesn't it? Where the lime and yellow works with the light blue.
I quite like it. Anyway, this one is taken off the tram line, just kind of heaved to Grant Cupido. Winterthur do have a win today, and they have another tough game coming up against the Nomads in the last game of the day.
Well, you'd think if they could win that and pick up 2 from 3 on the day, that would be a very successful day for Winterthur.
Oh, yeah. If you can beat the Nomads, the way the Nomads are going, they'll be walking on sunshine when they leave tonight. Here's the last ball of the over. Chip down, and wow, it gets a lot of power on that. Maximo Hamdard takes them up into their 90s, but not looking nervous here, Zalmi, as they close in on the target. End of the over, 90 for 2. Let's have a look at what's coming up next then. We can have a look at the 2 teams and the toss news. The Nomads winning the toss and bowling. So Winterthur, once again, they've been asked to bat first. They couldn't really get that score on the board this time. Do you think they can put a few more on against the Nomads?
Well, Vinny, they're going to have to find a way to get more than the 96 that they've managed here, because one thing is certain, if you don't get a minimum of 130 at this venue, let alone against the Nomads batting lineup, I think you're in big trouble. And 96, well, we're seeing right now with 4 full overs, 24 deliveries left. it was not even close to being enough. Credit, in fairness, to Srikanth. So Sidaran, who's bowled nicely, 1 for 2. He's the standard of the bowlers, but for Winterthur, too little too late with the ball.
Yeah, I think so. Anyway, half a chance here. Oh, well, he turns to the right, he turns to the left. And in the end, they think of a second. It's not quite there. Once again, the wind playing havoc for the infielders here.
Randy Duplessis, that was your moment.
Yeah, well, here you
Come
go.
on,
Here's
Randy.
our lowest totals defended. We actually
Wow.
got plenty in the 60s. Of course,
Okay.
it's kind of dependent on conditions. These are 10
Yeah.
over matches as well. Doesn't count like 5 over matches.
They
or whatever.
won comfortably, the
What do you
Tigers.
like? Oh, yeah.
Didn't they?
We couldn't believe it. I was commentating that game thinking, and look, Gozo, they're on there as well. They're the team that got bowled out for 6.
But
That was the next year.
one thing that is interesting, Vinny, only one of those totals this year. So
Yes.
does that kind of give you an indication?
Well, hold on 1 second because we got another steepler. And, I had a bad feeling that was going to get through in more ways than one. This is Tuvaran Karunakaran, who was stuck under it. But luckily, we won't have another look at it. Yeah, the only time is Pajiba Blasters against Royal Strikers earlier this year. I think it's a sign that scores are getting higher, full stop.
And just the quality may be getting
Yeah.
better generally
One of
as the project moves on.
Yeah, definitely.
Yep.
So I tell you who I feel sorry for there. As this is up, it's in the air. Fielder coming around, just a single. I'm sorry to put this up there again, but I've got to show you this, right? So Men in Blue, this was like the first week I was ever commentating full time. They defended 63. They held the record for like a year and 3 months till 21st of May. Stockholm Tigers beat it. They only held it for 2 weeks because then the Tigers, the Prague Tigers, it was Tiger defeating Tiger on that chart. And so, yeah, Stockholm Tigers, they didn't hold it for long. Anyway, guess what? Game, set, match. And Hamdard finishes it with a bang. Maximo time. And that's the end of game 19. Paktoon Zalmi, they're going to win it. And just tell me, before we go to the highlights, what did that hit?
I don't know, but there was a great shot of every single one of the Zurich Nomad CC almost standing still like statues in the background. It was almost like they were playing the freeze game.
Look at the Nomads, though. I mean, they are looking stacked, aren't they? We didn't even see Nazir with a bat yet, I don't think, in any serious way today. He's listed at 4, Dinesh at 5. But, yeah, the openers and the 3 there.
The fantasy numbers off the charts for the Nomads.
They are, but they'll be chasing. Can Winterthur put a score on the board in the last game of the day? Starting in 35 minutes right now, let's roll back into the highlights. Double-digit targets. You do see chasing teams getting them more often than not. That was a bit of a half chance, quarter chance, really. They're literally throwing 4 away here. Kanaka Sabapathy, he missed that one by the length of his last name, really, as it ended up on the mid-wicket boundary. And this guy Sanger continues to impress. He continues to just bash the bowling everywhere.
I don't know how to describe him, Vinny. For me, he's a rock star. But actually, Izar Hussain stole a bit of his thunder today. He hit more 6s than his opening partner. Izar Hussain hit 4 Maximos and 3 4s. Arif Sanger just the 3. But Sanger, well, maybe the greatest star of the tournament. He was dismissed, caught in the deep. He still wanted the praise from his teammates. He was still smiling. A great little character, isn't he? What a swagger he has. This was the second wicket. Izar Hussain caught very well by Chamit in the deep before a couple more boundaries. A Maximo down the ground from Saeed, and then Abdullah Hamdard got it all done. 14 off 6 for him. Let's take a look at the batting and bowling card.
Yeah, let's have a look. And Izar Hussain leads the scorers, 43 or 14. Yeah, he played some nice shots there. I've been impressed with his keeping and his leadership so far in this series. Hit 4 Maximos, 3 4s in there. Arif Sanger, just your little dirty there. And got them into a winning position. Hamdard finishing off with a couple of Maximos inside with one big blow. As far as the bowlers, well, Sasi Dharan's tried his hardest in the series. He's had some good results. 1 for 11 here off 10 balls bowled. And Karunakaran with 1 for 14. Well, time for us to have a little cup of tea. I know you like your ginger tea. So we're going to do that.
Good idea, Vinny.
Yeah,
Good
I think
idea.
we should do that. And
I think
if
we deserve that going into the
all
last
of you
game.
in TV land, why don't you do the same? But make sure you're joining us in 30 minutes, last game of the day, random question time, maybe even food chat if you like. But we'll be here for the next match. Nomads taking on the Winterthur team in the last game of the day here on day 4 in the European Cricket Series.
And after a long, long period of playing cricket, the best place to come in Europe is the great Ryan Falls.
Welcome back to St Gallen. Time for the last game of the day here on day 4. So match 20 is to come. The Nomads, they've really gotten moving today, haven't they? Climbing up that ladder. They have Winterthur in their sights in match number 20. Now we do have a special coin toss guest here with Tyrone Peters. We have Martin Boulon, who's responsible for the maintenance of all these grounds here at St Gallen, the Grundamos Stadium. It looks fantastic right now. Martin's going to toss the coin. And right now we also have the 2 captains there from the Nomads and Winterthur. Let's see what happens.
Martin's going to toss. And it's Grant to call.
Heads.
Heads is the call and it's a tail. Are you going to have a ball? Yes. Back to you, Vinny.
So it is Azim Nazir that wins the toss. He's been pretty lucky on the tosser today, the Nomad skipper, and he's elected to bowl first. They want to chase. They certainly have done that very, very well so far. They're big guns of fight. Hassan Ahmed, the first game they played. Fahim Nazir, the second game they played, really looking so strong. But first, Winterthur, they're going to have to do something with the bat. They just couldn't find the runs. They couldn't find the boundaries as frequently as they wanted in that last game. So look, it's a tough one for Winterthur for sure, but having said that, we know that things can turn around very quickly here in the European Cricket Series. Once again, big thank you to Martin for his assistance. And once again, these grounds are looking beautiful right now. Here's another beautiful man who'll take you to the first ball, Andrew Leonard. Well, we know that he can balance all kinds of objects on his bald head. He can also call a cricket match. Time for the last game of the day, Andrew. And the news from the toss, the Nomads winning the toss and fielding.
Well, thank you, Vinny. I'm not sure I'll ever get an introduction like that anywhere else in the world. And not all sorts of things I can balance on my head, mainly just a pint glass or a bottle, I suppose, too. You're very welcome along to the coverage. Great to have you with us. Here are the 2 teams. It's game number 20. How has time flied? I've been with you for 3 of the 4 days. I've enjoyed what is now going to be my 15th game of 10 over cricket. The Zurich Nomads 2-2, probably favourites against Winterthur given the scale of their defeat in the last game. Winterthur are now 1-3. Remember, with the top 5 qualifying, this game feels like it has a huge amount on the line, and the supercomputer really fancies the Nomads. We have them as favourites up here in the box too. Maybe slightly more realistic score as the supercomputer kicking into life. We're expecting 91 or something in that vicinity from Winterthur. It's going to be Fahim Nazir to open the bowling, with Chamith Karnagadagaj, who will open the batting alongside the captain Grant Cupido, who's at the non-striker's end. We're just waiting for the clock to tick over to 4:45 p.m. local time, and we will be all set to go then, after what's been a really entertaining day of action, I have to say. I've so enjoyed watching all the teams we've seen in action. In the very first game in the morning, we saw the Nomads picking up their first win, beating Vettingen by 29 runs, and then Winterthur, they also beat Vettingen by only just 12 runs. Then 2 comprehensive victories, the Nomads clattering the Paktoons Almi. That was a bit of an upset. Fahim Nazir, the man with the ball in his hand, he made 77 off 24. And then in the 4th game of the day, the Paktoons Almi were comfortable victors over Winterthur, who have a chance to make immediate amends, as it's the keeper Jawad Dinesh who not only runs after that one, but very nearly creates a run-out opportunity as well. But instead, it will be a couple of runs to the total, given his leg buys correctly, just thudding off the pad. Yeah, you think the Zurich Nomads certainly have what you would describe as maybe the best opening partnership in the tournament. This time it skews off the inside edge, not where he intended. Will be a single. Remember, the Nomads, they won the toss, decided to field first. I'm going to see the captain come on to strike now, Grant Coupeau. Just having a chat to a few of the Winterthur boys with a slightly better break than usual between the games. And having a chat to two of the boys, Grant Coupeau and this one sliced away, going to be 4. Not where he intended, but that won't matter. Also having a chat to Crispin Webb and Randy Duplessis, 3 boys there, all of South African origin. The boys from Cape Town, other from Johannesburg originally. Living in Switzerland for more than 3 years now. Working in various roles, accounting and software engineer and project manager too. Amazing the journeys that so many of these people take. Thuds into the pad, full straight. Oh, he's not played a shot at this, and this is close. He's got himself in all sorts of a muddle. I think that's going to go on. And thud into leg stump. Got to play a shot at that. Nazir can't believe it. For me, oh, leg stump. Definitely in danger, and this time flashes through the offside, but even though he can't get the run initially, they will get the overthrow. The Nomads, well, there's chaos in the outfield. He's thrown it, and his teammates were saying you didn't need to throw it. It's gone miles wide of Jawad Dinesh, 5-10 meters to his left. Back on the money, very well bowled. Right on a good length. So that's the end of the first over. 8 runs have come from it, and a little bit of action too. Could well have had the first wicket, but the LBW appeal was turned down. So as we're into the final game of today, let's take a look forward to tomorrow. Not what's going on here in St. Gallen in Switzerland, but no, across in Romania. This is going to be the Continental Cup for the women's game. You're going to see 3 matches tomorrow. I think it's 3 matches each of the 3 days. T20Is, of course, remember. Isle of Man playing Greece, one of the countries that I follow. Then Greece taking on Malta. And great to see those official T20 internationals here on the ECN network. As Winterthur are trying to turn things around after a heavy defeat in the last game. That's short and wide outside the off stump. Will be a single. And the pick of the bowlers for the Nomads in their previous contest has the ball in his hand now. He was so unlucky not to get a 5-wicket haul. He had 4 for 13, and then the catch was dropped. Just seen a bit of movement in the field, so the batter pulls out, not too happy. Dead ball will be signalled. Yeah, 4 for 21 he ended up with, the youngster. This one goes into the sky. He could be continuing his wicket-taking form. Yes, he is. Well, Karan Agaraj has done nothing more than chip it into the sky, and really it was a pretty simple catch. Held by Hassan Ahmed, the powerful batter Hassan Ahmed. Little off cutter, wasn't it? Clever bowling from Amjad Ahmed. And believe it or not, he's just 17 years of age, so another one of the youngsters to watch for the future. Another one of the players here with Afghan origin as well. Such fascinating journeys and inspiring journeys that we're seeing these cricketers take, coming from all over the world to play, many of whom playing in their adopted countries, of course, as it will be Amal Fonseca, who was the player of the match in the morning game where Winterthur picked up their first victory. In this year's European Cricket Series 2023 for Switzerland. Starts with a little cutter which can't be squeezed out. I think the way in which the Nomads have gone about it here in their second day of appearances. They were playing on the opening day of the tournament where Vinny Sandhu was guiding you through the action solo. Good take down the leg side by Jawad Dinesh. I think the way they've gone about it today, they're trying to make a statement that they are not just wanting to get back into playoff contention, but they want to show the other sides that they are here to compete for that top spot. They'd probably have to win out. They've already lost 2 games on that opening day, but looking in good shape to make it 3 wins on the bounce. And with each team playing 10 games, we will get a look at the points table in a moment. Wonder, could 8 wins and 2 losses be good enough to challenge for first place? There are still some unbeaten sides, so that's what makes it all the more difficult for Zurich Nomads. Alton still without a defeat. St. Gallen on their home turf have been outstanding too. That's right into the block hole, but again, I think Winterthur just getting into a little bit of bother in terms of their approach. It's a full toss, you've got to throw everything at it, but he's really just trying to punch it into the gap, maybe pick up a single at best. They need boundaries in the power play. They're just not coming. Top ball stacking up. Great credit to Amjad Ahmed. He's maybe been the bowler of the day, in fact. He wasn't able to play on the first day. He's one of the changes for the Zurich Nomads, and what an impact he's had coming in to the team. Little off cutter. Another dot ball, just 3 runs from the over. An outstanding one. And even though we're only into the second over, the Nomads are right on top. It's 11 for 1. So here is that points table, just talking about it there. So still no sign of Cossonay or Geneva starting their campaigns yet, but that's something we knew with the schedule that was in place. And probably the pick of the teams thus far. Alton, 3 from 3 on the opening day, was really impressed with Vedigan on day 1, but they struggled today. St. Gallen have been in good form, but maybe the Nomads are going to be one of those ones that will surge into contention. That's more like it. Gets that one out of the screws, and Cupido will get a maximum right into the slot by Hassan Ahmed. Been impressed with his batting, maybe a little bit less so with his bowling. Just a little cross seamer. Oh, that was right into the slot, wasn't it? Not quite up into the grandstand, but more than enough for a Maximo. It's the first of the final game of the day, and it goes to the captain, Cupido. This time he misses out. Going to be given as a no ball. Let's see if we can get the replay. Now changed and given as a wide. I think they just want to check if it's a no ball. I think that's okay. Given as a wide, so it won't be a free hit. Cupido, though, annoyed with himself for missing out. You can understand why. Short and wide, wasn't it? And that is going to be a Maximo. So 6 wide, 6. 13 from 2 legal deliveries. We said that Winterthur needed to get going. 2 into the slot. And very nicely, stylishly played by the man from Johannesburg. I was having a chat to him in between the 2 games there, and lives up in Winterthur, just 10 minutes from Zurich. It's a beautiful place. Winterthur. And certainly somewhere that I'm looking forward to visiting my time here in Switzerland. Hit through the air, but beats the infield. Boundaries starting to flow now. And after an outstanding over from Amjad Ahmed, well, this one from Hassan Ahmed is going the distance. Just 3 legal deliveries, 17 runs from it. Well, we're going to correct that. It is not Hassan Ahmed. It's Gael Safiola. I'm getting confused by the numbers on the back. I think that's really confused me. He's also got Hassi on his back. And the tape, which is indicating that this is in fact Gul Safiola for number 119, gives me the perfect time to introduce the man who knows how to deal with scenarios just like these that you only get here on the ECN. As the man's gone out at deep extra cover. Very good afternoon to Vinny Sandy.
Good afternoon once again, Lenny. Great to be back here with you in the box. Yeah. Interesting random fact, though, girls. And say Fuller, he does actually make a little bit of extra money as a Hassan Ahmed impersonator at parties here in Zurich,
Vinny,
area.
My big question is, what would I do without you, mate? I would have just kept calling that
Normally,
Hassan Ahmed.
We tape over names that aren't correct, but I think the tape's being used already to create the number one. But anyway, this is very European cricket. There's certain things that you can't really shy away from them. The fact that there's not enough cricket bats for a whole team.
Yep.
The ceremonial swapping of the bats.
I like that one.
It's a little bit of the changing of the guard, Buckingham Palace, that kind of thing. There's often one good bat that people are fighting for. So it's always awkward when someone's gotten out and not that I know, but as the non-out batter to go, hey, can I have that bat? But bad luck. It's like, yeah, man, that's a shocker of a decision, but now you don't need that bat, do you? Can I have the good one? But there are some restrictions on it. So we don't allow them to swap bats, for example. In the early days, there was one bat everyone wanted to use. So every time there was a single, they would meet in the middle and exchange.
There's a skill or an art to that. Maybe do it mid-run if you can.
Yeah, or drop the bat and just leave it there, like backyard cricket style, when you only had one bat, remember?
Yeah, look, I think certainly for me, it's been a learning curve being here with you, Vinny.
It's a two-way curve. Don't worry about that. End of the power play, 30 for 1 after 3.
Yeah, and thank you for not just the scoring team for keeping us on our toes, but also the fan code team. We know that there's great viewers
of course,
that always come in from the Indian end of things, particularly on a day when there isn't really much of the cricket. I don't think there is much today. Maybe some 100 action. What sort of time would it be now in India? Something about 8:30. We're into prime time.
I've always got Indian time right here. It's 8:30 right now.
So prime time.
Prime time viewing.
Live on the fan code
Time
app.
for random questions. Sada's asked me a question. The answer is no and maybe. And what else have we got there? Yeah, throw some random questions in last game of the day. I've got a random question for you.
Yep.
What's something that surprised you this week? Because I know you've caught bits and pieces, but this is your first time having a real good, hard, full-time look.
I'll be honest, I've never probably watched a full game before on the broadcast. So to actually come and I've watched lots of bits, but I've never sat and watched certainly a full day.
Sure.
The closest I've probably had was watching games, but there I wasn't watching them on the broadcast because I was there in person.
Sure, yeah.
So again, you get a different perspective again, just having you in my ears as I have throughout all of our stints together. What surprised me? Come back to you on that.
Yeah.
Thana,
have a think. Don't hurt yourself.
Tharan.
Yeah. Tharan. Yeah. Tarani. If you want to know what they call him, Tarani. Okay.
Tarani. Oh, that's monstrous. That is a big, big hit, isn't it? And the fielder is almost to score it. He's running with it as it goes 4A.
Yeah, Maximo time. Well, Andrew Leonard, my co-commentator, he's left pondering what's longer, the distance on the 6 or the name of the bowler. As Tadabala Singham goes the journey first ball.
Tharan. I love that name, the first name. And then
good 80s pop group.
Yeah, Thanabala Singham. I'm okay with that. That's going to be a no ball pitching off the pitch. I think probably a couple of things have surprised me, Vin. And none of these, again, I'm saying these with the greatest of love and respect in every way. One, how well the wickets played.
Yes. Since you got here.
Oh, that's a big hit again. Into the hitting arc and out of the park.
Oh, Cupido. Tell you what, he's fired an arrow at this one, hasn't he? Bang, bang. I felt that grunt. He's been good in stages today without putting a big innings on. I feel that now that he's up and going, It's really important he goes on with it.
You can see he's a good cricketer, can't you? But yeah, how well the wicket is played, given what I saw on the first morning when I arrived here. I got here a little bit
Always
early.
does a bit on day one.
I got here a little bit earlier with you on my first day, on day 2, and they were only laying the wicket at that point.
Yeah.
So a reminder, if you're just tuning in for the first time, this is in essence the home of St. Gallen Cricket Club, yes, but it's also the reserve team football ground for the very famous St. Gallen FC that play in the Swiss Super League, the top division. And we've seen all of their academy players, some of their under-16 team, they're all training on the 14 pitches behind us, as Fonseca's had a bit of a shocker to start with.
I just thought I had to adjust my glasses there. Fonseca 0 off 6. How has that slipped the net? He's got his own personal maiden going on here.
He just kept hitting the field off the quicks. Can he do better against the left-arm spin? A little bit more like it. Good way to get off the mark. No! Great effort.
Great stop.
Brilliant. He will get off the mark with a couple. And for me, Vinny, that's 4 runs saved.
Yeah, for sure. They'll check it, but I'm sure he's gotten this off in time. It's just a shame he couldn't really get it off to another fielder or something like that. And there's no one near him. He's in the power plate. No other outfielders. I think that, for me, the rope never moves. I think I've got no issues with that one. Yeah, one more time, slow as we can. But there, he's inside and then throws it away. So brilliant stop. I mean, back in my day, it was still $2 for a drop catch technically, but that's a fantastic bit of outfield. Fonseca, in a way, gets lucky but unlucky.
Yeah, really good work. This one's clubbed down the ground, and he's not got enough of it. He gives it away. Not a good innings from Fonseca. Just couldn't get any timing going. And the player of the match from Winterthur's first win in this year's competition has been dismissed for a really difficult 2, coming off 8 balls.
Classic Southern Cross field. You know, they got the 3 outfield wall. I said we're in the power play. Actually, we're just out of the power play. So that's why we've got that Southern Cross. There's 3 of the 5 outfielders. So it's an area that's normally very safe. But it's not on this occasion. Katil Zabiula takes the catch, and Fonseca has to go. Sometimes you got it, sometimes you ain't. And the score is 46 for 2.
So I'm going to keep telling you the things that have surprised me.
Go.
One, how well the wicket's played.
Yeah.
As Crispin Webb comes to the crease. I think this is actually inspirational in terms of being able to play cricket anywhere. I know a huge amount of work has gone on from both the ECN team, the Blue Crew, and also the St. Gallen Cricket Club and everyone involved in the host city to get it on. But this is a literal, I don't want to say world class, but it's a very impressive pop-up stadium for cricket. That you put in place. Yeah. You've got a great grandstand. We could have a crowd of 2,000-3,000 here on Sunday, hosted with great fun. We could have a really good atmosphere. We can convince some of those football fans to come over and join us. So that's one. I think certainly the pitch has played much better than I expected it to. As Webb will get off the mark immediately with the single out to deep mid-wicket. The second thing that surprised me, I have seen the number of 6s you've had, and as we get to the end of the 4th, 47 for 2, but the distance of some of the 6s.
So people often say, the boundaries are so short.
Correct. No, and that was probably something I came out thinking.
But this is the thing. So why have them that short? Because look how far some of these kids are going. But the short boundaries actually encourage the batters to take risks. They can't just push and get 1s and 2s and play small ball and be a bit safe.
Yeah.
So yes, some are going for miles, but the reason is we're seeing more 6s attempted. And the more you attempt, the more you'll get in the middle. Yeah. Because that's an element which I think is a little bit misunderstood. But I think now you've got a good sense, having seen some full games, of the ebb and the flow of the game. It still exists, and how games can change really quickly. And it's almost this exciting feeling that anything's possible. And every game is like a new little vignette, if you like.
In comes Amjad Rahmani to bowl his first delivery. There's my favourite keeper. Really enjoying Jawad. Ringo Starr, I've called him.
Yeah, Ringo Starr. But can Ringo Starr do cartwheels?
Definitely not.
He does cartwheels.
There's such a Beatles vibe to his haircut, isn't there?
Yeah.
It really is. It's the Fab Four, to say the least.
He actually makes a bit of extra money, is there, Ringo Starr? Impersonator around Zurich and the surrounds.
Worst ideas. We're going to tell him if he's not doing it yet. One final thing then, Vinny, that surprised me. So how well the wickets played, how big the hits have been, and then I'm saying this not disparagingly because I was expecting drop catches, but then the general quality of fielding's actually been very good within what have been a rake load of drop catches.
For sure.
So it's this kind of, it's the sublime and the ridiculous we've had.
That you're going to get variety, right?
Yeah.
And the thing is, this surface is beautiful to field on.
Yep.
And that's
really
the big
good
difference. We just haven't seen any tortugas, as we like to say, which are bad bounces.
Oh, that's a big one. That could well be. Not quite. A roofer. It nearly went all the way onto the roof of the grandstand, but he's almost hit it a bit too straight. It gets even longer there. It's a Maximo.
Yeah, look at this shot. He's heating up, isn't he? Just hit straight through the line of it. His pitch not giving too much assistance to the seamers, and Cupido moves into the 40s. 42 off just 13 balls.
There's someone that Cupido reminds me of with that particular shot, and Vinny, I don't know it. Usually I'm playing lucky like he's with you. I'm playing the doppelganger game with you. You might have to help me here. It's the follow-through of the maximum down the ground. It's a right-handed international batter, but I can't remember him. So let's see if he gets another one like that. It seems to be his go-to shot, really, doesn't it? Even when he's hitting it to the leg side, it's the follow-through flourish that reminds me of something. We're not going to see it this time, wide down the leg side.
Just random things in the last game of the day. Helmet's meant to be straight behind the stumps. I would say it's just a little bit off centre. It's almost acting as an extra fielder. Having said that, I think the ball was heading for it on that occasion. I think they might have to get their angles right. It's about as bent as the pitch on day one. Anyway, this is into the hip, but it goes straight to the fielder down there, deep backward square. Cupido will move to 43. Yeah, well, keep playing looky-likey's with you.
I do like that game. It's good fun.
It is. There are some batters, even I can't even compare them, even batters in European cricket that have a certain style.
Yep.
Baljit Singh, who's the Italian skipper in the ECC, is one of them. But yeah, there's a few that are unique. I could just tell, even if you covered their face, I could tell exactly who it is.
This one is clubbed down the ground. No real timing, though, for Webb. He doesn't quite have the same power, does he, as Cupido?
No, not quite. He's a different sort of player, but he's still a very good player. I think he's done a good job behind the stumps today for Ventatura. That ball's a good example. On some other fields, that's almost accelerating off like a clay / dirt / asphalt, and just providing a real difficulty for the fielder. But here it just holds up, and it's a really easy stop. Wide next delivery, as we see Ventatura just fighting through this first half. And actually not in bad shape. Back up the 120 pace now.
Yeah, they've turned it around, haven't they? That will not be given as a wide. The perfect Yorker, really good one from Rahmani to close out the fifth. Halfway through this first innings, 58 for 2.
And so, yeah, one thing that I think Cupido will look back and he'll say, you know, there's a better way to play that. Giving yourself room probably isn't the odds. As we welcome you into the comedy box once again, Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo here with Andrew Leonard, and another day at the office, and it's a beautiful office, isn't it, up here in the back of the grandstand.
Yeah, really enjoyed it.
I want to say thank you to all the lurkers that came out before. If there are any lurkers that missed the call out, get into the chat and just give us one message. Just one message. Say hello. And it is random questions time as well. So I've been fielding a few of those already. And random questions, always welcome. Food chat as well. Swiss cheese. What do you know about Swiss cheese?
Any cheese I'm good with. I love cheese.
It's very good.
You can
In fact,
see.
Do you know, do you want to hear a random fact? This may blow your mind, so just, you know, put the bubble wrap around it.
Brace yourself.
It might have been a couple of weeks ago or maybe last month. It was the first time ever that net imports exports was flipped. So Switzerland, the country, imported more cheese than it exported for the first time. There's a random fact for you.
Well, if that is true, which I'm sure it is, surely that's against the spirit of cheese.
Against the spirit of cheese. We talk about the spirit of cricket, but that's against the spirit of cheese. How can Switzerland be having more cheese coming in than going out?
I thought it was the home of cheese and chocolate, as this one goes monstrous. And that's the follow-through flourish I was talking about. I still can't pick up the looky-likeys. Maybe you'll give me a suggestion, Vinny. You know cricket just as well as I do. That's an almighty blow, isn't it? Big hit for 6.
Yeah, just opens up. My mind's a bit like Swiss cheese right now because I'm trying to work it out. I wonder if they count the holes in the cheese, though. Maybe that's the difference.
I think it's a South African batter, but I can't remember which one. That's surely going to be given as a wide.
You're not thinking he's like a Bavuma or something?
No, not Bavuma. Definitely not.
Stature? Grant's probably a good head taller than him.
It might be Mark Boucher or somebody like that. It's just this. There it is. It's that follow through. Another Maximo. Again, 6 on any ground in the world. It's gone. It's a 50-metre boundary, 30 over the rope, and the 50 comes up. 18 deliveries. The captain keeping Winterthur in with a chance of making it 2 wins on the day.
Well, never mind your South African example. He's more like a right-handed Chris Gale the way he's going about it so far. Cupido, 55 off 18. Just what the doctor ordered for Winterthur, who've struggled for runs first up the last couple of games. He goes after this and won't get a run.
But yeah, I like the intent. I like that he's hitting straight for the most part. He doesn't mind opening up the leg side, but he's only doing that to balls to the leg that are on the leg stump or outside. He's not necessarily swinging across the line too much. Oh well,
he tries to repeat it. Keeper runs back and takes the catch. Very well done, the main man. Jawed Ringo Star, Dinesh. Get the helmet off. Give us a look at the hairstyle.
Well,
go on, my son. Oh, there it is. In all its glory.
Lost all the momentum for the cartwheel. He may have actually broken his helmet. I mean, the helmet is there to protect you, but I know that once I had my helmet. Look, he tries to almost take it off. I've seen keepers trying to flip their helmet off sometimes, baseball style, and it can go very long. Look, he's up, and then he's realising the grill's right in his face, and he knows here he's in trouble. Actually, he does really well. It's not a bad tactic. Just try and get under the drop zone of the ball and almost take it lying down. Then in the end, he does it, and he needs a bit of help getting the headgear off, but he does take the catch. And so, good innings comes to an end. Cupido goes for 55. As Tanner Balasingham gets his second wicket at 72 for 3 after 6.
Yeah, he's bowled nicely. Big moment in the match because Cupido had batted so well. Strike rate up nearly 300, 55 off 20. It is interesting the way you talk about that, Vinny, how difficult the helmet can prove. And a bit of a shout out to an Irish legend who recently retired, Mary Waldron, dual international, played soccer for Ireland women, the Republic of Ireland women that is, and then went on to keep wicket for many a year. As this one squirts off the inside edge. De Silva, the new man, because it's the end of the over, it was Webb on strike. He's everywhere, isn't he?
I so love that the bowler was caught in the middle of the pitch, saw both ends unintended, and looked 2 or 3 times to work out
where the keeper was.
To work out which end am I going to cover here. Oh, so anyway,
the reason
so Fuller's coming back.
The reason I'm giving a shout out for Mary Waldron,
yeah.
she used to wear this face mask. I don't remember that.
Yes, I've seen that.
And certainly for obviously wouldn't work for a batter. Because for a batter you can get hit in any part of the head, but really you don't tend to get hit in the head as a keeper.
Not so much.
It's the face, the teeth, the face, and again, speaking of Mark Boucher, he wore one in the eye. Very sad. It was the bail that actually caused him to lose the sight of one eye.
Yeah.
So I thought that face guard made a lot of sense.
True. And Ryan Campbell's actually worn it. Ryan Campbell, former Australian international, and it's got a lot to do with European cricket as well. Former Dutch coach now. He's coaching Durham in the county championship. Pretty good drive. This could almost get there. Well, his foot fielding gone wrong. It's an own goal. Hussey saying, I had that covered. But unfortunately, Zabiola couldn't resist the toe poke, and it cost them 4.
I am just glad to see that Hassan Ahmed also definitely has Hussey on his shirt.
Yeah.
So it makes me feel a little bit better for that mistake I was making earlier, where it's actually Safiola wearing the same shirt as him.
But yeah, it's a good point you make with the face mask. And yeah, I think it offers enough protection, even from throws that come in and say hit the edge of the pitch. Difference is, as we wait for this ball, which is going to be hit in front of square and is hit between 2 fielders. And it's about time. Everyone check your watches. It's PO o'clock. We've been waiting all day.
Where's he been?
And he was out there before, couldn't really do what he wanted, but I've been waiting for this guy to get 1 or 2 out of the middle. See what he can do.
Was having a chat to P.O. De Silva as well during the break there. I said, come on, P.O., bit more intent, mate. He said, yeah, they were just struggling that last innings. He's got it going now. 8 off 2 deliveries, much more like it. Oh, make that 3 in a row. This one not where he intended, Vinny, but 4, 4, 4. And Winterthur, maybe, just sniffing something post 130.
Maybe. Well, P is for P.O., P is for placement. And I'll give him 10 points for placement there. Bit of a nervous neck turn from De Silva, but he does get another boundary. Russell Kay thinks maybe talking about Graham Smith or maybe Jacques Callis or Herschel Gibbs. Some big names there.
Yeah, our big names.
I don't really think of them.
Maybe Herschel Gibbs. It could be Gibbs.
Yeah, okay. I'll tell you who's happy with that. Grant Cupido.
Loves it. He's delighted.
Herschel Gibbs comparison.
Oh, yes, Vinny. Look at this one go. It's P.O. o'clock.
Yeah, that's the time. 5:15 local. It's PO hour here, and hasn't he loved it?
Oh, brilliant. What a hit straight down the ground. You always get good reward for your runs down there. And he gets it all the way. Big hit for 6, and he got a big rub in the belly, didn't he, too? He's flown to what, 22? 4 deliveries.
Yeah.
18, is it, sorry?
Yeah, he's flying 18, I think, off 4. Coming up tomorrow, guess
Superb.
what? It's Friday, and that also means it's Peacock Friday.
Oh, we've heard about this, Vinny.
Just saying.
Tell us more. What does that
your
mean?
debut. So it just means, wear something bright.
And encourage all the viewers to do the same. Just wear something bright and, express yourself.
Do you struggle to find an outfit
Yeah,
for?
it's hard. I just wear a black suit. Yeah, matches 21 to 25. We'll get to see St. Gallen, the host, back.
How do you go
in action.
brighter, I suppose? will you?
You'll see. St. Gallen play 3 times tomorrow, and also tomorrow is the day that we say hello to Geneva for the first time in the
lovely,
competition.
yeah. Great to get them up. A long journey too for them. Nazir to bowl his second as it's helped down the ground.
Got to say, I spotted the LBW appeal in the first over when the batter just
He left it.
forgot he had a bat.
He left it.
Yeah, I think he was hoping for a wide, and then, pretty lucky to get away with that.
I thought that was probably going to go on and cannon into leg stump,
It
to say the least.
certainly straightened down the line, didn't it?
Really did. The umpire had a good think.
Yeah.
But small moments, you get some good ones, and you get your moments of fortune too.
Them's the breaks.
De Silva. Oh, where's he been? P.O. O'Clock.
P.O. As the 100 comes up in style, Nazir just basically swatted back over his head for a Maximo. And the fielder just watched that helplessly fly. And Vintatur still, with over a quarter of the innings to go, in good shape for maybe 130s, 140s here.
P.O. we thought he would come in with this big hitting reputation. Didn't show it at all in the first 4 games, really.
Yeah, true. I mean, he's been trying. Like we said, a bit like Fonseca, the man of mystery. Sometimes you got it, sometimes you don't. They kind of traded forms here. Fonseca was on fire before. P.O. couldn't hit a beach ball, and now, look, he's all over it. Oh, going nowhere. A random question in here from Sada. Are there plans to take ECN cricket outside Europe, like the USA or Russia? Probably wouldn't do them together. There's a lot of scope. So the truth is, well, to be honest, Russia were part of the first ECL, St. Petersburg Lions. One of the 8 teams.
Yeah.
They're one of the 8 teams. Of course, obviously, very, very complicated and sad situation with what's happening at the moment. As this is knocked down partially, but sets a long chase for the fielder. They should get a comfortable 2. Oh, no. They almost run into each other again. Keeper takes it in the nether regions. But anyway, he'll be okay. So, and he mentions, USA. And Keith also, I think, watching the USA, saying that in suburban Chicago, he sees a lot of cricket jerseys. Of course, they just had the Major League Cricket there for the first time. We'll touch on that after this ball, which is the last ball for Nazir. He's got another 16.
Big swing and a miss, yeah. Webb just battling a bit, but maybe that's not the worst result, as De Silva will have the strike with 2 overs to go. The 100 has come up, 103 for 3.
Problem
around 130.
Yeah, I was just going to say,
could be interesting.
With 7 wickets in hand, you'd be half considering giving Webb the hook.
Well,
But the problem is they haven't really been blessed for batting depth today. In another situation, you might consider it.
Vinny, here's one for you.
Yep.
So, if you retire him out,
Yep.
does the new batter have to face?
He replaces him. So he goes.
No, I understand that.
So the only change with who faces, it's to do with court.
It's just the court. Okay,
It's
so
to
they're
do
not
with
the
court.
retired out.
So, every other mode of dismissal. And so bolds and LBWs are considered that you can't cross as well.
Powered down the ground by the main man, P.O. De Silva. Well, I think if Winterthur do get over the line here, I'm going to have to get that bear hug from him. He's getting it from everyone else.
Tell you what, I don't think you fit your arms around him, but this one has gone a long way. I'm loving it. We called it. P.O. in the house.
He's got the eye of the tiger out as well. Look at him. Look at the focus. Keep going, P.O. Oh, no, he's giving it away. He got found out by the short ball, but what an impact he's made. Only 8 deliveries he was in there for, and Anup Ganga Dharan, who took a really good effort to save a couple of runs by knocking it down at square leg a moment ago. He takes the catch.
Yeah, proper crocodile style, that one as well from Anup, but it was effective, judged it right. But still, great innings from P.O. Gets fit to the past 100 and still about a couple of overs to go. So 31 off just 8 balls. Excellent strike rate, excellent striking at 109 for 4. So we've even seen a double switch, like a double retire out at one stage.
Wow.
Sometimes I think that was a bit more strategic when they wanted to give other people a hit. You'd be amazed at the innovation we've seen. We see it in the running between the wickets normally when it's more difficult to field because you can really gamble a bit more, and that's when you see the real chaos. I mean, we had 1-5 here today, but it sticks out. Normally we might get a few more of those in a day.
Well, talking about chaos and innovation, Hedjatulli Qureshi, who was down on our sheet to bat at number 11, he's in at number 6. So is he the specialist for just
Wow.
10 deliveries that are left? Maybe half an appeal here.
Let's just shoot.
Might have hit the shirt, the flap of the shirt.
Oh, I reckon he's gotten away with one there. I reckon no one heard it except me.
Back
and
live now.
Nobody.
And this has helped into the leg side.
He had the eyes of, I'm in trouble here. Karashi. Hey, probably deserves a bit of luck, to be fair, so he does get off the mark. We were talking about taking the ECL outside Europe. I honestly think the ECN is now, it's like a brand.
Yep.
It's a style of cricket. And I actually think, I know we don't have any plans in the short term to do this because we're so busy here in Europe, right? But I loved your Eurovision thoughts.
Yeah.
To have, imagine, okay, maybe not the ECC, which is the Euros of cricket, but imagine if we had the best amateur players from Australia, England, West Indies, South Africa, all India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Afghanistan, all the best amateur players playing this format to give them some exposure. And, you have, like in golf, you have amateur tournaments and things like this. I just think it's a great opportunity to give them the platform to really see them shine. We've seen that with the England 11, for example, with the Irish sending a young team to the ECC last year as well. The Dutch, essentially an A side, winning the ECC last year. End of the over here, 112 for 4 after 9. So, that's something I'd love to see. And nothing to say we can't. So, one day maybe we'll do ECS abroad, so European Cricket Series in New York or something like that, or Barbados or Chennai or wherever.
Well, you've mentioned 3 pretty mainstream cricketing countries there. I'd love to see it keep going to cricketing outposts.
Yeah, sure.
I'd love to see it to go, you look at the progress that is being made in Africa right now.
Definitely.
It's quite phenomenal. Asia as well. But, the number of fascinating cricketing outposts, for want of a better description, the likes of Rwanda, that stunning venue there, into the final over. Ahmed to bowl at the star bowler of the day, 4 for 21 earlier and 1 for 3 thus far.
I know some
Uganda.
places we've thought of Morocco, for example, Turkey, Israel, a few others. But the thing is, right now, there's still places in Europe that we want to get to that also want to get involved. So that's the priority. But, anything's possible.
Yeah, that venue in Rwanda, I think it's in Kigali, a particularly special one with maybe the most spectacular backdrop and one of the most unique pavilions in world cricket.
Oh, wow,
that
is
3
cool.
sort of almost honeycomb arches.
I love that. Well, I know we also the crew have talked about maybe ECS abroad Las Vegas, and a few people worried about how that might turn out. We might need a few extra crew, a few people planning to go Dennis Rodman.
Could all go pear-shaped there, or it could go brilliantly.
I've seen that Last Dance documentary.
This goes into the air now. Long on runs in and puts it down. It was a good effort, actually. I think it's Fahim Nazir who smiles, sticks the tongue out.
I honestly think he catches that more often than he drops that. And he judges it well, slides in, he's controlled his balance. He gets 2 hands to it. Just misjudges it by half a finger, I think. Look at that. Off the fingertips. And there it goes.
Really good effort, though. Good cricketer Fahim Nazir. I think the Nomads, despite this good fight from Winterthur, are going to be comfortable with anything under 120. And the way Ahmed has bowled, I was looking him up, Vinny, whilst you weren't on air, whilst he was bowling his first over. He's only 17.
Yeah, that's great.
A young talent coming through as well. He looks like a baby out there.
Yeah, so normally we do typically have a 15-year-old minimum if you're going to play in the European Cricket Series for safety, but there are exceptions. So some even 14-year-olds will play T20 international cricket in some countries, a lot of homegrown players. Danny O'Connor's a homegrown player from Czechia that played and did really well for Vinarati last week. Swings the ball, very confident young man, playing some cricket in Scarborough in the UK. He's got a scholarship there at the moment. There's Hussey, the real Hussey, will field this and then shows how strong he is by throwing to the keeper. Last ball coming up. So, I think it's great. Okay, I'll give you one. Sometimes I think, have a guess. Who do you think, how old was the oldest player that's played in an ECS match?
Well, it can't be Ali. Ali's only 53 years young. He's got plenty of cricket.
You've got to tell me before the highlights, because this is the last ball. Ready? I'll take it. You just keep thinking. Here's Ahmed.
64.
All right, you're close. But anyway, it's going to be 4 to finish this. Tour.
When I'm 64, I was thinking the Beatles again.
Qureshi. And I can tell you that the oldest player that's played in the ECS was Alfonso Giaraggio, who once captained Italy, is the first player of non-Italian origin to captain Italy. But that was a long time ago. He played at 75 years of age in the ECS Rome in 2022. Right here, right now, Vinda 118 in the first half of match 21-19 will be the target for the Nomads. I think they'll be satisfied with this result, the Nomads. They'll be happy that they didn't kind of capitulate and not quite make the three figures, but still, they're going to have to get plenty of wickets, I think, early in the second innings to keep this game alive.
Yeah, it was all about really one man. It was the skipper, Grant Cupido, who was so impressive. I thought he batted with real panache and a style that I can't quite identify as to who he looks like. Maybe there is a bit of A.B. de Villiers or someone in that follow-through, but he hit 7 maximums, and that really was the only thing. There was some excellent fielding too, including that diving stop right on the rope that saved 4 runs. The disappointment for me was Amal Fonseca, who's maybe run out of gas a little bit after a player of the match performance in the morning win. Maybe it is de Villiers. I don't know who it is.
I'm on the Gibbs train now.
Gibbs, I think Gibbs could be the shout.
Yeah.
Herschel
Gibbs.
Herschel.
Change your name. Yeah, but I do have to tell you what, like...
Just tried one too many, didn't he, there?
He did, but you can't blame the intent. Also nicely taken behind the stumps by Javed Danesh. Pevin, we know their batting's a bit hit and miss. A few big hits, and a few came from Pio. Wasn't his contribution important to make sure they got past 100?
Critical. Just 8 deliveries he faced, but would you believe he had a strike rate of 387.50. 3 fours, 3 maximos. He had the eyes of a tiger out until he chipped that one up to Anoop at square leg, who took the simple catch. And that really was that, even though they did get that boundary from Qureshi off the final ball. I'm not sure whether 118 for 4 is going to be enough. It could have to require an outstanding and inspired bowling performance. As we look at the batting card, the 2 standouts, Grant Cupido and Pio de Silva.
Yeah, that's true. Karana Gadaga never got going again. Fonseca, so as well, they get 3 off 12, and they are 2 players that have actually hit ball quite well in other games. It just didn't happen here, but Cupido clicked. A nice half-century from him. Crispin, again, couldn't really get any fluency, but he did hold up an end while we saw Pio deliver a few lusty blows. 2 for 31. It's Sadabala Singham that gets the figures. Also, wickets for Amjad Ahmad as well as Amjad Rahmani. I've got to say, though, Amjad Ahmad, for me, probably the best of the bowlers, 1 for 9. They just could not get him away. We are going to take a break, and we'll be back in just a few minutes with the chase. The final innings of the day, match 20, is going to conclude. It'll conclude day 4, and we'll see if the Nomads can make it a perfect day. They'll need 119 for victory. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, with Andrew Leonard. We'll see you after this break with more European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to Switzerland. Time for the last innings of the day. As the Zurich Nomads having a pretty good day here. The defending champions didn't have a great day on Monday when they lost both their matches. But right now they're searching for perfection, 3 out of 3 here. And they will need 119 against Winterthur to do that. Winterthur battling to, I suppose, a defendable score on this field though. I think it's going to be pretty tough. But look at these two batters coming out, Fahim Nazir and Hassan Ahmed coming out to take on the bowling in the power play. And this looks like it will be Karunakaran to get us going. So for any road to victory, I think you've got to go through the top 4 and maybe get them in the first half of the innings. As we get ready to shake, rattle and roll. Last inning of the day from Switzerland. It's going to start with a wide down the leg side. Karunakaran, let's get him through. He's got that new ball in his hand. I like his mechanics. He's obviously not getting a lot of assistance out of the pitch here. The bowlers have found it tough, particularly the seamers. But still, he'll be hoping that he can see the back of these two sooner rather than later. Another wide, but getting some good movement down the leg side. Any sounder here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. On a Thursday early evening, joining me once again is Andrew Leonard. And Lenny, well, Nomads, they've got to be favourites here, but we know anything can happen and the game can change very quickly.
Absolutely can. And look, the reality is Fahim Nazir and Hassan Ahmed are quality players. We've seen that in their 2 wins today. They have come roaring back into contention, to say the least. Get these 2 out, though. Could well be game on for Winterthur.
Oh.
And this could be a chance. Or is it going to fall agonisingly out of reach? He's been in the action, hasn't he? Hajatullah Qureshi. But he was never going to be able to get there. A moment of fortune for Nazir to get off the mark.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. They put the long off back. I think they want to have one of the straight fielders back, and they wanted to encourage him to maybe try and hit across the line slightly. But if the mid-off was in the circle, he's swallowing that. So Hassan Ahmed gets a chance.
Yeah, just the radar is wrong. Good take down the leg side by keeper Crispin Webb. He's been good with the gloves, hasn't he?
Liked his keeping.
That's just stuck in the webbing. You can see that Karunakaran can definitely, I think he's probably played at a higher level.
Yeah.
You can see he's got the action, he's got the pace, but he's just finding it difficult, both with regards to the surface we're playing on and also the movement with the new ball. He's got all the assets, he's got all the tools.
So probably the kind of shape he's getting is the kind of bowler I was as a teenager. And I got some really good coaching. Maybe not the shape of his body, but as far as he's an outswing bowler, essentially. Outswing to a right-hander, in-swing to a left-hander. And sometimes you have problems with direction. The natural thing, inclination, is just to aim differently. But when you just aim differently, then your arm mechanics are different. So the best advice I got from bowling coach was actually to a left-hander, you should be approaching from a little bit wider. So actually when you approach, you're naturally facing a little bit more to the right, and then you should keep that natural swing.
And this goes back to my point about the surface we're playing on, because it's a very narrow mat.
True.
And that just might make it that little bit more tricky. So he's going to now come around the wicket.
That's a good point, actually, with the mat. I didn't think of that. But, yeah, if you can change your angle of your body of approach, you should keep the mechanics of the swing, because swing's kind of like the dark arts, right? Sometimes it swings, sometimes it doesn't. Some balls swing, some don't. People say when it's cloudy it swings more, but scientists are still trying to work out what's going on with that.
There is movement. Leading edge, Vinny, a real chance. Oh, what a catch! We've had a hanger. A Specky held on to. Let's hope he's all right. But what a moment of inspiration from it's your man.
That is an unbelievable catch. It's Tuva Karunakaran that has taken it. Oh, let's have a look on the replay. That was a ridiculous catch. Or is that Kanaka Sabapati down there? I didn't see him move too quickly, but he's taken one of the catches of the year. Just watch him go here.
Oh, this is a wonderful moment. It is 66, isn't it? I'm going to leave his name to you. Let's hope he's all right. Body on the line. May need a concussion test and a check, but he's taken the big wicket.
Oh, I mean, I think he's there. They're going to have to give him a bit of time here. That is can we have that one more time? That is a ridiculous,
spectacular
bit of fielding. And the thing is, once he puts his both hands in here to try and take the catch, he's got no way to break his fall.
No, body on the line. And the amazing thing is, Vinny, I know it was off air, but you were just showing me a couple of the most spectacular catches that have ever been held in the history of the European Cricket Network. I think you can add this one to the list. It's right up there.
Yeah, let's have a look at it one more time. Yeah, it is. Oh, great catch. But you can see his head hitting the ground. Yeah. And it's Thuva that has taken it. Yeah, well, he actually was moving so fast we couldn't agree on who it was. We're a long way away. But that is definitely Thuvarahan Karunakaran that takes it and just whacked into the middle of the hand. Unbelievable. It's ridiculous.
I thought it was 66,
Yeah,
Vinny. I
it's
really
okay. Hey,
did.
listen.
My fault.
I mean, a lot of extraordinary things are happening, but what it is, to get in his ear on second ball, remember the first ball
Game
was a
on.
pop as well.
Game on.
Got to get through the top four, and then it's still probably 50-50 for me, but one at a time.
Oh, big hit from his very first ball. Zabiola pongos that one down the ground. I think after a big break, we've just had a roofer.
Yeah, what a shot. Just all hands. Zabiola, watch this. Just releases the wrists at the right time. Not a nervous first ball, really, is it? What a format.
Well, I loved the grimace there from Karunakaran. As soon as he knew where it pitched, it was just a grimace of, oh no, I'm not even going to look over my shoulder. I know that's gone for 6. Sensational catch to get us going in the chase. Our final game tries to repeat the dose inside edge. Remember, it's only about 12 and over they need, which might sound like a lot for many formats of cricket, but on a good batting surface with what has been a pretty true outfield, the only way that Winterthur are going to win this contest is by taking wickets.
That's
They've got
right.
one of the two big fishes, the two quality opening batters. Can they get the second one? Hassan Ahmed, he's only faced the one ball so far at the non-striker's end. That's going to have to be re-bowled, and I think he's got something on it. He's probably going to end up saving 3 runs here. Credit to Crispin Webb, because that was a very erratic wide down the leg side.
Yeah. You've got to get through the top 4. Zabiola, statement of intent, bangs the first one. Down the ground for 6. Hassan Ahmed, he was okay in the middle game. I think he got 30 off 15 or something like that. What was it? It was 20 off 10 he got. But first game of the day, 98. Out on 98. We haven't had too many kind of outs high 90s. We have had Taranjit Singh in Romania get out for 99. He's the only one that I can think of. We also had Naomi Hillman Bermejo of the Spanish national women's team score 99 not out.
That's devastating. Devastating power. And it's a shade again of, like I said earlier, Tammy Miqbal in that innings of 98 not out. He gets a Maximo to close out the first over. The runs are flowing, and it's 20 for 1.
Magical over, but does have some success. Andrew Leonard was telling us last night he once took 1 for 41 off an over. This one's not quite that bad. 83 matches since the Golden Ball. Lenny has promised us that he will give us one while he's here. Still is here for another week or so. So plenty more opportunities. Given how competitive these teams are with each other, I feel we'll have lots of opportunities for close matches. So stick with us. Will we get Golden Ball 49 and maybe Golden Ball 50 here in Switzerland? Where will we get Golden Ball number 50? Looks like it's going to be Grant Cupido to bowl. And certainly hope Thuva's all right. That's a sensational piece of fielding. What do we think of that one? Cupido. Yes, that kind of had a bit of a round the wicket form of attack against the right-handers today. He's got a right-hander and a left-hander to deal with here at the moment. So the skipper brings himself on in the second over.
Vinny, I've made a few mistakes so far. I know him early in my ECN days, day 4.
But high quantity.
But I think telling you about that 1 for 41 so early in the piece, that was my mistake. Not telling you, I could have told you on the final day. That would have been fine. You couldn't have brought it up then again.
Feel like you need to sign some sort of
disclosure for him.
Yeah, and what is it like? You say it's privileged information. Whatever you tell me in commentary, I can never then go when you're not here. And the
problem is it goes out to
I'll
the
be
world.
like Andrew Leonard for the World Cup. He's all right, but he's always trying to balance pint glasses on his head. It's a bit unprofessional.
Yes, Vinny, you're actually on Andrew's CV as a referee. Could you
Yeah,
just tell us what he's like? Oh,
put me as a reference.
brilliant commentator, but you know, that point balancing thing.
I'll be like, Andrew's all right, but sometimes he starts to tire in the 14th hour.
Yeah, really, actually, you know, when we get to innings 9 and 10, he's good for the first 8.
Starts to lose his
But
way.
then he's gone. Big shot into the air. Now he runs back. He's everywhere, Qureshi, but he's not going to get near that. Bye-bye. That one's gone for a
Maximo! I thought this was hanging and may come back, but I had another thing coming. Got to say, Ali and Sam, the brains trust there. Got to say, it's a pretty schmick jacket that Ali's sporting. He's a St. Gallen skipper, don't forget.
Emporio Armani,
Yeah.
Toby. Oh, he's got style.
It looks like the
doesn't he?
jacket's still in its original wrapping as well that he's wearing.
I hope I'm allowed to say this. His
Please.
T-shirt, it says "sexy" and you snow it.
Yeah.
Oh, he's got it all going on, doesn't he? We'll see him back in action soon. And I think St. Gallen, they're certainly. Are they in the mix as we see a quick single dashed as maybe one of the, I know it's early to call some title contenders, but on their home field.
Yeah, who's to say they can't? I mean, they were pretty destructive. I think the high score of the tournament yesterday, 184 against the Crickets. And we'll get to see them play 3 times tomorrow. And guess what the first match is in the morning?
St. Gallen versus?
The Nomads.
Oh, lovely. That's going to be a belter.
Nomads have a bit of a big schedule at the moment. They play
they?
1, 3, and 5 today. They play 1 and 2 tomorrow.
Okay, so that's really, wow, that's 5 and 7.
That's 5 of your 10 matches right there. So after tomorrow, they will have played 7.
And I'd
Halfway through
imagine,
tomorrow, they've played 7 of their 10.
given we haven't seen 2 of the teams in action yet, they're going to have similarly backloaded schedules.
Yep.
This one into the pad of the left-handed Ahmed. So that'll be, who are the 2 sides that haven't come in yet, Vinny?
So we've got Geneva. They'll play tomorrow from the third. They play tomorrow, third and
Cossonay,
fourth
is it
match.
the other one?
Cossonay will play Saturday. They play 3 times on Saturday.
They probably play again Sunday, do they?
They don't, but they play pretty heavily after that. I'll just give you the exacts right now. There's Cupido over the wicket.
Oh, lovely pickup shot. He plays that with such flair. And look out up in the crowd. I wonder, have we done any damage to those plastic seats?
Oh,
Maybe we
probably.
shouldn't admit to it.
There's pretty good spring back in those seats. I don't know if we got any footage of this one, but poof. Yeah, it's like it hits rubber and comes back. Hussey has been putting so many balls up into this grandstand. It's ridiculous. Hassan Ahmed back in the final. He took a fantastic catch at deep mid-wicket in the driving rain off a helicopter shot from Malia Stanikzai. I don't know, you haven't seen Malia yet for Alton, but yeah, I'm sure you will soon.
Just guided this time to the cover point fielder. He keeps it to a dot. It's the big man, Pio da Silva. End of the second. 34 for 1.
Yeah, so we'll see the table in a second. But yeah, Costa, they play 3 on Saturday. Then they've got Sunday off. They play 2 on Monday. But then Wednesday and Thursday, they play 3 and 2 again. And that means if they make the finals, they're already here. So that's why they got 2 days leading into the finals. And yeah, they're the 2 teams you haven't seen yet. Costa and Geneva. You can see now it is so packed. Alton, we haven't seen them since Monday. They play again on Saturday against Vettingen and Geneva. So Alton a very good cricket side, but I just think that in this format and at this moment, every game, when you get these top sides together, could go either way.
Vinny, for me, I know it's a big call a long way out. I think it's going to be an absolutely frantic finish.
Yeah.
I think anything could happen in those last couple of days. Big swing and a miss here from Zabiula. It feels as though it's going to get very, very congested. Remember, every team that has played has already picked up at least 1 win.
Yeah, definitely. I couldn't agree more. And the fact is 5 instead of 4, well, that's some comfort. I suppose what the 5 instead of 4 does, it eliminates the bronze final, so we can decide third another way without a final. But having said that, we've had some cracking bronze finals, because in those bronze finals, somebody gets a medal and somebody misses out completely. In the air, and guess who? It's Peel at mid-wicket, and he pulls it in, and Zabiula's gone now. 2 of the top 4 back in the shed. Excellent catch. He's having a great game, isn't he? 34 for 2.
Well, Pio, I think they had to up the font size, didn't they? It stretches across his broad shoulders, his name. It's P-I-O. And doesn't he take a spectacular catch? Very well held. It's not maybe the man that they want or the one that they need, but they'll take it. Zabiola is dismissed. He is caught by the big man. Gone for the unlucky 13. 2 Maximos in there. And the score now 34 for 2.
Well, as the popular children's song goes, P-I-N-N-O, and P-O was his name-o. P-O de Silva. He's lighting up this ground in the last match of the night.
D-I-N-G-O.
We've gone through a few at the Muffin Man today. So this is where
been brilliant.
Corey's known for kind of losing his mind by about this time
yeah,
of the day. So it does get a bit...
I understand and respect that.
That's fine. So we're getting little hints of that coming in.
Well,
now.
I think it was the first innings of the previous game. I just got a little bit giggly. You got me going.
That's okay.
Nazir to the crease. He's at number 4.
He's a good player. We haven't seen too much of him only because the batters above him have been smashing it. But Nazim Nazir, he's a skipper. He's been playing cricket here in Switzerland for 22 years.
That's good going.
You know, he's a very, very good player, as you'll see.
You still just sense, though, genuinely, if Hassan Ahmed is dismissed before, let's say, the 5-over mark, I think the game will be open and on. If he's still there, though, in the 7th, 8th, 9th over, it's game over. He scores that quickly. He strikes the ball that sweetly.
True. Matt, good players, they'll give you chances too. We saw Fahim Nazir give 2 in 2 balls. Eventually he got caught by an absolute blinder by Thuva Karunakaran. But, yeah, one at a time. This is Parusa Karunakaran in the air. Now, Pio again.
Oh! He had his moment. He's everywhere. Every time the ball goes in the air, Karishi's near it.
Well, I'll tell you what, Karishi needed to get out the way then. Otherwise, he's going to get hit by a truck because Pio's coming back at him. Just couldn't quite get their hands together at the last moment.
Good effort. Good effort, definitely.
Things come in threes, though, you know.
Yeah, really good effort. Again, if it was Ahmed, well, they could have really rued that. But Nazir gets off the mark. And that one is going to be 6. He's got such panache, such style. Hassan Ahmed, another 6 to round out the power play. And it's a Maximo.
He's got no obvious weaknesses, Hassan Ahmed. Here's the problem. So you go around the wicket, but then you're just going into his hitting zone. You can see the bowler, Puru Karunakaran, saying, I didn't want to get that straight. And he pays the ultimate price. It's 41 for 2 after 3.
11 runs ahead, despite just 7 coming off the final over the power play. There was a little bit of a spurt, though, towards the start of the second half. Overs 6 and 7 for Winterthur were big ones, 14 and 21. Just that tail off at the end. Are they going to regret that? Just 25 runs coming from the final 3 overs. But the change in pace is a good move. And this man is a canny bowler. Chamith Karanagagaj will come in and just try to change things up. Can he find a way, if not past Ahmed, at least past Nazir?
I think I'd be going heavy on spin here. I'd probably be going Fonseca as well. You just can't keep rocking in and bowling the same thing, I think, to these guys. No matter what you do, it's going to be tough. I think the spinners seem to have had more luck pound for pound than the pace bowlers, because maybe they can vary their pace a little bit more naturally, a little bit more subtly. Here we go, over number 4. Oh, well.
Well, that one's out of the ground. Going to be a maximum. And Nazir now getting in the act. Azim Nazir, the captain, gets one right to the bottom of the bank.
They're just fearless, these guys. I love the approach. It actually looks so fun. You know, as far as playing cricket with not a care in the world, in batting, in a lot of forms of the game and high levels of the game, it's based on fear of getting out and a real negative mindset. Don't get out, don't get out. Here, they're not worried about that at all. They're just thinking positively and scoring. Hits this, and Pio gets it. Things come in threes, and there's the third one. As Meatloaf said famously, 2 out of 3 ain't bad.
Ain't bad at all.
And there's the third wicket. 3 got now, 47 for 3.
You missed. We had the Comcom on. You were seeing it. We accidentally fist bumped. I was punching the air. You were saying 2 out of 3 ain't bad. It was the mid-air fist bump.
I've got a bad habit of pushing the like Elaine pushes Jerry on Seinfeld when something happens. And I said, things happen in threes, and would you know it, Pio plucks that one. And so, yeah, 3 of the top 4 gone now. This will bring Kazim Chowdhury to the crease. They penetrated the top 4, but there's still a lot of good batters in this lineup for the Nomads.
But most importantly, with the score at 47 for 3, it just piles the pressure on Hassan Ahmed. That's what it does. He's only actually faced 6 deliveries in this innings. He scored 19 runs from them, but the other batters, maybe they'd have been better recognising. And I think that's what Hassie's clearly saying to Chowdhury, the new man. Just relax. Get me on strike. I can do the damage. They
Interesting
get
game.
Ahmed. It's very much game on. And if you'd offered Winterthur 2 from 3 coming into today, as you said, 2 out of 3. 2 out of 3. It's
Yeah.
not bad at all.
That's right. You took the words right out of my mouth. Here we go. And another one. So Golden Duck now. Chowdhury's the next man to go. Karanagadagi's on a hat trick. And the Nomads collapsing. Hassan trying to hold the fort. They're 47 for 4.
Come on, Pio, give him the bear hug. That's what he wants. Another one on a hat-trick, and Delight hugs all round. Crispin Webb gets involved, the keeper. Well, this is a bit of a nothing shot. It's just really one that angles towards the top of off stump. No more than that. Thank you very much. That's where you want to bowl. And the stumps are left in all kinds of a mess. On comes Derek, the Golden Duck.
Derek's been pretty lazy, actually, in this series. It's been pretty batter-friendly, hasn't it? So it's good to see Derek getting out there. Tell you who doesn't want to see him is Kazim Chowdhury, because he goes first ball, and that means we have a hat-trick chance. That was just a kind of pace on arm ball. Got to say, Crispin Webb, little things I noticed. He had his gloves right behind where that ball would have gone into the stumps. That's what you should be doing as a keeper. Don't worry about the stumps. Good keeping. All right, we've been stuck for a while now. 23rd of July, the last hat-trick, and that's like 11 days ago. So enough's enough.
Another chance at a hat-trick. It's Dinesh on strike. Keeps it out. In fact, we'll pick up a couple of runs or at least a single to get off the mark as the man I've christened the Ringo Starr of the Zurich Nomads. He just looks like he's fit for this occasion.
Well,
knows his role.
Don't they
get a
say
single.
the wicket keeper is the drummer in the band?
Well, exactly
I
right.
think they're kind of setting the rhythm. I like that. He's also a keeper. I do like his cartwheels. I got to say, there's Vic Muthi from Kent Lanka in Rome that would do backflips when he took catches at long on. Now, that was good.
That's quality.
Like 2 or 3 as well. Proper like Nani style.
Hit away. Going to be 6. Yeah, this is just dragged down. So you saw what he was trying to do, go a bit slower through the air. He's picked up 2 in the over, but he's also conceded 13 runs.
Yeah, and so it is up and it's away. I was going to mention, and this is true, Kazim Chowdhury is actually Hassan Ahmed's brother, but their partnership did not last long enough for me to bring up that fact in the chat.
Brother from another mother.
Brother.
Oh, love it.
Some of these guys, they got heaps of names. They prefer to use some.
Different ones, yeah.
Yeah, that's why. But
we had that quite a lot in even up in Afghan international sides. You
Sure,
have
yeah,
you have guys
of
who are
course.
brothers, different surnames.
Yeah. Names are a bit differently organised in some cultures than
Yep.
as we think. And even if you go to Spain and things like that, you use the mother's and the father's name are often used. We know that some of our Spanish internationals.
I'm just determined. I'm not sure I'll ever have kids, Vin. We'll have to wait and see. But I'm determined.
Maybe
that
it's for the best.
Well,
No, I was just checking.
Thanks, Vinny.
Really cruel here.
God, we had 3 lovely days together
No.
till then.
Just jealous. Anyway, it's just what I don't know.
Okay, well, look, Vin,
you brought out.
no,
You're doing
Vin,
impressions. You brought out a mean streak. No one ever does this.
Vinny,
No,
well,
okay,
look,
sorry. End of the over, 55 for 4. Right of reply, and time for some truth talk with Andrew Leonard.
we'll pretend that didn't happen. But if I did have kids, I would be determined to give them multiple middle names.
Oh yeah.
Purely for the fact that when they got to a scorecard, one of the traditions I love, I don't know why I love it, I can't
The
explain
initials.
why, the initials and the surname.
Like Chaminda Vass.
So we all know it's KP Peterson. We all know it's WPUJC
JC
Vass. So
Yeah.
IVA Richards. So I loved that. So
Yeah.
if I ended up having some kids, boys or girls, wouldn't matter. If
Don't
I
see
did,
it that much anymore. Maybe, yeah, I guess, quick info.
It's
in those
still
kind of
there.
places. Yeah, still there.
it's still
I
there
read
for
a lot
the,
of
for the
books where they have
real badges.
scorecards. Growing up, I read a lot of books.
Your Wisdom still
yeah.
have them.
Yeah, for
So
sure.
if I ended up having an offspring who went on to play any format of cricket, as Fonseca comes in with his left arm spin for the first time. And that's cleverly bowled. I know it's going to be given as a wide.
Not a
but
bad tactic.
you can see what he's trying to do, keep it
Yeah.
out of the hitting arc.
Give up 1, so they don't go for 6.
I think I'd give them 4.
Okay.
So their first name, 3 middle names, and then the surname. I like the shape of 4
Yeah,
on a cricket score.
True, and you could spell out a dirty word if you wanted as well, if you're super
you
clever.
give lovely letters with rhythm and vibe, like IVA. Oh, that's massive. Is this going on to
Roof.
the roof? Yes,
Yeah.
it is.
I didn't even move. 'cause
Bang, wallop, crash. Do it whatever order you want. It
You-
is a
Maximo time. Yeah, well, the thing is, you flinched here, but I knew we were not in danger. That was a roof from the moment it hit the bat. And new balls, please. Yeah, I don't know about if I have a son, Amarjit Singh Sandhu, maybe you've got to worry about those initials. But some people, people can use whatever variations of names they like, I suppose, in the end.
Round the wicket now. And it's going to be the same result. It's another one onto the... Oh, not quite. I thought it was going onto the roof, but it sprung back, almost super loaded off the chairs.
Wow.
It's almost gone as far back onto the pitch as it went up into the stands.
I mean, I think that one went into the VIP box. It's not quite in the roof, but it's definitely gone into the corporate area. There you go.
Oh, great ball tracking both ways.
One hand off the grandstand. Should bring in that rule. Oh, you got to get Hassan soon because this game's creeping away.
Cleverly bowled. You talk about matchups in cricket, left arm spinners turning the ball into left-handed power hitters. Not a great matchup.
That's right. It's quite situational, but I suppose what else are you going to do? They want to bowl a spinner. I can understand that. Sometimes they don't turn them. They just got to slide them across, which can be just as effective. Dinesh. Ringo Starr, as Lenny likes to call him.
Oh, just tickled round the corner. He's playing his role, though. He's identified the situation, which the teammates hadn't done. Actually given us a leg by, but
leg by.
Get the big hitter onto strike. That's your job.
Yep, and that's where he wants to live at the moment. Dinesh, that's his office. Best seat in the house to have a look at it as well. Hassan, he just looks so powerful. Like I said, he's got no obvious weaknesses. So I think drag him outside off. Try and force him into a mistake. Now there's a proper delay. A delay so long that the ball never came.
That was one trend. I'm going to tell you about it after this ball that came up in a big way in Edinburgh.
Yeah.
Doesn't delay as much this time, and we'll close out the fifth over. 14 runs come from it, but the two big sixes down the ground have kept the Nomads well ahead of the game. They are 70 for 4 now. The trend that came out in Edinburgh, Vinny, as we look at
we'll have a quick look at this.
T20I women's international cricket that's going to get going tomorrow.
Mentioned this for a little while, but we're only 14 hours away from that starting. So
we can watch that over breakfast one of those
we
games.
We can, yeah. I'll probably be here at the ground or setting up.
My girls are playing.
I'm going to give you a play to watch from Greece.
Please do. Please do, Vinny.
But give me a second.
I'll just tell you about this trend that really developed in Edinburgh at the ICC Men's T20 World Cup qualifier.
Yep.
We had, I'm not exaggerating, probably 20 to 25 occasions, and that was just in the games that I was commentating on, so it could well have happened a bit more in the other 7 or 8 that were played over at the other venue. As Ahmed's on 40 now. I'm going to just keep doing what he does. He hasn't even got this really. He goes all the way for another Maximo. He's within one hit of 50, but what was happening, Vin, was that they were literally getting to the point of release, and then as soon as the batter went to shape to play his shot, so a reverse sweep or a switch hit or something coming down the track, they'd pull out.
Yeah. So what do you think of that?
Well, it just brought my mind back to the best innovation that I think of all the ones you guys have come up with, the clock.
Yeah.
You have to have the clock in play.
Yeah.
Get it into T20Is.
This is more pain, or is it? Oh, it's gone. So they do get him. And there's still 43 to get. So maybe that brings this game to life. Hassan, he was swinging away and he hit that one reasonably well as well. Maybe not as well as the others, but that's an excellent catch taken out there. And he doesn't give too many chances, so you better hold on when he gives you one.
Big moment in the game, and it's a final lifeline. Time to phone a friend, take a 50-50. Do whatever you want. The lifeline has been achieved as the catch held in the deep to get the big wicket. Hassan Ahmed has been caught for 46. If that had gone for 4, it would have been a 15-ball half-century. And it's Thanasayan Kangasabadapathy who takes the catch to lead the score 76 for 5. Bring the new man to the crease. Oh no, so nearly chops on from his first ball. Anoop Gangadaran. This game, I think, has a lot of life left in it now, Vinny.
Sure does. It had to. I'll come back to that in a second. So it's a more complex conversation about delaying and pulling out. If we want to give a baseball analogy, once you go to pitch, you have to pitch.
Yeah, you can't fake.
You can't, pull out of it because you don't like what the batter's doing. So I don't know. I think once you get there, you should just bowl. What are you scared of? And also, it's bad viewing for the viewers.
I would do this. If I could make a rule, and I'm not saying it's a huge problem, but like it's boring when it's like the bowler's chickening out.
Yeah, exactly.
I'd
They're like,
say-
oh,
I'd
I
say-
don't want to bowl when he's hitting.
Let me give you a random, just top of my head, how to deal with that. Oh,
That's dropped. Difficult chance, but it could well have been held. It would have been a 4th wicket.
I'd say if you balk, the next ball's a free hit. Not a no ball or anything. I'd say if you balk, next ball's a free hit. Because don't be a chicken. Bowl at the guy. Who cares if he's dancing around like a cat in a hot tin
He's
roof?
entitled to, yeah.
Your job's to bowl, not to like waste my time. My time's precious. Anyway,
Very, very much game
Cranky
on
Maximo
here.
in the last game of the
Hasn't
day.
it
Don't know why
been?
that triggered,
I
don't know why that
finally-
triggered me so much. Maybe because at the end of the day, when that happens here, we start going.
Yeah, clock,
Come on,
clock.
guys. 79 for 5 after 6.
It does go back to my point about just how brilliant that clock innovation is, because
Yeah.
if the bowler continues to do that, it's
Yeah.
going to cost them.
That's
Yeah.
the kind of micro penalty, isn't it?
Correct.
It costs you seconds, but spinners don't use that much time anyway. Here's another one. Fonseca over number 7.
I think, right, Vinny, my predictions haven't been great thus far. Winterthur winning this game. Not only are they my side, I think with Hassan Ahmed back in the hutch, over 10 and over required. I'm calling it now. I think Winterthur is somehow going to pull this out of the fire.
Big call from Andrew Leonard. Well, this is straight up in the air. Anyone? There's 4 fielders coming around and nobody can get near it. Oh, that's a bit of luck for Dinesh.
Big bit of luck. Here we are. Oh, God. The final game of the day. Elongate the day.
You promised me one.
I said tomorrow, though, Vinny. I didn't say today.
Now with no Hassan there, I think it's possible.
See, I just don't see the 6 hitting power from either of these two. I thought Dinesh had played his role nicely whilst Hassan Ahmed was there.
Yeah.
Winterthur are coming into this ever more so. Can they make it 2 wins in the day? Or will the Zurich Nomads complete 3 wins on the day?
There's a lot of clunked ones going on at the moment. That's no good for the batting team.
Gets more of it and gets enough of it. Well, Ringo Starr is his nickname, and he's turning into the star now for the Zurich Nomads. He's got a good piece of this. He's very low down the bat with the grip, and that helps him to amplify it up over the rope. Maximo.
Nice shot. Really good shot. And remember I said I'd tell you a couple of Greek names to watch out for? I want you to watch out for a couple. Got Maria Siriotti, who is bowling all-rounder, and also watch out for the young keeper. She's only... Oh, how'd that miss? She's only 16 years of age, Angeliki Argyropoulou.
Not bad. I think I'd go better with my Greek pronunciation. No, I'm not.
Give
going.
us this. Give us this one.
I'm not going to.
How about this one here?
Oh, my mother. I hope my mother's not listening.
She said
She's gone into the offside. Oh, 6 more. Big hit. And just like that, just as I thought Winterthur were coming into the game, it swings back to the Nomads. 25 to win off 18. 2 big 6s in the over.
Yeah, and they've got their hands right down the bottom of the bat. Yeah, it really kind of flicks it, doesn't he? As there's the 6s that they needed to get them well ahead in the game again. This is what's coming out tomorrow. Peacock Friday. It's also day 5 here in Switzerland with St. Gallen, the hosts, playing 3 times. St. Gallen, I said, are playing 3 times. Got Nomads playing first up. You got the Crickets playing. Got Geneva playing twice. Oh, that's right. Power there as well.
Just the one game for the Paris EC
Just
tomorrow.
the one for Power. Just one for the Crickets. So it's not a 3-3-2 day. I think it's a couple of teams playing once, and it's one of those days we'll see a few more teams than usual. But anyway, join us 6:45 a.m. GMT, which is 8:45 in Central Europe, and 12:15 in India for more European Cricket Series.
Yeah, we got 3 overs left. Don't rule out my prediction coming true. They're going to have it all to do because I thought Srikanth Sidaram was one of the bowlers of the lineup thus far for Winterthur. He'll bowl the 2 key overs, you suspect, overs 8 and 10 if it gets that far. And they're going to need to try and keep Gangar Duran on strike if they can. As Dinesh, oh, that's a beauty, the Yorker. Don't need to keep him on strike when you send the stumps clattering out of the ground. Sai Sidaran, is he the man to pull it out of the fire? Winterthur, strike back.
Sasi's a good bowler. Watch this ball bend into the right hander. It really does something, and you can't really blame the batter for missing it. Have a look at it in the air.
Yeah, definitely some movement, isn't there?
Yeah, it certainly takes a bit of a turn. Look there. And it's enough movement to beat the bat. I think he plays the right line that he sees. But that's 6 wickets down now. And it's 94 for 6. New batter is Amjad Rahmani for the Nomads, who do bat deep, but they're being tested here. Big finish coming up, maybe.
Well, there's an awful lot of pressure on Dinesh now. 15 off 7 for him. The equation, it turns again. I still quietly fancy Winterthur. 25 to win off 17 with 2 overs of this man. So I sit around. Where's this one gone? Oh, stand and deliver. First ball all the way for 6 onto those new covers that have come across from the European Cricket Network team. The game just keeps turning.
Yeah, you don't scratch centre and just be careful in the European Cricket Series. It comes out at 8. You might be thinking the tactics there, just get one, get to the other end. Well, he gets 6, and that brings up the 100. I mean, it could be a close contest, but it could also be over pretty quickly. 3 more swings of the bat, and they're up to the score.
That's the length, the perfect Yorker length. Spoke about it earlier. If you get it up towards the popping crease, if it lands right on the popping crease and isn't picked up as a full toss, very difficult to get away.
That's the thing. Low margin for error, but high success rate for bowlers that have got that right.
High reward, yeah.
Yeah.
Big time. 19 to win off 15. Could do with another wicket, Winterthur. They very nearly get it. He could have chopped on easily there. Get a single instead. What can Dinesh do? The 100s come up, Vinny.
19 or it's now 18 or 14. Looks pretty easy, doesn't it? But if you think it's easy, grab a bat, walk to the middle of the St. Gallen cricket ground right now and see how you feel, because I think your heart's pumping. Dinesh will be a little bit more comfortable, I think, having been there for a while, but still no one mistake. 101 for 7. This game takes on a different complexion. 19. Well, 18, pardon me, from the target.
Again, that Yorker's just nailed, isn't it? Almost impossible to get away. High risk, but high reward. Another dot ball.
Look where this bounces. Bang. Right under the bat. No real footwork there. Just reaching for it. 18 off 13 now. They're going to have to play really well to sneak in here, Winterthur, but still 1 or 2 wickets right now. You could argue the game swings in their favour.
Well, bowled will just be a single. Don't think that Winterthur will mind that. The big question is, can they take it to the 10th over?
Yeah.
If they do, even with, let's say, 8 or 9 to defend,
Even
they'll
less.
have a chance
Yeah.
because of Sai Siddhar, and he's outstanding at the death.
Not just that, anytime you go into that last over full stop, I've seen funny things can happen. You might just need 3, but then often what that does, they pull the field in, and they won't give easy singles anymore. So even if it's 3 or 4 off the last over, you can still kind of get in the batter's head. Speaking of heads, I know that you love the Ringo Starr comparison with Javed Dinesh, and you show me a picture now, and I think you're pretty close.
There's a lot of Ringo.
Well,
in
the
there,
girls
isn't there?
loved the Beatles, didn't they? So sure
They just love hair, mate.
Sure, they love Javed Dinesh as well.
Absolutely love. Second last over, here we go. Dinesh is going to get a freebie. In fact, he's going to get 2 of them. His team will, as they'll scamper through for what's going to be 3. Oh, a little bit of naivete here, Vinny. 3 free runs and 17 off 12 now becomes 14 off 12.
You don't need that. You don't need that. Bowler's in trouble. I'm no lip reader, but I'm pretty sure I saw a "what are you doing" in there from the skipper. Would argue that he set up the event chain that resulted in those 3 wides, though. Anyway, still, can he come back?
Into the air. Now, could this be a chance? 2 fielders running towards it, and neither can get there. It was a difficult chance running backwards. He made great ground, but surely that needed to be held for Winterthur.
Oh, it would have been a great catch. I don't even think it's a genuine chance, but he almost gets to the drop zone. Probably had to throw himself blindly and hope that by some miracle it ended up in the hands. It was hard to catch that without leaving his feet. 12 off 11, almost down to run a ball now. They could win it with 2 Maximos. Look at that grip there, right down the bottom of the bat, choking the bat.
Down the ground, it is a Maximo. Well, it's been a hard day's night here, and the Nomads are going to get it done and get over the line. You'd have to suspect, thanks to the main man, Jawed, Ringo Starr Dinesh.
Yeah, well, so it kind of handles it like a drumstick, doesn't he? The way he gets right low down, gives a little bit of a swagger. Yeah, bangs the cymbal. And now he can send everyone home if he does that one more time. 6 off 10 required.
Down the leg side, going to be a wide again. The captain, he's feeling the pressure, isn't he? Cupido, I don't think we're going to get to the last over the way this is going, Vinny. And that was the problem. They kept those 2 overs from Saisidaran up their sleeve. They might not matter now.
That's a good point, actually. Because, I mean, obviously, maybe they didn't know he bowled so well. They went pretty heavy spin in the middle.
Just be a single this time.
All right, now you've got to get in Romani's head a little bit. I think I'd consider bringing the field up. We've got so few to give away. You don't want to go single, then you've got no chance. Maybe he's newish. I know he's banged a 6 first ball, but maybe just try something.
I think go in out. Get the guys who are in the circle on the 1. Keep the others on the rope. Instead, it's easy just to punch it down the ground for 1, and that's clever batting.
Yeah, smart
Credit
batting.
to Romani.
Smart
Gives Dinesh, the least loved of the 4 Beatles, a chance for his moment in the sun.
See, the in-out's good, but the problem is the outfielders most of the time they just watch the ball go over their head for 6. So, you know, maybe you can even have just more ins and like over the top.
Here it is, 3 to win. And what a way to win it. Oh, yes. You beauty. It's Jawad Dinesh who gets it done with a maximum. And poor old Grant Cupido can't quite believe it. The game hasn't even gone to the final over. And Zurich Nomads make it 3 from 3 on the day. The perfect comeback.
Yeah, didn't he love it there? Oh, he loves the applause of the spectators here. And this is the last ball. Just watch his reaction. And he drops the bat and he gives it the old, yeah, look at that. Drops the bat, flexes the muscles and says, yeah, I've done it. And this is the risk I told you. You can get the top 4, but you're not done yet. They've got guys down the order that can handle the pressure. They are the defending champions. And they may have had a slow start on Monday, but they have come back and they've gone 1, 2, 3. 3 victories here on day 4. And that man, Dinesh, the hero in the end.
Sensational. Such a good effort with the gloves throughout the day. The great news is we do it all over again tomorrow. 5 matches again. And I'm really looking forward to seeing, can the Nomads not just go, come on, Vinny, came for me. You gave me 1, 2, 3, give me 4 and 5. You're beautiful. Okay.
4 und 5.
Can they make it 4 und 5 tomorrow? They'll have a chance to do it. And in the space of less than what would be 24 hours, they could pick up 5 wins and 10 points here in the European Cricket Series, Switzerland 2023. Let's take a look at some of the best of the action. There was plenty of it. Big moment with maybe the catch of the tournament thus far. Held by Karuna Karan. And also had to go off and have a bit of a concussion check too.
Yeah.
But then it was this man, Hassan Ahmed, 7 sixes. Ball striking of the very best quality, but Pio De Silva got into the act. The big man Pio with 2 very fine catches too. And this game, it ebbed and flowed nicely.
It really did. I've got to say, Winterthur, I was impressed with them today as well. Look, I know 1 from 3 doesn't look great, but I like their intent. I like some of their inclusions. If you send someone like a Harsha Deshan back into the lineup, I think they'll be even stronger. Just got a feel for them in the end. Although they did fight, they had to keep picking up wickets. But Hassan, he was the man doing the damage. He set this up. And I suppose maybe if they'd gotten 20 runs quicker, that they might have held on in this game. But really, take nothing away from the Nomads. They batted fearlessly. They kind of sucked up those wickets, had guys come out and still bat without a care in the world. But that was the moment we thought the game just had a chance, didn't it, with Kanaga Sabapathy taking that good catch on the leg side boundary.
And then Jawad Dinesh, he was the hero, the star of the show. That's STARR, if you're wondering. 4 Maximos, a strike rate of 238.46 to send his teammates into delirium. And that winning moment, he dropped the bat, he flexed the muscles, and his batter at the non-striker's end, Rahmani, jumped for joy. He showed us the guns. And that was that. A brilliant contest to end the day. It was a really, really engaging one. The Nomads, they stayed perfect on day 4. They needed to as well. Good contributions, really, just from those 2 men. Hassan Ahmed and Jawad Dinesh. For me, he's the hero. And in this case, he's the way I go as the player of the match.
Yeah, because you're also really good in the first half as well. You know, we said he was the drummer in the band. He was providing a lot of energy. Hassan, though, he was super important. Had a very good day. Seems a long time ago. Don't forget, he cracked 98 in the first innings of the day.
Was that today, Vinny?
That was today.
Was that this morning?
Hard to believe, but that was the
It can't all have happened within
it's
one day.
all day 4, and we're pushing kind of 1,000 runs in the day at the moment as well. 2 for 27 for Peru Karan, who did a pretty good job early on. And apart from that, Karana Gadagi with his spin, 3 for 23. But Sasi Darren, 1 for 8. Got to say, he did a really good job. Just kind of ran out of time. In fact, he would never get a second over because it was all over with 7 balls to spare. Once again, I want to say a big thank you to everybody, no matter where you've been watching from around the world. Hopefully you have had as much fun as we have. It's been a long day, but it's been a great day. Your 3rd day on the job. How are you feeling? You hanging in there?
Loving every minute, mate. And I thought I was going to hit the wall after day 2, but I'm still here. I'll be here again tomorrow.
It's infectious. It's addictive. And don't worry. If symptoms persist, see your doctor. But if not, then join us because Peacock Friday's on the way. It will be day 5. That first game between
Sure,
St.
am I
Gallen.
going to go with Vinny?
Go on.
Do I have more stylish than that? That's pretty stylish. That's a nice little blue number.
That's pretty good.
Can't see it because of the flag.
I think you'll have to do just
better.
Just up it a little bit.
I do have something a bit better for you.
St. Gallen Nomads tomorrow morning. That should be a really good
Should be
one.
a cracker.
Because St. Gallen, they cracked 184 runs of their own earlier, which is still the highest score in the series. Big thank you to all the Blue crew, to all the officials, everyone here at the ground for looking after us so well. I got to say that all the players and the officials, they are having a blast here. It's so great to be back. I even saw the founder, Dan Weston. He was here this morning. We saw James, the head of operations as well, and Chris.
So nearly saw a century too, didn't he, Dan Weston? He almost inspired the first century of the series. We will have one, and it's on me. We're going to have a golden ball here in Switzerland. I don't know when, but my prediction's tomorrow.
That's it. And if we do have the golden ball, then the golden ball will be presented to the winning player, and it will be on top of Lenny's head, and there'll be a nice little picture, because we learned a lot about you today. But we are going to finish with some of the best bits of the day. Thanks to our crew at Spring Productions. Haven't they been great? We've had Elza, we have Martha, and we have Valentine's here. And we'll have some new faces tomorrow from Spring joining the crew.
Fantastic.
So just a reminder before we go, like this video if you haven't already. We're so close to 360,000 subscribers.
Get
that
there.
close. Why don't we do it while Lenny's here? Come on,
Please.
maybe all our viewers from Nepal, maybe you can kind of do the right thing and make sure to
have a little word.
subscribe to the channel.
See what
Okay.
I can do.
Don't forget though to tell your family, tell your friends about ECN. Finally, our website, EuropeanCricket.com, is the home of European cricket. And don't forget the T20 starts as well tomorrow in Romania. Our social media at European
Go
Cricket.
Greece. Come on, the
You
Greek
will
women.
see catches where fielders knock themselves out. That is my guarantee. But from now, from everyone here at the European Cricket Network and the European Cricket family, have a safe evening. And we hope you're enjoying it as much as we are. We'll see you tomorrow for more European Cricket Series. Here's the best bits of day 4. Good night, everyone.